like a dam about to burst. Satan cast to the ground.
Written out the book of life. Excommunicate from God. Gross darkness, like your mama didn't pay the light bill. Written out the book of life. Excommunicate from God. Gross darkness, like your mama didn't pay the light bill. It's written we live once, then a judgment. The whole world's living like ain't no judgment. Who gave you autonomy? Man of God. Who's over the torments? Man of God. You really been bamboozled, yeah, hoodwink. Think you live on this earth with no accountability. Since you think you Egyptian, they believe in the afterlife. And what do you believe about the afterlife? Do you rest in heaven, or you say you're good with Christ? Do you suffer torments after death and pay the price? Or is death the grave and all sins are saved? You say God love us sin and all sins are forgave. Written out the book of life. Excommunicate from God. Gross darkness, like your mama didn't pay the light bill. Written out the book of life. Excommunicate from God. Gross darkness, like your mama didn't pay the light bill.
Like my dad said, I promise I ain't built for jail or hell. The second worse than the first, cause ain't no chance for bail. No 20 then parole, no righting every wrong. Lust turned into the tools for tormenting other souls. If only we could feel, if only we could view. If one return from the pit, we won't accept the proof. If one gave record that was after, we would ridicule. As in the days of Noah, judgment hit like breaking news. Cause sin came to a head like a dam about to burst. Satan cast to the ground, they confounded the earth. Whole world in his hands, saying the song get reversed. Must incline the soul to what's divine to find what's true worth.
Written out the book of life. Excommunicate from God. Gross darkness, like your mama didn't pay the light bill. Written out the book of life. Excommunicate from God. Gross darkness, like your mama didn't pay the light bill. Just the thought of it gives my body chills. Drag the fiery habitations against my will. Judgment's real, angels no mercy. With their instruments, showing no mercy. Talking purifier, the type that burn the spirit. The flesh is only a vessel, pain is still by the spirit. Into a life of sin, don't let them entice you. They ain't respect the person that torture both of you. There's no praise in the congregation of ungodly. No repentance, no excuses or saying you sorry. Excruciating pains, weeping and hollering. If you led by the flesh or the dollar. Written out the book of life. Excommunicate from God. Gross darkness, like your mama didn't pay the light bill. Written out the book of life. Excommunicate from God. Gross darkness, like your mama didn't pay the light bill.
Yeah, welcome to the Lion's Den. Yahweh Ba'Shem, Yahweh Shabbat. Calm Yahshua. Hey, happy Passover to the ones who celebrate that, and to my Christian brothers and sisters, happy Easter. You know, I ain't messing with no ham and all that, but god dang it, man, I ain't gonna knock you for what you do, because I'm not the one to tell you what to believe in and what not. I just rock with the people that's like-minded like me. I don't get mad because you don't believe in what I believe in. And see, that's the problem with our community. Don't run, Mudawa, don't run. That's the problem with our community, man. A lot of us want to sit here and tell everybody what they supposed to be doing instead of looking in the goddamn mirror. If you're a goddamn atheist, then don't worry about what the Israelites do. You get on your goddamn social media platform and you teach about atheism. That's what you do. But a lot of y'all don't do that, man. So I want to make an announcement that the debate it has postponed to Wednesday. Some things has come up, and we're gonna get it in Wednesday. But today is like an open panel. We got the Commanding General Yashar in the building. We got Mudawa Mugabe. You know what I'm saying? And we got the Black Beauty Inc.'s Sister Karima. But like I say, it's been postponed to Wednesday. Stay tuned Wednesday. This right now, man, we're gonna touch on a little bit of evolution tonight. You know, we got the evolutionist expert in the building, Mudawa Mugabe. You know, we want to get some of his information and have us and you know have him school us a little bit about this monkey business. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Mudawa Mugabe. You got the flow.
Hey, what's going on, beloved? It's my audio. It's good. Give me a
Uh,
thumbs up if my audio's good.
yeah, you good, family. You good. You
All
good.
right, for sure.
Go ahead.
All right, this is Mudiwa Mugabe coming to you live from planet Los Angeles, bringing real information, void of pseudoism, void of religious doctrine, just bringing the hard-hitting, factual information to my beloved black people for the last few decades.
All right, man. Mudawa bringing the hard and his debate is coming up this Saturday. Coming up Saturday. Him and Yara, Elder Yara. What's that title again, Mudawa? I done forgot. Tell us again, man. Don't tell me you
Uh,
forgot the title to you on the
did,
debate.
the dusty goat herding rascals did the dusty goat herding rascals that we know as Hebrew Israelites did they venerate the sun?
All right,
That's
so
right. I'm paraphrasing, of
so
course,
yeah.
but
So
it's
he's
something
saying,
along that
yeah,
line.
yeah, 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 yeah. I get it now. He's saying that the Israelites and the Most High is okay with us venerating the sun. Mm, mm, mm. Boy, you put your foot in your mouth on that one. All right, and we got the commanding general Yashara in the building.
Shalom,
Tanks on the ground. Go ahead, Art.
shalom, man. Happy Passover to the family. You know what time it is. You know, so it's a celebration for us. You know, in memorial of what the Most High done for us, right? You know, not only did He whoop on about 12 of their gods, but you know what I'm saying. He also brought us out with a strong hand. You feel me?
That's
So
right.
yeah, we in the building. You know what
We in
I'm
the
saying. Tanks up,
building, man.
source
Hey,
up.
so
You
up,
know what
shut
I'm
up.
saying?
Right.
Exactly.
Hey, and you notice these non-Israelites, they get mad about this time of year. You know, complaining about Passover, talking about we celebrating the destruction of African babies. That's not true. Because according to the narrative, you got to think about it. Y'all was killing our babies first, killing them first, trying to find the one, right? Killing the firstborn. Did you forget about that, Mudawa Mugabe? I know you did. But we got one of the Lions Den artists in the building, man. This guy he made a bunch of songs for the Den. He's part of the Lions Den. We got Neo Love. Go ahead, Neo. Introduce
Hey,
yourself,
Mia.
Art.
What's what's good with it? Can y'all hear me? Y'all hear me out there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. It's Neo Love, also known as ONE. You know, coming representing Sand Pit Records, goddamn Baton Rouge, and the motto of the evening is he got up. Whatever
Yeah.
don't matter because he got up. Today is the day that we represent for him getting up. It might not be the exact day he got up. It don't matter. The point is he got up. His name don't matter. He got up. His mama being a virgin when she got born don't matter. He got up. A snake
Right,
talking, a donkey talking, he got up.
right. That's what I'm talking about. We gonna have a little church in here today.
Yes,
You know?
indeed.
Wow. You know what I'm saying? But Mudawa is the master teacher in this evolutionary thing. Now, I got a video for you, Mudawa, that we can kind of peek in and I want you to break some of this stuff down, man. Because this monkey business gotta stop. Hey, all these
Right.
bananas and what?
You guys are gonna
What's
have to
going on?
talk really. You guys have to talk really slow because my connection. I hear you guys gonna copy. I don't know if it's the same way on my end for y'all different, but I hear you guys. You guys are sounding really choppy.
Okay, now, here's my problem, man. Now, both
You
commanding
got to do
general.
something with that
Wait a minute.
with that dollar internet you got. You got to get you some real internet, JJ.
Hold up. But hold up. Now, you and Yashar both live in L.A. Both of y'all live in L.A. How come his connection is great?
Yeah.
See,
And they
see,
stay down the street from me.
down the street from each other. See, you need to get on his phone plan. Either that or go park by McDonald's where they got the Wi-Fi. You gonna do one or the other. You got to do one or the other, brother. One or the other, Mudawa, because every time you
Yeah,
come on, you got connection problems.
oh, that's what it is. Oh, I know what it is.
What is it?
I'm
What
on
you
my
got?
cell phone. I'm on my cell phone.
Y'all
I'm doing this on my cell phone. Y'all doing this.
on
Y'all
StreamYard.
doing y'all laptops and whatnot.
I
Okay,
hear
that's
everybody fine. Movie-wise, the only one time.
every time, man.
'Cause I can,
Every goddamn time.
yeah,
Now,
the
now, Mudawa, my dear brother Mudawa, I want you to go ahead and kind of give people a little synopsis. I know I kind of made that up.
who can't hear
Synopsis
you?
of this
Who
monkey stuff.
I can't hear you.
Because we kind of interested in your evaluation of evolution. You know, can you kind of just go into maybe 2 minutes
Oh,
of a breakdown of it and how you understand it. Can you do that for the people?
okay, okay. I heard that. I, yeah, I got you. I got you, bro. I got you. Well, you know, most of us were raised to have a creation narrative. Most of us were raised in the black church. You know, shout out to everybody that's doing the Easter thing right now, and I get it. It's tradition in the black family. Y'all eating honey baked ham, eating pork chops, and washing it down with Parmesan, and you doing what black folks do on Easter Sunday. I get it. But when we're talking about um, our species, Homo sapiens, the creation narrative doesn't really work in that instance. When you look at how our species came about, and when I say our species, I mean Homo sapiens. All of you guys will agree that we're the species. You guys would agree. Nobody would say that DJ is a different species than me, or Neo is a different species than me, or Sister Karima is a different species than me, or Shar is a different species than me. We would all agree that we're the same species. But once you go 2 levels back on taxonomic classification, taxonomic classification goes as such, and I'm doing this off the top of my head because there's no notes. This is really, really off the top of my head. Kingdom, phylum, order, class, species. I might be missing something, but you'll admit to being the same species with me. But you won't admit that you're a mammal. You'll admit that. Allow me to finish, brother. You'll admit that you're a mammal. You'll admit that we are a species that have live births. The women nurse, women lactate. The females of our species lactate. You'll admit that. But when you say that, hey man, also primates, we do the exact same thing as all other primates. All of a sudden, y'all get tight. And you have to get that out your mind, man. Being a primate is not a bad thing. Nobody's calling you nothing disrespectful. And I know where it comes from. Like us as black, some not even from people, but sometimes in our own call, get your little monkey ass up. Still?
Is he breaking up, y'all?
Can
He
Okay,
breaking
go
up.
ahead.
y'all hear me?
That's that
Yeah, go
funky,
ahead.
funky internet he got.
Oh, I lost it. Still there. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead. Yeah,
I,
Mudu, we
I
hear you.
can't. Right.
All right, Kareem, go ahead.
What was the last thing you guys heard me say?
Can we hear you?
What was the last thing you guys heard me say?
It sounded like you was talking to the bums on the street. I don't know.
Yeah, just kind of. All right, hold up. Let me see, man. So, Mudu, let's go over this right here. Can y'all see my screen? Because this is what Mudu, this is a lot of things that he talk about here.
All right. Hey, you
Okay.
guys get going. I'm a find.
Mudu.
Give me about,
All right, now these are the
give me about
15 type.
Find some
7
Wi-Fi,
Give me
Mudu.
So, Mudu, listen, can you hear me? Mudu, can you hear me? All right, now. This is the 15 type of human species discovered to date, right? So, which one of these is our the closest common ancestor? You got the Homo giganteus, the one you talked about the other day. You got Homo habilis, right? Homo agastar. And you always talk about Homo erectus, right? We got Homo Rudolph Finetus. I can't even pronounce that one. Rudolph Finetus. You got Homo Antestior. Which one is our common answers? This is what we asking you right now. If you can see this, you got Homo Separatinus, Homo Hybridinius. Hold on, Mudawar. We got Homo Rodinitis. I mean, some of these is kind of Homo Neanderthalis, Homo sapien idota. Which one, Mudawar? Homo Florenzius, Hobbit. Look, they got the hobbits, Neo. Look at that. You got the Divincius hominem, Red Deer Cave people, and Homo sapiens. Now, which one of them, Mudawar? Is he still on? Let me see. Where you at? Mudawar. Now, which one of them is our common ancestor? And or is there a missing link between the one you're going to get ready to tell us, and where is that missing link? Go ahead, brother. Brother Mudawar. Did y'all see what I showed, or y'all didn't hear
We
me?
saw it. We saw
Oh, we
it.
seen it.
Right now,
We don't hear Mudu.
General, did you see it? You seen it, didn't you, General? Shit.
We saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Come on with the breakdown, brother.
See, I told y'all he got up.
He
Yeah.
said
I
he
told
made
y'all he
I'm
got up.
still.
And
He got up.
he said
Mudu.
he said
You
he
got to
waited
make.
to the spot where he get a clear connection.
I gotta find some Wi-Fi.
Oh my God. So is McDonald's open 24 hours in California, man?
McDonald's or Walmart, brother. McDonald's or
One or
Walmart.
the other.
Or the neighbor.
What I don't get, this brother got an excellent job. I'm not gonna tell his job on live. I don't understand why you don't have a good phone plan.
Postman.
I don't get it. All right. Well, why he riding by McDonald's or Wendy's? We gonna go ahead and
That's happening right now.
we gonna go ahead and look at this video debunking evolution for a minute, man. I'm gonna talk through it because I know you. I don't know if you can y'all see my screen? Let's peek in on this to Muda while I get back, man. Let's peek in on this. He seen all them homos and Homo erectus and Homo all that.
And he
I want,
related to it. He
yeah.
related to it. It felt like home to him. Homo don't feel like home to me. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Mudawa, can we breed with any of these monkeys today and create babies? I want to know. Can we breed? Can the women breed with Bubbles and a cheetah? You know, cheetah is Tarzan monkey, and Bubbles hung with Mike. You know, hold up, y'all. Let's start sharing. Oh shit, man. Hey, man. These evolutionist guys, man, they got a lot of explaining to do, man. What- You know, but we're gonna look at this video for a second. This is debunking evolution, and I'm hopefully Moodwalk can come back and kind of elaborate on what we're gonna watch. So we're gonna watch like 5 minutes of it. Hold up.
Hey, JJ,
Yeah,
one question. Why
go
we
ahead.
all believe in the Most High and Yeshua, and his our mic working fine, but his is the only one that's
There
messed
you
up.
go. Yeah. See, most I don't want to hear. He don't want to hear that garbage he talking about. All right, y'all. This is called debunking evolution full movie. I mean, I don't know. Do I got to do some kind of? I just got to talk through the movie a little bit, huh, Karima? They won't flag it, right? So let's get it.
That's right.
All right, hold on. Oh, I didn't turn my mic on. Let me see. Can y'all hear this?
Is it just me, or
Yeah,
does
you
the
good.
Oh
evolution
man, can
thing?
y'all barely hear it? Karima, you on your phone?
I'm on my computer.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in the Real House of Consciousness, and can you share it for me? Because for some reason my volume don't be
Changing.
clicking right. Cause let me know if y'all can hear this. Hold up, let me try it. Oh, wait.
Already human?
So y'all can't hear her. Huh?
No, it's
Yeah,
low.
you gotta make sure you check the box.
I did. Hold up. I don't know why. Okay, hold up.
Oh, get a box.
Move it back in. Okay,
What's up, LP?
hold up. Let me start sharing and start over. Hold up, y'all. Uh, we got to see this. Where it is? Okay. See, yeah. So, Korean, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send this. I'm gonna send this to you because for some reason you can play it. You can play it louder than me. All right, Neil, you go and speak on something real quick about how Moodawab was running, and then that give me time to get her the video. Now, what you say? I heard you say Moodawab was running from what? What was he running from earlier? He been running all over the goddamn
Oh, he
internet.
dropped off.
Okay, hold up. All right. You sure you
He
got any?
woke up.
You sure you got any debates coming up?
Nah, bro. I ain't got no debates.
Okay.
I'm working on this presentation dealing with our calendar and how our ancients understood, you know what I'm saying, our months,
Right.
our weeks.
Shalom, Naphtali.
So yeah, that's what I'm about to bring out in detail.
Okay. You ain't doing anything else with you and the Sabio on the flood thing? You already crushed him on that.
Nah, I ain't never talked to him about the
No,
flood.
that was Google Scholar. My fault. Yeah.
Nah, man, he ain't trying to do nothing.
Oh, they go commission y'all. Hold up. Commission, you want to jump on? You want to jump on? Nah, we ain't laid it down yet. Come on up in here for a minute, man. Drop some of that knowledge. Oh shit. Yeah, Muduwa said he coming back. All right. Here we go. All right, you got the link. Jump on, family. All right. So the commission gonna come on here and debunk some of this evolution crap.
Yeah,
I'm finna say, go ahead. Are you sure?
but you know what I'm saying, just to rehash on the conversation that we did have, you got to think, family. You know what I'm saying? If you got to understand, right, how high the Grand Canyon is, right? Now,
Right.
if it's a normal river level and it's running from Colorado, all the way down to Arizona, I can see that. That's possible, right? But we talking about
That canyon
how
deep, bro.
we talking about how high, right? the level of the water and how it has to get there. So that means that from Colorado all the way to Arizona, it literally has to have a wall so that water can literally flow that high all the way there.
Right.
No man has come through and destroyed no mountains, no walls. You dig what I'm saying? For that to take place, if you understand what he was saying, you know what I'm saying? For a river to make something like that, it's impossible.
A river, right? A river.
You
Come
understand?
on, man.
And so for all of the highest mountaintops on the planet to have marine life, this brother is saying that they all grew from under the damn ocean, which is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Because right now we don't see no new mountains, you know what I'm saying, just sprouting up.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So like even when you look at what they finding under the ocean, which is complete cities. You did understand complete cities that's bigger than the cities that we actually occupy to this day.
Damn.
So like if you understand this, then you have to say, well, how long? How did all of this happen? How did from everywhere that we basically walked, you know what I'm saying, as man on the planet, there's that marine life.
Right.
How? Please explain that.
They can't.
What was it, the Colorado River again?
See, I was gonna touch on that right there too. In my
you got it.
You know, I was gonna touch on that in my discussion as well, brother. Like, for example, you hear them talking about, and this is crazy, DNA, you know, when you get in, well, just going beyond that, they talking about the monkey tail falling off in the womb, right? You ain't got no proof of this right now.
Wait a minute.
You know, and I was talking to the
Hey, Kamisha, that's something new to me.
Oh no! Whoa. Who said that? Who said it's still in the womb?
You don't remember that on the video?
I do.
Yeah, Unc said it.
I just want you to tell her who said it. Yeah, I remember who said it.
Unc West talking about the DNA tail. He talking about you want to know how true it is? Go in the bathroom and pull your shirt up in the back, and you can see the tail.
Yeah.
I lost his mind. So I say to myself, I was saying, if that's the case, then surely you should believe in Lemuria then, because we got sunken continents all around the damn, everywhere.
Right.
You know, you got sunken continents around Atlantis area. You know, in Atlantic Ocean, you got sunken
by Ghana.
Continents, but cities like the brother was talking about. You got them off the coast of Florida, all up in there. Whole cities like the brother said. You got them over there in India. You know, they all around, just everywhere, all over the place. So that's evidence that, you know, there's a possibility that we can go with that. You know what I mean? Quicker than you can go with a monkey tail being in a woman womb.
In the womb?
You know what I mean? You know, but they'll call that pseudo, right?
Oh no, Mudawar. Explain that.
It's true. It's true.
Kareem, you believe that there's monkey tails in the womb?
Yeah, no, it's not a monkey tail. It's considered something else, but it's like a bone, like a tailbone that, you know, a dog or monkey have. Yes, it falls off in the womb. He's not lying.
Oh shit.
And so they removed one when you had a young seed, Karima. Have they ever told you that or showed you that?
No, it's no, but actually there is pictures of some pictures of some children still have it, you know.
We don't see that amongst our people.
No.
We see that amongst some Chinese folk.
Yeah,
right.
You see that amongst definitely the pale skin. You see what I'm saying? So like I don't even see it amongst Africans.
You don't see it.
No, we didn't. No, I ain't seen it.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, now wait a minute, y'all. We got Mudawar back on, Commission. Now I gotta ask him this. No, he done fell off again.
So you know, see, the European was called the original troglodyte nigger. That's what they called him now. That's the scientific term for it. And they was the ape man.
Oh, you said troglodyte nigger or just troglodyte?
Troglodyte.
Troglodyte.
Yeah, troglodyte nigger.
Wait a minute. They the original niggas.
That's the scientific term. Yes, sir. I'm gonna show you.
Wait a minute, man. Hey, you hear this? They was called troglodyte niggas.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show it to you right now.
Oh man, I
Yeah.
want to see this.
Hold up, let me see right here.
Beast of the field.
Yeah, and see, I can get an explanation for where that come from, because it say in the Quran that God cursed a group of people and turned them into apes and swine.
Hey,
and even in the Bible, it speak when it said that people was eating the swine, sanctifying themselves in the abomination of the mouths. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Here you go right here. Look at this here.
Uh-oh.
Watch this. And that's why I'm like, that's their history. It ain't got nothing to do with us. You know, if they believe that, they can believe that, because I believe that's where they come from too. But I can get a little deeper than that right there and go into the spiritual aspect. You see that? And they talking about nigger over nigger, the beast. That's a European face right there, right? I'm gonna show you the one. You see that there? That's what these fools trying to say they come from. Look at that.
Look at they fur that they call hair.
Like you. Do that look anything like us, bro? Huh?
Look at the fur. Look at the fur that they call hair.
If you think I'm playing, there you go right there. You see that?
Try that nigga.
Huh? See that? Look at it. What
I read that.
Now it say refers to a type of chimpanzee, troglodyte nigger. It's a troglodyte nigger settles mostly by caves and are very hairy with pale skin. They ain't put the E in there. When fully grown, the troglodyte nigger reaches 3 to 5 feet high, which is close to man's average height. Look at him. Look at him. You know, I ain't got no DNA like that. What you say?
Mudawa, what's wrong with your people? Speak on it, Mudawa.
Hey, now look, check this out, Kamisha.
What is that?
Now I'm doing my little, my little research, checking out,
All right, go ahead, family.
DNA, right? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I'm checking out the DNA, people reading their DNA from the same company that I got mine from, right?
Right.
So on my DNA chart, and where it tells me that my closest relation is, right, it says possible place of origins in all those places, right? And so we talking about all throughout West Africa, Central Africa, all the way to the east, right? So now when I go to the European aspect of my DNA, it don't have no place of possible origins, right? Not one place. On all of the from the highest percentage to the very lowest percentage is no possible place of origins, right? So I'm looking at the pale skinned lady, you know what I'm saying, talk about her DNA from the same place. What you know about, she got so excited that her DNA stated that she was basically European, right? What you know about when she was showing her DNA chart on the European part of her DNA, it said no possible places of origin. So where the fuck do they come from? Because she didn't come from no goddamn Africa.
They didn't want you to know where they come from. That's why they got no origin on it. See it here? Look at here. What that say?
I'm just saying.
What
it
that
says, know who you are and give the N-word their name back. Now, scroll up into the troglodyte Negro.
Look at that origin right there. Look at the
origin of a nigger refers to the type of chimpanzee called the troglodyte nigger. The troglodyte nigger settles mostly by caves and are very hairy with pale skin. Oh no!
Huh?
We've been bamboozled, y'all.
So
we've been hoodwinked.
Who your daddy, Unc
Don't be mad no more when they call you nigga.
Hey,
what you talking about? That started off with y'all.
They also call them flugeroids. You see that there?
What did you say? Flugeroid. What's that, family?
That's another terminology that they use. You know what
I
mean?
Hey, I appreciate you, brother, because now I get to call them by their proper terminology.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Troglodytes or flugelord. Flugeroid, excuse me.
Yes, sir. So we got a flugeroid, Unc West, Mudawa, they all claim the ape DNA. So they definitely coming through that lineage, man. That's their DNA.
Damn.
How you gonna put that up against
body
the
structure, man? They ain't got no neck. And some of them look just like that, no neck.
How you gonna put that up against the God code, bro?
Damn, Mudawa. Let,
And I'm
and
a,
let, let,
and
let, move-
let's see how
let,
the scripture
break the
confirm it.
scripture down.
Let's see how the scripture confirm this scientifically.
Lions
You
Den
know,
champ ain't playing
this,
today, Mamudawa. Go
yes,
ahead.
sir.
Go ahead, Commission.
And this ain't even in my notes right here, but
Right.
we're gonna put it on them. Listen to
Put it on the
Job.
manifest.
Job said, he said, but now they that are younger than I, let me blow this up right here. He said, they have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock. He said, I wouldn't even put these people with the dogs of my flock, but they got me in derision. He said, yeah, whereunto might the strength of their hands profit me, in whom old age was perished. For want and famous, they were solitary, fleeing in the wilderness in former time, desolate way. That's when they got cast out into the wilderness. They say, who cut up mallows by the bushes and Jupiter tree roots for they meat. They was eating roots. They say they were driven forth from men, and they cried after them as a thief. Get out of here. Rah! To dwell in the cliffs, in the valleys, in the caves of the earth, in the rocks. Who is it talking about there, Judah? It say, among the bushes they brayed, under the nettles, and they was gathered together. You know what asses bray? Donkeys. They can't talk. You see what I'm saying? So they do that. They can't even say nothing. He said they were children of fools, yes, children of base men, and they were violent in the earth. And now I am their son. I am their song and their byword. So now he's saying they abhor me and they flee far from me and spare not to spit in my face. This is Job talking about a savage people that got ran into the caves, family. Huh? And he's saying now they got control over me now. And then he even tell you that. He even spoke, he said, what he said right here, my skin is black upon me and my bones are burned with heat. So he letting you know he had some melanin in it. So who is these people that he said that they got ran into the cliffs in the valleys of the earth and the rocks that was living a savage life? Troglodyte niggas, flugeroids. See? So that's what they claiming now, Judah? Is that what they claiming now? I just want to know.
Yes, indeed. Somebody got some explaining that done.
You see that? Now let's mix that with it. So it look like to me the scripture confirming the science, don't it?
Yes, indeed.
You know, and so now I'm gonna show you what they don't know about this so-called tail that's in the body and what it really represents. I'm finna show you what that so-called tail really is. Watch this. They so caught up on that materialism and Darwinism. Watch this. This is what it's called scientifically. I've been teaching on this for years. It's called the scimitar sacrum. You see, that's what that's represented as in science, right? And that's at the base of the spine because they say it's shaped like a scimitar. But you know,
yeah,
it's the coccyx bone. This is what a kundalini.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
You see, it's held in the base of the spine. Even Prophet Muhammad said the whole body will be destroyed, but this will be the last portion of man that'll be left, and they'll be resurrected. But all that was really metaphysical, because that's where the serpent fire sits in the body, so to speak. So when you see people meditating and all, they trying to raise that force, which is locked up down there in their lower self. That's what it's about, opening up the channels and letting that energy rise up through you. And they call it
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's the serpent fire. But they so ignorant talking about evolution, what you evolving from. You know, so look, even in here, you see this is still in the body right now. It comes to a point. So as small and sharp as that point come to, somebody got to explain how could it actually be a tail, you know, in the people if everybody don't have them.
Right.
You know, unless you tracing yourself back to that particular lineage, you claiming that. I want to know, I want to see their DNA test. Have they did their DNA test? And they proven this? Because somebody, like you say, got some explaining to do, Kareem. You know what I mean? And we supposed to believe this now because Unc said it. He ain't got to have no proof behind it. But I want to see any place where that monkey tail done fell off in the womb of a woman. They do ultrasounds. You know, I ain't never seen no ultrasound, no monkey tail coming out of there. Now, in a certain development in the state of, you know, the seed, when it get at a certain level, it looked like a little tadpole as it begins.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But not the end all be all of a tail being there. We know the human is not a tadpole. But scientifically, it ain't even right. I'm gonna show you why it ain't right scientifically. I got my slide up here that I was finna beat them up with, right? Look at all this stuff I got in here. Look at all these slides right here. And that ain't even all of it right there, right?
Yeah, I see you. I see
They
you.
is not ready for all this right here that I got for them, right? Well, I'm gonna give them a sneak preview because I dare them to come up in here talking that noise. Watch this. Now, this is finna debunk the whole concept they got. You see that right there? Now, this is showing all of the ones that they claim supposed to be close to human. That's the chimp. He the closest, right? So they say. I'm gonna show you something when you look at the DNA sequence, though. Notice when you go up to AGGC and you get at A, it's not the same as the chimp. The C is there, right? Notice that when you get here, it's a T in the human, but a C in the
Right.
A,
Right.
Notice when you get here, it's because this is the chunk that make them different. And they are way different. See the T here and an A there. And I'm going to show you something that's even more important to be understood. See the A there? That's a T there, right? In the gorilla, same thing. It's not like
exactly. They similar in a gorilla and a chimp.
Yeah, they similar, right? But they ain't nothing like the human. You see the difference? You can see. Matter of fact, they're matching exactly alike.
Yeah, until you get to the end.
Until you get to what they call the common ancestor, and that still ain't close to the human. You see what I'm saying? So now I'm gonna tell you what's really bad about this here that they don't know. Now come over here, right? Now when you look at this here, in order for there to be a complete wrong, and I'm talking about where the DNA strands connect that. If you look at it when it looked like a ladder, in order for them to connect, adenine has to connect with thymine, and guanine has to connect with cytosine. And when you deal with this, it's G and C and A and T. Them the only sequences you'll see in the DNA. But when you go into the common ancestor that they talking about, you don't see no A and T connection. What they call a connection, or what they call the purines and the purines. You see? So if it is only on this side, see it, CT, then this means that there's a break between the wrongs. So that automatically make you see that they different from each other. Because one is just on one side of the DNA sequence, and man's run across each side. He connects AT and GC. But this 8 only connects GC, GC, and then T. It's only on one side. When man connect cross both of them, which shows you he's the ape and the common ancestor is lacking something. You feel me? You know, you can't debunk that right there. And I'm going to show you how it look in the DNA. That's the crazy part about it. Watch this. When we go to the actual DNA, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Prime example right here.
Right.
Now, see this here? Adenine. Notice that they would connect, and this is together. You usually can see it. In this one, I got another chart. But they have it wrote on the actual wrongs. Let me get the one that I got it wrote on the wrongs. And it's up here. Because I want you to get exactly where I'm coming from. There it go right there. You see that? You see how the GC connecting over here? And this is the wrong right here. That's AT. AT. You see that? GC. AT. And that's DNA information. Them 4 letters, the A.
Yeah, I see.
Right. So those letters is what translate into the name of God. The Yod Hey Wav Hey. You see? The only difference is like, see y'all right here? And they got the V and the G because that means God eternally within the body. That's in the DNA code.
Okay.
But you don't find that when you're dealing with them because they don't have an A gene there. And if you notice here, the adenine or the adenine is missing the V. But this is what man has that the ape don't have. He don't have this here. And so the apes is only on this side. So if that happened, that's a break in the DNA strand. And if that breaks, the DNA normally repairs itself, but it can't repair itself if there's no memory in the system to connect and tie. It's only dealing with one side of the DNA sequence and not both of them. So again, that shows you that they are not compatible with each other. Just that alone. So they talking about, man, they better stop it. They better stop it. That done debunk their whole measure right there. I bet you they can't prove me wrong. And Unc know it. Unc know it. You see, here's a nut. Since they come from monkeys and baboons, well, what about this right here? Because that was the oldest one. They even said that the baboon is not indigenous to Egypt. They say they come from foreigners. They were brought in. So if that's the case, then how can anybody in Egypt evolve from apes if they wasn't indigenously there? You see what I'm saying? They'll say, oh, they migrated from another place and went into that area. You know, that's how they'll probably, they say they come from America and went over there. So the thing is about this beast, the only purpose for this little ape right here, this little beast, you know, is that when the souls would be judged, it was said that they would eat the souls, you know, of those.
Right, I heard about that.
So if this is the case, I want to ask the question, do Ankh eat souls? You know, do Mutawa eat the souls? You know, because that's all the Egyptians used them for. And then they would get an erection or a hard on due to this bloodthirsty mindset, eating entrails.
Whoa.
See, this is what happens when you let the European translate your stuff. Because surely if they eat these things and it was normal for you, then don't the DNA has to do with what becomes a part of one's diet as well? Because if we eat meat, you know, just using that example, or we eat vegetables, you know, that come dealing with a habit. It deal with culture. So if these things are living off entrails, and we know right now, if you was in the midst of some wild baboon, they'll tear you apart and they will eat your entrails. They'll eat you. You see what I'm saying? So do they have it in them to do the same thing?
Wait, hold on, Kamish.
Go ahead.
Well, this right here. Go back to that.
Some of them be talking about
this right here.
mammals, whales, and all that too. When you get to talking about the monkeys, they start talking about the whales and the mammals and everything else.
See, you see right here where it says consequently, right here in the second paragraph.
Yep.
It says consequently, he was viewed as devouring the souls of the sinful.
That's what we were talking about.
Wait a minute. Where did they get that from?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And then hold on, the last part. The last part is even more crucial because they always talk about the lake of fire. Hell, ain't no such thing. But according to their information, there is a lake of fire.
See it?
Right.
See it? And I'm gonna tell you why this is being done. That's why I keep telling these fools, eat Wallace Buzz them, then translate this stuff right. And they mixing a lot of stuff in here. And they accept that. I say it's garbage. You know, until you translate that text yourself, you just going on what the Europeans said. And they put all this freak of nature type stuff up in here. And if you ain't contesting it, that means you agree with it. Just my opinion. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I say the European ain't have no business trying to act like he was trying to translate nothing that come from nowhere in Africa. But they let them get by with it. And they uphold this when it go in their narrative. But do they want to own up to this? Is they going to accept the fact that they come from ancestors that eat entrails? They'll say it's a part of evolution. Hey, no, this y'all gonna laugh with this one here. Did you know the ancient Kemites actually used these baboons as police?
Right. I seen that. I seen when you posted that. I was like, yeah.
Hey, look at them. They say they use them like that because they could jump. They can reach and climb. Now, I don't know if y'all ever seen the scene off the movie Mandingo. You know, but it's a movie, an old movie from back in the days during the black exploitation time. The brother get ran down and dude jump out there and grab. He said, "You gonna run catch me for the peck of wood?"
I think I seen that.
So basically, we want to ask, since that's in your DNA, do you still, attend to being a canine? Can you be used? We would call them confidential informants or slave catchers in this new era and time. So they bloodline looking kind of crazy if they say they come from the ape. I don't come from none of that. I don't care what they talking about. I don't come from that. I'm sorry. You see what I'm saying? So they got some explaining to do, family. Let's look at this here, for example. This also debunk them, right? So they say researchers find out that what they call the bonobos, they share 98.7% of their DNA with humans, right? About the same amount that the chimps share with us, right? And they got the little, percentages up here, right? Well, okay, humans and dogs supposed to share 94%, but how much do we look like dogs? I don't see no resemblance. You know what I mean? And then you got humans and cats, 90%. How much do we look like cats? You know what I mean? Okay, what about cows? 80%. That ain't too far away. Okay, what about fruit flies? These people crazy.
That's too much. That's too much. I was already down there before you got there. That's it.
Now, he owned it up to this. We're talking about we come from them.
Yes.
You heard.
That's that's where I was at. That's right.
Since the pig DNA is 98% close to the human being, that's right up there with the chimp. Do we look like that? Do we look like that, people?
No.
So, man, these people gonna keep going with what these people said, man. They go, and then look, check this out. Dolphin DNA versus human. It said through our study, geneticists have found that the human genome and the dolphin genome are basically the same. So if that's the case, that's even more than what they call in the ape DNA. So we don't look like dolphins, do we?
Damn. No, we don't.
That's what I'm telling you. So how in the world, what type of science you Flipper? We gonna
Flipper.
Hey, they evolved. That's what they gonna say. Y'all got to make y'all mind up, man. We gonna deal with evolution, and we more like that dolphin. Then we should be saying we come from dolphins. Man,
pause for a minute. I need to hear Mudawa. Where you at, brother?
Get on,
you on it? He done fell off.
Yeah, he banged out.
All right, keep going, family.
Can you debunk that? Can you debunk all this? This science now. This science. Can you debunk it?
You got a hell of an explanation to give them.
Yeah. He didn't want to come in here because this was the last part. I ain't even get into the first part on how I really was gonna whoop him. Like for example, I'm gonna show you something right here, right? Now, this is all Unc West doing. Y'all gonna know it when I say it. Unc West, he don't even demonstrate deductive reasoning, bro. Deductive reasoning is related to rule-based inquiries, and those in which factual hypothesis is the source for the question that conduct the inquiry, right? Then you have analogical reasoning. That's my position. And it's mostly related to narrative-based inquiries or those in which allegations of the parties are the source for the questions. Meaning he challenging me on what I brought forth. You see what I'm saying? But he ain't even doing deductive reasoning. He's a pseudo-deductive reasoner. You see what I'm saying? Because he ain't gonna show you nothing based on rules and inquiry. He gonna talk and think when he say something over here, you a super pseudo. And that's supposed to make him win the discussion.
Damn,
so let's get deep off into it since he loves science so much and they believe ain't no science in the ancient time. You look up here, when was science first invented? 3000 to 1200 BCE. Well, the earliest roots of science can be traced to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia around 3000 to 1200 BC. Now, if this is the case, that automatically debunk the science you talk about, because now when I get into Kemet and I go to talk about the calendars they created, plows in the field, simple things like that, that's science. Being able to measure certain things. Why we should pay attention to that and raise it up? Because they did the same thing with this European here. Aristotle is considered by many to be the first scientist. Why? Although the term post-dates him by more than 2 millennia, in Greece in the 4th century BC, he pioneered the techniques of logic, observation, inquiry, and demonstration. So what is it that he created, though? So we can say Aristotle wasn't no science. They might say he the first, but what did Aristotle create? I ain't heard Aristotle invent nothing. We know he studied under the feet of the Egyptian or the Kemite, and the real Aristotle was really one of us. He wasn't even this European right here. You see what I'm saying? I showed y'all that before when he was sitting at the feet of the Arab was sitting at the feet of it. So they say, well, who is the father of science? Galileo, right? And they say he was a scientist just because he made a telescope. You know what I mean? So if he can just make a telescope and they already got pyramids with the Dendera up there, with the whole zodiac up there, bro, how in the world you gonna try to say it ain't no science in ancient Kemet? It ain't got nothing to do with science, bro.
Link in the chat.
Yeah, then Albert Einstein.
Yeah, Dennis Thorpe, man.
The greatest scientist in the world. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Dennis Thorpe. The link is in the chat, brother. You talking about? He must be talking about Uncle West. He can't possibly be talking about Commission.
No, he
can't. He can't because he just jumped on. So explain something.
Yeah. He come up in here, he gonna get it too if he don't come the right way.
Dennis Thorpe, there go the link, brother. We don't do all that in the chat with the pom poms. We put on our steel-toe boots and we get in the goddamn ring in the trenches.
Yeah, all of them running from this right here. Didn't I call them both out, JJ, on the phone? What they at?
Yep, Mudawa and
Mudawa seen me on here. He jumped off.
Well, the link is in the chat. Come over here and prove what he's pseudo on.
Yeah, because I'm giving you straight definition. And I'm finna really
with information. Like, it ain't like you just talking like half of y'all just do in the back chat, like, for real.
Yeah, I'm always bring the sources. That one thing everybody know about Commission. Commission gonna bring it to you from the source. Now, whether you accept it or not, just crying pseudo, family, that ain't gonna get it. That pseudo crying ain't gonna get you nowhere. Because you got to prove what I said to be wrong. I want you to show me that 8 got a DNA that even deal with 2 strands. Because we see 1 strand DNA in the 8. Didn't I just prove it? According to science. So that ain't nothing like the human being.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, this is what Einstein said. Who is the #1 scientist in the world? They say Einstein, right? He the greatest, right? Einstein said in this book, and this is the God Code, he said, everyone who is seriously involved in the pursuit of science has become convinced that a spirit is manifest in the laws of the universe.
Wait a minute.
Ain't that Google Scholar, the dentist dude?
Yeah.
You ran from General.
Everybody.
Like, you're sharp. What's going on? You in the back chat cheerleading.
Yeah. And then,
he ain't gonna jump on. He ain't gonna jump on because he ain't got no information.
You have 2 debates lined up. You had one with him and Jeremiah Judah, but you was over there in the back chat crying. Like, come on.
Right. And Einstein went on to say, y'all, he said a spirit vastly superior to that of man. So Einstein believed in a God. He believed in the creator. He more into intelligent design.
Right.
So what you gonna say he's pseudo too because he said that spirit is greater than the physical man? Huh? Is he pseudo too?
Yeah, they can't do that because then in the next minute they use his work. Yeah.
Now let me show you something here. Let me give these people the proper definition of science so we'll never have a mistake about this again. And this is the etymological roots of it. Science, state or fact of knowing, right? What is known? Knowledge of something acquired by study, information, right? Also the assurance of knowledge, certitude, and certainty. In old French, science is knowledge, learning, application, corpus of human knowledge, expertise, to know, intelligence, skill. It also has to do with being able to cut and divide, split. That means having right discrimination, so to speak, being able to separate certain things by criterion. Book learning is considered a science. You know, it's so many different branches of it. So when you go to saying this ain't science and that ain't science, come on, you tripping, bro. Even philosophy was considered science at one time. Even theosophy is considered science. Now let's go into, they say, well, the Bible and the Quran ain't no scientific books. Well, right here in the Arabic, right here, science in dealing with Arabic is al-alim ad-din. That's the science of religion, right? But then there's another measure dealing with the science as a science of nature, which is the science of studying the cosmos and everything. So that word al-ilm or ilm, it means knowledge or it means to know, which is what they call science. You see? So you can't lie and say that this ain't, look at that. Ain't it the same definition? Knowing, learning, Lord, word for word, science. For example, they go into the faculty of science in the Egyptian university. Now watch this right here. Let's go into the Hebrew because it's close to that same word. Ilm is olam. See, this is what I tell you. When you know etymology, you can prove these things. The word olam or olam is meant the infinite or that which is permanent in the limits of time. You see, it also means the world or the cosmos. But it goes deeper because in the Hebrew, it said that this also has to do with those things that are hidden. So when you see it talks about levels of countless levels of concealment, and this is why we say God is the Lord of all the worlds. That mean at the cellular level, that mean at the atomic level, that mean dealing with quantum physics and all of that. So you gonna mean to tell me that it ain't no word for science in now one of these religious texts? Huh? I told y'all not to play with me, didn't I? Y'all think I just be talking, don't you? See what I'm saying? And it's the same thing here. Same thing. What is known? What is to be known? You know, same thing there, right? This is where I kill him at. I get in gematria on here. Watch how this gematria, how cold-blooded it is, family. The words ALM, they equal 71, right? And then when you come to 71 and you add 7 plus 1, you get 8, and that's the letter ket in what they call Hebrew. When you add ket to the ALM, you get alchemy. Huh? So this already means knowledge, ilm, but alchemy was the original version of science before they called it science. So alchemy during the ancient time was the science before it became science. That word alchemy comes from chemic. See, they don't know etymology. I keep telling them how powerful this etymology is. Science, the intellectual and practical activity of encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. The world of science and technology. Don't that correspond with that Hebrew definition? The cosmos, the Arabic definition, and what it deal with? Math, ontology, which is still math, mathematical physics. I'm demonstrating that right now. I'm giving it to you in the gematria and all that right there. Y'all want to challenge the God code? And then when we get into the name of the creator and how it connects to that, it's even more powerful. So we see right here, and this is a Bible, this is a King James Bible, the one I got, had it for 20 years. It say Allah, right? It means the singular name of God. You see, coming out of the Hebrew language, right? But then when you come into Arabic, I'm going to show you the relation to this. So they see the relevance of this right here. When you go into this Demotic text right here that I broke down, you can see the symbol that the Arabs got this concept of the name from, where they got the glyph Allah from. All that come up out of Kemetic writings, family. They just put their own breakdown on it. But this name, Yah, and La, and Allah, Allah, Allah. That's the evolution of the name. Now, I ain't seen nothing yet because you're going to see how it connect to the DNA. There it is right there, Ru'Allah, Ru'Ahlu. That's another way they say it, right? Same root, right? Watch this. Y'all done seen these already. Look at this. Same thing up here when you go into the elements. And this is basically saying, it talk about the field of peace. So the field of peace is within. It ain't got nothing to do with a real field somebody playing. This is going within oneself. The field of peace is in you. And it talk about it here. The Sufi said when one is in close proximity to God, you know, people that's on a carnal mindset, materialists, can't comprehend this because they in the presence of God because they know God is at the presence of their being. In the Bible, it said, no, you're not the temple of God, and the spirit of God that dwelleth within you, which you, I mean, it's there you go. So when you're dealing with that, what is the connection between the spirit of God within you and you being the temple of God? Watch this. Here's another breakdown on the word Allah. A brother actually over there, I got the video when the brother Rashidi was over there with him, and he was up there in Philadelphia breaking down this symbol, he said it represented Allah, and it had to do with to give. I'm gonna show you how powerful this is. Look at this right here. When you go into the actual breakdown of it, it means to give, just like the brother said, right? Now, Wallace Buzz them put the symbols up here, but we ain't paying no attention to the symbols. We know this come from demotic and hieratic when they do that. And so we know the R is interchangeable with the L. We prove that with Tehuti, even though he tried to deny it. So when you go up here in the source that they call, it's a book called The Initiation of Aliism. And it's actually a work that was actually dealing with, some high teachings, that come from, the mystic teachings of Judaism, so to speak. And it says, thus was it that the letter A became so sacredly associated with the idea of deity. It says, who was himself called Al, or Allah. It say the generic supreme name of God is worshipped among the eldest patriarch. See, this is where Ella also come from, if you ever seen that. The life of Allah, God, was the life. It says that the true alias always desired to cultivate and to lead. Hence, aliism, the life of God in the soul of man, was the most ancient mode of religion. God eternally within the body is what we getting at. See what I'm saying? And all of this is showing. Look at the brother here. They got as a statue. There, a lot of people say this is Allah, the moon god. They use this for that. Okay, so if you want to say that this is the case, look at how he holding his arm right here. What he got in his hand? That's the eye Heru. See, directing you into spiritual self within. The light within the soul is what it's talking about. That existing from the beginning of time. Now let's get into the real Hebrew text, because the other one, the box Hebrew, we already know that's a little bit off, but it still got, it still relates. It relates. But this is the true, Hebrew glyphs. You hear the brother apostle talking about it all the time. It's saying the same thing, Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey, right? But it get interesting. If you notice, it's the figure of what looks like, limbs, the human being, right? You see it twice here. This represents the masculine and feminine that exists within the name of the creator, Yah and Wah. You see a Yahuwah, right? So now when you go over here and you look at the letters, what brings a connection here? You won't see this with Adam and Eve. You see Asha, which is, they say Isha. You see Ash, which is Ish, man and woman, right? So when you look at this, you see Yah. This is the key that linked the man and the woman, spirit man and the woman together. See the arm right there? It's over here in the name of the man. You see the name of the woman here. You see the figure of the man here. So that's the connection. These two figures are the connection between their name, because this one is the same as this one. Here, par himself. These two are the same. This letter, looking like a fence, is the same, which is letter S and H. But you see the only difference between their names is this figure of the man here and the woman, and the figure of this hand. You see that we have here. And both of these figures make up the name Yah. See, now when you come up here to the name, what they call Yahweh, some people say Yahuwah, you see the hand here, you see the symbol at the Yah, that's the root. Same thing here, right? But when you look at this and you read it backwards, because you transliterate it, you do YHWH. But you go backwards, this is actually a Kemetic name, Hu-He. The W becomes U in when you get into the linguistics. And the H, is the same, and then the Y becomes the letter I. It's always been interchanged. So Hu-He is the name that connects to this name Yahweh. This name Yahuwah is also in Arabic. Oh, he who is. So I just connected these names from, what they call Hebrew, Arabic, and all the way back to Kemet. So we're talking about the same deity in essence, despite the remixes, despite what they done came up with later. And then you see the Elohim down here, or the Alihim. They are the ones also connected through these two letters, the man figure and the arm. But Adam and Eve ain't nowhere up in here. And this is what makes man, the spirit man or the true man, more exalted than the physical man. So if you ever heard me talk about Cadman, he consists of Ish and Isha in his essence. Really, Ish and Isha really represent X and Y chromosome from a divine standpoint. That's really what that represents. So Adam and Eve, is the physical portion. That's Adam Harishon. There's a difference between the two. This spirit man come forth in Genesis 2:4-7. How do I know this? Because he came before the plants and the trees and everything else. Adam came after the plants and the trees was created. So you're talking about two different people. You see what I'm saying? Now watch this. Right here, the name Allah, for example. If you turn the Hebrew name for Yahweh upside down, look at the glyph in the way that it looks. Look at it right here. This is another example right here. Pull them together. You see how much that name look just like the name of Allah. It's just like reversing the other name the other way. So you're talking about the same supreme being.
Right.
You see, he always been the same. This knowledge has just been lost. So all of that being said, bring us right back here to these letters. When you get into the Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey, and this is the portion that deal with man. That's why you don't see the W and the H at the end, because this is dealing with God eternally within the body of man. But notice in this particular element, out of all of those proteins that are mentioned, it has Yah all the way down the line. And guess what? The ape don't have this. The ape gene don't have that, family. Man got them all, but the ape don't have it. So when you come over here, this is what I was talking about a few minutes ago. Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey, because the V is interchangeable with W as well. So when you add all of this up, and I've been studying this for years, family. I compared this years ago to verse 26. When I found out the actual numerical value, I compared that to Genesis 26 when they say, let us make man in our image. You see what I'm saying? But then when you get here in man, it's YHVG, pardon self. And that's what separates, man himself from the creator, but God, the creator, is still there in the form of Yah. So this part means God, and this means eternally within the body. So in the essence of man, God is at the essence of man. And this is where that intelligent design come into play. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so it says here, here's another measure right here. Look at this. Substitute modern elements for the ancient letters, it is clear that although we share in the first three letters represent 75% of our creator's name, the fourth and final letter of our chemical name sets us apart from God. While the presence of God is in the invisible, intangible form of three gases, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, the last letter of our name, it says, is the stuff that gives us the color, the taste, texture, and sounds of our body, carbon. And that's where the Y, H, V, and the G come from. We got the carbon. YHWH, carbon is not there. You see what I'm saying? It says, and this gives us the letter, the one letter that sets us apart from God. And is also the element that makes us real in our world. And so you can see it right here again. You see hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. These letters express that. And then over here in man, the name of man as opposed to the name of God, you see hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon. But check this out. When you look at H, N, and OC in the Hebrew, that's Enoch. Enoch was the first person they say went up in the presence of God. You see, he didn't see a death, they say, right? According to the teaching. But it says the H in the YHVH of God's name is replaced by the G in the YHVG of humankind. It says through language, this illustrates that while we share three of the four letters of God's personal name as our genetic code, we are not equal to God. 25% of our composition is very different. It is this difference that gives us our physicality. You know what I mean? And it says, and accounts, it says, for our uniqueness as a species. This is not to suggest that God is simply a wispy gas made of invisible elements. Rather, it is through the very name that God divulged to Moses over 3 millennia ago. It says that our world, and it went into everything else, manifest, is connected to him. I was just trying to get that to the people. So here's the other thing here where I showed y'all earlier. If you look at all the elements, They all had a name Yah, but when you get to this Adonai, why is this name void here? You know, and it's the one that man have, but the ape don't have it. You know what I mean? Ape don't got this gene, but you look at the root of this name, there's something here. And it ain't even scientifically done on purpose. This is done by divine design. Intelligent design did this. Adon means Eden. Adon represent the Garden of Eden. So the garden of your divinity is inside of you. It's in your DNA code. We just showed you God eternal within the body, right? You know, and so this can be read in the Hebrew language, or it can be read in the Arabic language the same, because they got the same number value. Any name that's in the Abjad order, basically, even the Phoenician, if you put it in the Abjad order, these letters are basically the same with the exception of a few changes. So this is where they come up with all that stuff when you hear them talking about, you know, root races, and like the brother Mighty Hebrew talk about, you know, the 7 sub races and the root races, all that talk about man coming through levels of being spirit and then taking on different forms, because everything in us is in the universe. Everything in the universe is in us. So that spirit man that was there in the beginning with God went on a pilgrimage. That's why I said, let the Elohim said, let us make man in our image, before he was a physical man. So what was it saying? You see, so when that one came into existence, he went on a pilgrimage from being spirit. And by the time he reached the form of physical man, you know, he had already basically built up, you know, that within itself, you know, from that godly nature, that which would be sustained by God, so to speak. So when you go here, this is the original way of man coming into being. Perfect man, human, animal, vegetable, mineral, elemental essence, which we just spoke of. We can go from elemental essence all the way to perfect man. Ain't no 8 in there. So I'll take this old breakdown, you know, over that garbage they talking about. Monkey tails and DNA cells. Stop it. You know what I mean? So how do all this right here represent the God code when we get into the essence, now that you see what the code is? Let's deal with some science, because they say it ain't no science in these old documents. Like the documents, even in Kemetic, the way E. Wallace Budge put it out there, the way he tell it, or you deal with the biblical text or the Quran. The time that they refer to before what they call the Planck era, or the Planck epoch, or what they call the grand unifying theory, you know, when everything was just there, wasn't no creation going on, you know, 43 seconds after the Big Bang, all that stuff there, they can't tell you nothing before that. They dealing with evolution, so they can't even go nowhere beyond that themselves. You see? So the Egyptians, we find, they call this state Amen Renef. How would they define this right here, this beginning part of creation is Amen and Renef, if they wasn't observing nature? Where did they get the tools to even think, or even why were they even thinking on the level of what took place? And they wrote this in their book, whose name is unknown to all the Neteru. It says, who has no definition, cannot be described in any human form, who has no image, who has no form, who has no beginning nor end. This is the way the Egyptians describe this state. You see what I'm saying? And they call this the first cause, you know, the quality of being, you know, the all dealing with the creator, the master of the universe being present, but yet we call it subjective if we use the term of saying, well, creation hadn't come forth yet. Yeah. And so when you compare that and understand that Amen represented a hidden state, because he was the hidden one in the beginning, you understand the nature of what the universe was in at the time. This is that subjective being that became manifest, and then they called him Amen Ra. He was the hidden that became the manifest light. You see what I'm saying? And when you get into this measure, that's where the Zeptepi concept come in at, or what they call the first time, when life begins to manifest, right? And you can put this in the measure of dealing with Planck time, going into zeptoseconds. You see, Zeptepi, zeptoseconds. Huh? I told them not to play with me, family. You see, now look at this. This is a expression from those in India. You got 3 worlds here. You got the soul world, the subtle world, and you got corporeal world, which is the physical. That's basically saying spiritually, mentally, and physically, right? Now watch how they demonstrate it in science. There it go right there. Same thing. You see what I'm saying? Coming from on high and all the way into the manifest. It's right here. Planck epic and everything on the manifest. That grand unification of the epochs. You see, it's showing you how everything manifested. You know, from dealing with the quarks and the anti-electrons and anti-protons and all the way up into the electroneutrinos, neutrinos, pardon self, trinos, and then neutron protons. All this represent the coming into existence that they say, well, we don't have to talk about that. That ain't got nothing to do with evolution. So where you start at, you just fell out of the manifest. You fell out the womb. Oh, I forgot they crawled out of the, you know, a tadpole pond. So when you come here, you know, in the same state,
You crazy.
that they call they call this if you ever see when it say in the beginning, you know, God created the heavens and the earth was void without form. Scientifically, this represents the omnipresence of the God particle. You know, this is dealing with, though it is present, you know, that Higgs boson, it's on the manifest, you know, there's a ground state that's taking place, you know, and so the energy ain't vibrating at the state where it's actually able to create something, but it's there. The potential is there. Who do you think brought it for? Do you think it just evolved and came forth? Or do you think it was intelligent design? It was done on purpose, right? We find out that when we deal with this Higgs boson, you know, they even built machines, you know, and basically smash elements together to come up with creation models. And this is how they later found out even about quantum physics. And when you get into quantum physics, you can't even see certain things, but they say you know it's there. And the real test of knowing it's there is by mathematics. So this is saying gematria, which is rooted in the word geometry. Gematria through mathematics can be used to prove that something is there that you can't see under a microscope. And that's science, but that's the way we describe God. He there, you know, he present, but you can't see it. And that's why you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so even dark energy and dark matter, they call this new in Kemet. Ancient Kemet, that was new in New Net. You know what I mean? Years ago, I call it celestial melanin. You know what I mean? I call it celestial melanin. You know, so the Kemites knew this stuff. How did they know this if they wasn't observing nature? The people got calendars. They kept history and time. Is that not science, people? You see? This is the same example of what you just seen rotate. You know, that dark energy or dark matter. But when the Most High said, let there be light, and I was talking about Amen being manifest, that's the word that was used. Facts in ancient Kemet. Look at this here. That's my proof of it right there. The word more, right here, right? It tell you, what does it say it mean? Luminous body, luminary, light, element, right? As in the element manifested. So when he said, let there be light in Genesis 1:3, this wasn't no sunlight. This was the light of the creator himself. See what I'm saying? It's what we talking about, family. You gonna tell me ain't no signs involved? Oh, you think I'm playing when I say that the word mayar or more means light? And what it says it means, this ain't talking about the sun. The sun was created on the 4th day. So in Genesis 1:6, it goes everywhere where it's showing it. Look at what it said mean though. Light bearer, luminary. You see what I'm saying? Then it gives the name later to sun and moon as a light that come after that. But the first light was in let there be light. But how is it possible that this word mar correspond with the same word in ancient Kemet that refers to Amen, who was hidden, that became the manifest light in Kemet? Huh? Etymology is the truth, family. That's why I keep telling you, through etymology alone, you can prove this stuff. Look at it. More, the light of the eyes rejoicing, the heart. Proverbs 15:30. Huh? And it says a good report maketh the bones. A good report maketh the bones, right? So when we come here in Genesis 1-14, it says, God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide, right? So it goes into a lesser light. It goes into all these different measures, but it's still dealing with that same word. You know, even here, the celestial bodies, it's still the same thing, right? Watch this. This is how the God code came through, man. Look at this word, Lemorat. Lemorat. That sounds like Lemoria. Wow. So out of all that, family, when you get over here and you look at time, the Indologists, which are the Europeans, went over there, and it's William Jones. He was the father of Indology. They went, because you know, with time, you know, time come by movement. The first movement in time made, you know, the calendar history, so to speak. The European didn't know what time it was. The Indians and the Sumerians and Egyptians had the oldest calendars. Then they came forth with the Julian and the Gregorian, and they started it from their year one. You know, but the older calendars fit more in the theme of things because they go up into the, you know, 311 trillion years. You know, you can fit the concepts of life being on the manifest for 65 million years within that calendar history. But you can't fit that in the European calendar history of the Indologists who came forth saying that life began 6,000 years ago. You just can't do it. It's impossible. You know, and that's why they want to try to separate science from the belief system, because they know they done messed up. They done screwed up. So in the Quran, right? If the Quran is not a book that has science in it, why did it reveal and said, well, Allah said the son of Adam wronged me, for he curses Adar, which is time, though I am Adar the time. So God say he is the time. He said, in my hands are all things, and I cause the revolution of the day and the night. How would Muhammad know this right here? You know, and he didn't have that type of knowledge to talk about the revolution, because it actually says the number of months in the sight of God is 12 in a year. That's translated in the Quran. So ordained by him the day he created the heavens and the earth, it says of them are 4 sacred. And that is the straight uses. That's the time when you deal with certain holy months and so forth and so on. Then it talks about by time, indeed, mankind is in loss except for those who have believed and done righteous deeds and advised each other to the truth and advised each other to patience. You know what I mean? And it just keep going on, just dealing with different aspects. It even talk about God is the one who created the day and the night. Surah 55, Ayat 6, the sun and the moon. Each one is traveling in orbit with its own motion. How could Muhammad know this without a telescope? How can he know, you know, how these things are moving without a telescope? Have a concept of it.
Right.
Huh? It says the sun must not catch up to the moon. It says, nor does the night outstrip the day. Each one is traveling in an orbit within its own motion. That's Surah 36, verse 40. God appointed the day and the night for rest, and the sun for mourning, a reckoning, dealing with the time. For you, God subjugated the sun and the moon, and both diligently pursuing in their courses. That's still talking about the cycle. And for you, he subjugated the night and the day. Blessed is he the one who placed the constellations in the heaven and placed therein the lamp and the moon giving light. All this deal with observation, but this was a divine revelation revealed to one, you know, so he could know these things about the sun and moon dealing with calculations. He didn't have the instruments to do that unless he got it from those in Kemet. You see what I'm saying? So all of this stuff they talking about, family, talking about ain't no science in the religious books. It's the same thing in the Bible. It said in Genesis, when he talk about the creation of the sun, he said he created it to compute times of time. So he was talking about the zodiac there. He even talking about Mazzaro, which is the word they use for zodiac in the biblical language. So these are the old calendars that they had. You know, our brother Mighty Hebrew talk about these calendars all the time. You know what I mean? You can understand what's going on there because they Kali Yuga are the Yuga calendars that the brother talk about. You know, it goes all the way back to, you know, even a million years, you know, 850,000 years in time, which the Egyptians actually kept this same time unbeknownst to many. Them and the Sumerians kept time in this particular range. You see, this is actually a calendar here I had fixed and built. I ain't gonna go into that right there right now. It ain't necessary. But I'm gonna show you some how in Egypt, and a lot of people don't talk about this. This is the dinner here in Egypt, right? You can see they was observing nature. That's the whole zodiac right there. And this is in the ceiling of monuments over there, family.
Is that the calendar? What's
That's the
going?
calendar. And the calendar of Enoch is rooted in this calendar right here.
Okay.
It come up out of this. This deal with the 360 and all of that right there. But when you come here, this is another example here, of, things coming into being in creation. This is a symbol of supposed to be Amen rising up, from the mound, so to speak, if you ever heard them talk about that. But look at what it says here in the language. A long, indefinite period of time, eternity, the eternal. It says endless and limitless eternal, forever and ever. The God of hundreds of thousands of years. Hey, right? It says the eternal land. You see? The necropolis. It says Het, the eternal land. So, man, it gets in that. Look, Het who? Remember I was talking about even dealing with the who, he, and the Het who right there. So if all this stuff was being took, look at that, 100 million years. And they use the term in Ptolemy, that's when they dealing with their translation, right? But it says 100,000 of millions of years, 10 million years. The Coptics is the ones that translated this stuff. 10 million, 100,000 millions of years. So if they was keeping time, like that's mathematics, family. You gonna tell me that it ain't no science in these books? Where did they get the knowledge to keep that type of time from, family? Huh? Now let's get to Atum, which is what the name Atum evolved into Autum, Atom, where Autum actually gave birth to Adam, but then you have Atma. I just put it in the AEIOU concept. You know what I mean? But this is a word from India, which means the spirit soul. Then this word from Kemet, which they just put different vowels in there. They mean the end, to finish, to complete, to perfect. Why? Because all of those potentials exist within the atom. Creation and destruction. Is that not science? But how does the Kemites have the knowledge to have this knowledge here? How did they come up with it? Who taught them? Or did they observe nature? And if you agree they observed nature, they were dealing with science, family. They're dealing with science. And now this is a recap of everything I just said. When they talk about the, darkness in the primeval waters, darkness over the face of the deep, and the spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. This was the primeval waters of Nun and Nunet, space and infinity, formlessness, Kuk and Kuket. This is primordial darkness, light and darkness, right? Dark energy, dark matter. Y'all know how it go. Amun, Aminet, invisible and hidden. That's that hidden that become manifest. Day one. That's when Ra, breathe forth, or God, as we say, Amun, Mar, Mayar, whatever term you want to give, because we know we're talking about the same reality. We ain't talking about no deities, and idol worship. He breathed forth, and them 7 Elohim came into the manifest. In Kemet, they call that Tehudi, Ma'at, Autum. They were present, because Tehudi represent divine mind. So this is consciousness, God consciousness. You see, Shu is the word that they use here in Kemet. It's related to the word Ish and Isha. Shu, Ishu, right? So they have husband, man. They have the mother of virtues, which are symbolic to air, water, fire, earth, and ether, which represent the spirit, because ether is what unites everything in creation. Ether is what a God code is at the essence of creation, to animate these elements. You see? So then it goes into day 2. This is protoplasm. Protoplasm is the first form of life. People call it atom. So we have Autum here. Same thing, right? Shu, Tefnu. Air is produced, right? We showing you how these things take on now. Day 3, when the earth come on to manifest. In Kemet, they call the earth Seb, a Geb. You see, Geb and Nut, water. You see the expansions created, the firmaments and all that. Day 3, right? It says day 4, the plant dealing with Ra, this deals with fire because the sun is on the manifest now. It is what feeds the soil and cause germination to take place. You see? Then you have day 5, the beast, and I have Apep here, who was the enemy of Ra, because this is where all beasts of the field were created on day 5, according to Genesis. You see what I'm saying? And the nature of a serpent has always been depicted as fiery. That's that Apep, that enemy, which is synonymous with darkness, evil. It came in by default, right? And so when we say light was separated from the darkness, it was the wickedness that was separated from the light. You see, that's what Lucifer fell, they say.
The link is in the chat. Hold on,
Tell them
hold
to
on,
come
hold
on
on.
in here.
Yeah,
Tell
the
them to
link.
come.
Hold on, okay. The
Who trying?
uh, who is that? Emac, get your ass on this motherfucker.
Tell them to get
And
on here.
yeah, and Michael said we don't deal with science. Okay, get your ass
Israel
on here
don't deal
too.
with science.
All this science I just showed him was
And
Come on,
who
approved in the
else?
bro.
Bible, in the Quran,
You
and
gotta
the
get
Quran.
out this one where it's indoctrinated bullshit, bro.
What's wrong with these people?
Man, just keep teaching, family.
So if you come here, right, this is set in Neptune. This is day 6. This is that corner man and woman. This is that Adam,
Somebody
that
mute their
corporate man.
mic.
You know what I mean? Somebody got their mic open a little bit, but okay, thank you, fam. And so this is the man of the earth here. The spirit man was there with God in the beginning. That's that one that I told you, that Adam Cadman, that spirit man. That's all it means. And then day 7 is also the manifest up here when you deal with angel, you know, and the cherubim, so to speak. They was in the God. You know, they was on the manifest to basically guard the God. Now, angelic host, so to speak, we say an angel is a thought of God manifested in the flesh as well. And that's how most angels came. So when you get into this aspect right here, you understand these things, family. You understand the psychophysical man, you know, Mar that we spoke of. You can understand what it means when you go into Kemet, and then they begin to refer to certain beings, you know, as being creators or a part of creation. It's not saying that they are to be worshipped. You know, it's saying that they are divine expressions of the attribute. So just say if one was an attribute of love, then there was a man who manifested the love or a woman who manifested the love. If it said that it was dealing with, you know,
Hey sis.
mhm. And so when you get there, family, and you understand all that there, and that's broke down through Genesis. That's my own breakdown of all this stuff that I done studied over a course of 30 years.
Okay.
GM James confirmed what I said. This is my source to prove what I'm talking about this atom, autumn, and intelligence measure. The brother said, may he rise in power, this work. He said the identity between the Egyptian sun god Autumn and Atum, it says in the atom of modern science. There are two things which I desire to point out in connection with the relationship between Autumn and Atum. It says the Egyptian sun god and atom of modern science. He said these things are the similarity, it said, of attributes. He said in similarity of names, just as what I was saying a few minutes ago. It says the Egyptian god Atum or Atum means self-created, everything and nothing, a combination of positive and negative principles. It says in all inclusiveness and emptiness, the demerge, possessing creative powers. That's why atoms continue to create, because they have creative powers endowed in them. You see what I'm saying? And so it goes on. He went on breaking it all the way down. Atom as the substratum of matter, you know, even in according to Greek philosophy and Democritus in the movement, which is within. And man, he goes into everything dealing with that, man. The brother was fired by bringing this on the manifest. But he said it here. He said, now with reference to the similarity of these two names, he said the first thing we should bear in mind is the fact that they both possess identical attributes, as has been already pointed out in section 1. Consequently, we are compelled to conclude that the atom of science is the identical name of the Egyptian sun god, the most ancient of the gods, Septa. It says, who was present with Atum at creation. It says the second thing we should bear in mind is the fact that the name of the god Atum, sometimes spelled Autum, belongs to the cosmology of the Memphite theology, whose date goes back to 4000 BC, when the Greeks were not even known. Consequently, we compel to conclude that the Greeks obtained both the original name and the attributes of the sun god Atum from the Egyptians. Huh? So when they say Adam came up as a mound in the dark, new and all that right there, this is dealing with, you know, all of the elements that come up out of that. You see what I'm saying? And this is a quotation from some of the papyri. Salutation to thee, O Atum. Salutation to thee, he who comes into being by himself. Thou art high in this thy name, high mound. And that's like a symbol of the high mound that we have here, right? Thou comest in the being in this thy name, Kepri, because Kepri also represent another form of dealing with Autumn at a certain state of the creation. So these terms represent scientific terms in the ancient Comedian doctrine. This is an actual state of dealing with what they call the Bin. And notice it has a human figure in the Bin, which is synonymous with basically Autumn coming forth in creation, or the first creator, in the Bin. That's the expression of that, right? Then they have another one here with the same expression. Notice they're holding their hands up. That's a symbol of dealing with Ka, or Shu, that deal with the holy breath. So we can see how the atom and holy breath work together. Holy breath is spirit. That's God, right? It's God directing the atom. You can see now in this particular expression a masculine and a feminine principle. That go right back to the name I was speaking of earlier. And also the creation, of a spirit man and a spirit feminine, that existed since the time of creation. All of that represents what's in the name. Ish and Isha, Ash and Asha. Or we can say All-Sar and All-Set in this particular state. Because All-Sar and All-Set, which is Osiris and Isis, they don't just refer to some physical people, even though, they were physical, but not in the sense that they think. They were physical to this sense, that they represented spiritual principles before they became physical. And so a king may be a man that was called Osar, Osiris. And then one that come up later would be called that. So these were stations, you see? So we ain't looking at just one person being this. In ancient Kemet, they recognize themselves as living through their lineage, the God code being passed down generation and generation. Man, look right here in the Quran. It says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, well, the Bible, let's say the earth was void without form, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. We spoke of this, right? And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And the Quran follows up with that and says, moreover, he comprehended in his design the sky, and it had been as smoke. And he said to the earth, come together willingly or unwillingly. And the elements said, we do come together in willing obedience. So you gonna mean to tell me ain't no intelligent design in here, when in the Quran it say his design comprehended the heavens? It says it right here too, another one. He who created for you all things that are on the earth, moreover his design comprehended the heavens. So the design that comprehends the heavens represent the power that he placed within these elements to be able to reproduce of themselves, that atom, to constantly, and he put intelligence in it, because you never see apple trees producing oranges unless man done went in there and tried to manipulate something. The nature of an apple is going to continue to produce what the seed is. So if we look at that all around the way and look at life, and we talk about human beings only produce human beings, family. Show me a human being that done produce other than that ain't been done by somebody going into a laboratory and doing it. Show me an ape that has produced a human and prove it outside of what Darwin them done said. You can't do it. So we debunking them again. In the Circle 7, it says this. It says, from Allah's own record book, we read, the triune Allah breathed forth, and there stood 7 spirits before his face. The Hebrew called these the 7 spirits, the Elohim. Same thing that Genesis saying. The Circle 7 Holy Quran say the same thing. It's saying these are they who, in their boundless power, created everything that is or was. It says, and these spirits of the triune Allah moved on the face of the boundless space, and the 7 ethers were, and every ether had its form of life. That's going back to the elements again. So with all these books saying the same thing, family, just in different ways of wording it, how can you go against that and lie and say that ain't no science involved in that? It ain't no intelligent design involved in that. That's consensus. See, that's what I mean. And you'll say, well, you bringing all this stuff and putting it together. No, what I'm showing you is that you've been rejecting things out here and you ain't read a lot of this stuff. And I'm showing you that they're saying the same thing in every book. So can everybody be lying? Because if we was in the court of law right now, you know, it would be some guilt going on here. All this evidence I done brought up here. You know what I mean?
Man, yeah, you brought out a lot, Commissioner.
Come on.
You still gonna have some for your conversation with him on
Man,
Wednesday?
look. It goes on and on.
Right,
It
right,
goes
right.
on and on.
All right, well,
Man,
yeah.
so I'm gonna stop right there.
Yeah, we gonna,
Because I done
yeah,
made my point.
you made
Because
your
I wanted
point.
to try to
Okay.
rebut.
Sister, I know she probably have some questions or something to say.
Right.
So
Let me stop sharing.
open the panel.
Okay. Yeah.
Sister Giovanni, yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing, Queen?
Hi.
You got any questions?
Peace and blessings
Peace and
to
blessings.
Well,
everybody,
you
to
know I stay
Lions
on live.
Den, to Sister Karina. Peace and blessings. I love the way you control. I've been
You might
watching
mute
so
that
much
mic.
replays, and I love when you step in there and
Thank you, thank you.
kudos
I know
to
you
you.
wanted to say something the last time, but you left, and I was, looking
Uh,
for
I
you.
might,
And
yeah, I might have passed. Yeah, I might have had to go to work or something, but I passed out or something. But yeah, forgive me for that, please.
yeah, but he's on here just in case you want to ask him, that from the last time, or any questions you have about what he just brought out.
Yeah, I have like I would actually like to do I like intelligent debates where we can agree to disagree, but just bring it out. And a lot of what I've heard uh, him bring out, I agree with, right? Well, let me say some. And but there are other things that from my walk and my studies, my interpretation, what I'm getting is different. You understand? So on these, I think that's where we can have a great debate. I would like to get into, but what I one of the questions I wanted to ask him right now, I wrote it down, was when you bring up the Egyptians, when you're speaking about the Kemet and the Egyptians, right? And and correct me if I'm understanding it wrong. You brought up the atom, the Adam. I've heard that in the past. I've heard that in the past, that simulation. But let me ask you something. Wh- why bring up Egyptians in that context when you're speaking about atom or Adam? If you were to assume it's talking about atom, can be relating to Adam, and it's talking about the first cells or first whatever. How does Egypt come into that? Because the Mitzarim was not. Uh, they came after the flood. You understand? So after the flood, that's when Mitzarim, where you call it the Egyptians, came about. So how can we include that into the Adam when it was Mitzarim's? It was I pronounce it Mitzarim because of the Hebrew thing. But you understand what I'm saying? Like a lot of people say, "Oh, El is the Canaanite god," and I ask, but was Canaan living before the flood? He was actually the last born, and as we understand, born out of with nakedness hung upon his shoulder. That hence lies the curse. But where is the blessings of Canaan? And like I don't understand how people equate and say, "Hey, El is a Canaanite god," when we have the children of the Adamites, including of Cain's seed, whose children's name had the name of the Most High in it. Hence you get the Methusa El and Mehua Yael and this. So the Elohim is it's Elo and Elohim. So he's got the shortness of Elohim. So I don't understand when people say, "Oh, that was the Canaanite God," and blah blah. But you're telling me Canaan Canaan exists before Adam and before the four parents before that died before the flood. You're telling me the Canaanites control the terminology El? You're telling me El is an Egyptian god or a Canaanite god? How is that possible when his in Genesis 1 he's called Elohim, and we know El is short for Elohim as far as abbreviation. So I was just curious how you were tying in Egyptians and your theory of Adam and beginning, how you can tie in those two things, because those are basically two different epochs. And I'll mute.
Okay, let me ask you this question, sister. You know what this discussion is pertaining to?
I understand you're going against the thing, but I'm coming from my point of view.
Yeah, I
My
respect
question.
that. I respect that, but I'm asking you, do you know the topic that we're talking about though?
No, just what I've been listening to
No, I don't think she
since I've
knows the
been
topic. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I got you. I
Yeah,
got
I've
you.
just been
That
listening in, and I just asked my question as far as what I've been hearing,
I got you.
what
I got you.
from your
So you
last
wasn't here
discussion.
from the beginning. So the
Yes,
No,
topic
she
absolutely.
is
wasn't. She just heard some things
right,
that you said, so she's
Yes,
speaking on it.
right, and that's
yes.
understanding.
I
So the
apologize
topic
for that.
is the topic is the God code versus evolution. And so the key is what I was pulling here with these people to show them that not only, that God seed creation, with his holy name, and that name is at the essence of the DNA of man, is behind everything in creation. But I also showed across through etymology. I was demonstrating where the European came up with their concept of atom from. And that's why I mentioned autumn, to show that in Egypt, they had already had this concept, whereas the European came up with it later. So for those who try to say that, there's no science during that time, if you look in the beginning, but you wasn't here, I was showing that Egypt and Sumer were the first places that they say the oldest science existed. And so the key was to debunk the lie that a lot of these atheists are saying, that science don't exist in the text. So me and my body, we study all books. And so what I did is I showed them the Egyptian measure. Then I went into, the English measure with that. But then I also showed the relation of the name Yahuwah, because it's Yahuwah in Arabic and it's Arabic and what we call Hebrew. The name is the same. But then you have the word Allah in both Hebrew and Arabic as well. So I also showed them that when you go back to the root of the name Yahuwah, when you spelled it backwards, it is Hu-He in Egypt. You see what I'm saying? So I'm showing that that name is present throughout all of those cultures, simply tracing etymology. And so, and I have a breakdown on that, which I ain't even put up here yet. As a matter of fact, I want to show you that right there, so you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, because I actually have that in here, and that way you can catch up with exactly where we're coming from. So it wasn't a measure of dealing with the Canaanites at all. I didn't even speak on the Canaanites, but I see where you coming from in the drawing that you're building on.
Uh,
So it simply has to do with etymology and
yeah,
me comparing the words, if you trace them through their root, that they have not changed in essence, though people have tried to put their own spin or their own definition on it.
okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Commission, you know what?
Mhm.
And thank you so much for explaining to me. And let me apologize. I should have been listening from the beginning. But where I came in listening to you, it almost sounded like you were making almost like having an excuse for the Egyptians and their gods and all that. So let me humbly apologize to that, and thank you for alerting me on the topic. And may I just add to that? It's funny because I just got off the phone with my niece in Hawaii, and this is exactly the topic we were talking about, which I did have a debate a discussion with someone a couple of years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, about this exact topic. and the person was an atheist, and they believed in the Big Bang, and or whatever they believed in. They believed in the Big Bang. And so my challenge was, okay, what if I show you the Big Bang theory in the scriptures, right? So the challenge was taken, and I said, okay, uh, you don't have to go no further than Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. And I said, I can show you the Big Bang theory in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Okay, let's take this challenge. And I said, okay, what does the Big Bang theory teaches you? If you need those four elements, right? You need time, you need space, you need matter, and a force, right? So I said, okay, what does Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 says? In the beginning, there's your time. God, there's your force, created the heavens, there's your space, and the earth, that's your matter. So either way, however we want to combine it with it, everything else combined for the design of earth. But no matter whatever they want to take, even their philosophies, I studied the Hammurabi codes. I had to do an essay on that in college, a thesis actually on that in college, and never knew who he was, but just dealing with that and now knowing I'm like, what is the Hammurabi codes? What are they saying that the you can't find in the wisdom of Solomon? You can't find in the laws of the Most High. Like, really, what is it saying? And when people, my final thing is before I hush, is the problem. What we try to do is separate. And I hear people saying, "Oh, God only loves Israel and nobody else," and all. Listen, He has, yes, a special love for us, but at the same time, He is a righteous God. So people from other nations, if you are living righteously, yes, your seed will be preserved. Not everybody in your family, but the Most High will preserve, because He says, I don't destroy my creation. He says, I will cut them down as a tree. Well, they cannot rise up and be as an oak tree anymore. That's what the whole book of Ezekiel is about, right? So when people try to pan and put people against Africa, people against Egypt, I'm like, how can we do that when all three brothers literally lived to see the flood and lived to see every nation above them? It's like watching Sodom and Gomorrah and the five cities, those five cities being just, hey, you think the whole world is ending. These people, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, with Noah and his wife, and these boys and their wives, they literally got to see everybody, everything they knew, their cousins, their friends, their uncles, aunts, neighborhood stores, valleys, clubs, whatever was going on in their lifetime. They literally lived to see all of that gone. And so these brothers, when they spread out, they're still gonna have the concept of El. They're gonna still have a concept of Ea. And the Sumerians have the Ea god. They call him Ea, the water god, the god of cleansing. I'm saying, if you slow it down, Ea. What are you saying? Ea, yeah, yeah. You're still saying yeah.
That's right.
So when we look at a lot of these words, that's why I tell people, don't get caught up with the way they spell it in English. It's the sound. The phonetic sound that makes people will write it according to their vowel sounds in their language. That's how they're gonna spell it. So
That's
don't
right.
get caught up if somebody spelled black my Devanya, right? I literally spelled it with the IAH for a purpose. I didn't want to put the YAH because I study language for over 30 years. And because of that, I said, I'm going to spell it with the IAH, because the opportunity I get to show and teach, because that's my hope, to teach the Hebraic language. And it's to show them, hey, don't get caught up on the way if it's spelled with a Y or an I. Look, what is it saying? Divania, right? So
Right. Let me show you
Divania
something.
sounds the same way as if I spell it with the DEVONYAH. The thing is, the Most High said, my children who are called by my name, and not everybody is going to want to call out the name Yah. They rather
Right.
say Hashem. You're going to say
Right.
Hashem. Why? Because the spirit is not within you to call his name.
Right. Let me show you something to support what you're saying, because I went over that before you probably came on here.
Oh,
I
praise.
broke that whole thing down that you're talking about right there. But I'm going to show you something else real quick that support what you're saying. And this is what I was trying to pull up a few minutes ago. Um, right here. Look at this. And this is after my own research, but it says like cherubim, which is rooted in the word cherubim. It said Elohim. It said which are followed in the book of Genesis by the God named Iahu. See the I, A, and the H you're talking about?
Yes.
Elohim. It says the one God in Israel is made known to Moses. It says by two names, and then it says you see it gives the expression of the symbols. It says Ihu and Ih, just like you said, right?
Yes.
Now it says now a priest of On. It said which is Osarsif. It said would naturally learn. It says at On. It says of the one God Altamra. It says who he. Remember I was saying when you replace the letter U with the letter
Yes.
I, it becomes Y. So you say Y
Yes.
W. So that's Yahuwah, if you
Mm-hmm.
look at it that way, right? It says the eternal in the character of God, Father of Il, in the character of God, the Son, it says, which the two were one in accordance with the Egyptian thought. It says
Mm-hmm.
that which was forever, it says, was the only true reality. This was represented by who he, the eternal, and who he is the God made known to Israel by the priests of On.
Mm-hmm.
It says Jensenius derives the name Ihu. It says from the root hu, which root does not exist in Hebrew, but it
Mm-hmm.
does exist in Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
Hu or he, which also deal with time. It says signifies ever, everlastingness, eternal, and eternal. I showed this to the family earlier when I was demonstrating time.
Nice.
Who he was the title that applied also to Ta in ancient Kemet. You got to remember, the Egyptians had the truth at one time, but they deviated from it. That's
Yeah.
why in Isaiah 19, he said the priests of On had become dumb.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Because they had the truth at
Yeah.
one time. That's why he said, I will put a perverse spirit in your midst. Because at
But
one time, they didn't have a perverse spirit in their midst.
remember when
See?
Abraham, what did Abraham commission? What did Abraham say to Pharaoh? He said, "Oh Pharaoh, please." He said, "Give me bulls." He said, bakar, so I can take them, and he can do because Abraham, he's the priest. He's basically the priest and Lord right now at that time. No, I'm sorry, not Abraham, Moses. Moses is a priest and Lord, and Moses said, "Oh Pharaoh, give me bulls and priests so I can go and do a sacrifice for you." The
Right?
same way that Job had to do for Eliphaz and those characters in the book of Job, same thing. But Moses told them that give me calf so I can go and do that. And what did Pharaoh do? So because the nation said every time the Most High did his power, every single nation, country around, they know. So every nation knew the God of Israel.
That's right.
And they
You know,
all got to respect him when they saw the power. They were all afraid and they all knew, yo, that's what the scripture said. Whenever
that's
we
right.
start sinning, we start behaving bad, we start carrying on, treating our wives and our husbands and our children and
That's right.
disrespecting each other and doing the fuckery that we're doing now, he said that's when we can conquer them. Because we know, according to their own writing, their God is not with them when they're behaving like that.
That's right. And I want to say this to our family because I see our family saying there is no Yahuwah in the biblical text. And that's because the vowels are added, family. We already know that it's YHWH. You know
Well,
what I
well,
mean? When you go into it, I'm talking to the person in the audience
yeah,
that I see putting certain things up there.
yeah,
So you always see the word YHWH and it goes across the Arabic and the Hebrew language,
but but
unbeknownst to many.
but here's the thing: what they have to understand. For the
Mm,
person who's saying that, think about this. Yah is his name. Yahuwah is basically it's like saying Prince of Peace or Lord of Law. It's like when you add in on. So uh Yah, that's why the most I said the children who call by my name. So we either our names either had Yah in it or El in it. So Daniel, Ezekiel, you
That's
know,
right.
Raphael. We had the L or the Yah. Isaiah, Jeremiah. That's why we are called the children by his name.
That's
When
right.
you look at the key persons in the scripture, their names that don't have the that Yah in it, like those are what you call transitional names. It's
That's
the
right.
Most High did it like that because you were gonna pay attention to those names. Like, how come it doesn't have L or Yah in it? Like
Well, what
because
it is,
in
sis,
David,
is
traditional
attributes.
periods in time where hey, chosen people are made sent to do a chosen thing, and their name is specific. Is specific. There is no other male. You understand? There's only
Right.
one David, so to
It's
speak.
but see, sis, what people don't know is that a lot of times these are just attributes, some of the names of God, and they,
Exactly.
oh, that ain't God. Yes, it is. It's
Yes,
just
it
another
is.
expression of God.
Yes.
You know, when he said Elyon or El Shaddai, you know
Hmm.
what I mean? He was recognized by many different attributes. That's why he said he was a God of many names.
That's
And
right.
that's the attributes. In other words, those are the names you call upon when you want something specifically.
That's
You
right.
see what I'm
What?
saying? That's how you learn how to pray. You
That's right.
see?
That's right, Commission. Because why was Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? What did they pray to him? What did they call him? El Shaddai.
El
Before they
Shaddai.
got introduced. But see, in the English language, they have El Shaddai. Everybody know El Shaddai as God Almighty, right?
Almighty.
That's
Right.
what they tell you. Now, I'm here to say, show me anywhere because the word you can find the word Shaddai by itself without the L all throughout the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I ask anybody when it's Shaddai is by itself, show me anywhere where you can find Shaddai by itself and it means Almighty. You can't
Right.
because
See,
Shaddai is plural for breast. The breast, the woman's breast, that's where you get your nurturing, your milk from. Shaddai is plural for fields, for Shaddai, the Sadah, the fields, the same Hebrew spelling. So what does the fields do? It gives you your plants, your fruits, your crops, right? Shaddai also means destruction.
right.
But nowhere, when you read Shaddai, it has all these meanings, but never would you find Shaddai by itself meaning Almighty. Only when they just want to give a translation to El Shaddai. But when these people prayed to El Shaddai, they were praying to the God of the field because why? They were having droughts. They were having droughts. So he's the God, El Shaddai, the God of the fields. Please, we're praying to
Right.
you
And
to
that's
bring
why
rain
you
upon
have
us
to
for our crops.
and that's why
You
you have to
understand?
know them names. Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
you have to know the names and know what you asking for. And see,
exactly.
when you go into dealing with the name, for example, like you were saying, El Shaddai, translations are never the exact words.
No,
That's another thing people have to
that's
realize.
right.
They are only attempts to translate the
That's
language.
right.
You
By
know
a
what I mean? The
nation
only
who
person
didn't,
that
who
know
were
what it
not
means
a.
is the prophet that it was revealed to. That's who know the true meaning. You see? So we can use the power if we spiritually connect through our knowledge of self. But one of the most greatest discoveries is the one that I brought up here to our family tonight to show you that God is in the DNA. He in the body. You know what I mean? And we ain't talking
Mhm.
about in the physical way. We saying in the spirit, the encoding of your DNA has the name of the creator there. And if you pray from that standpoint, knowing he's present and not some spook, you will be able to heal yourself. You can heal the food that you plant, by having this knowledge. But if
That
you
that's
praying without knowledge, you ain't gonna really do too much. That's why people feel like, well, my prayer, because you praying without knowledge.
yeah. But I don't think it's okay. See, that's where we have different understandings. From me, what I get from the scripture, the Most High said, I don't hear sinners. Right? In other words, you
Sinners don't
can't
have
you
knowledge
can't go
anyway.
kill somebody, rape somebody, and then the cops are after you, and you're like praying, "Oh God, please don't let them catch me. Oh, please give me." You understand what I'm saying?
But
It's like,
sister, I'm gonna be honest with you. You
mhm.
right, but I'm gonna tell you, as many of us that done that,
No, no,
and
absolutely
I'm gonna
no.
tell you why, because I done that.
I've done that. I've done that.
I've listened. I done masked. This is me in my youth.
Mhm,
I done masked up, knowing I'm finna go do some wrong stuff, and
mhm,
I say, God, please don't let me have to take somebody's life.
mhm.
You know what I mean? Because you know me, you know that I do what I have to do to survive. I know I'm doing wrong, but what I would say in that state, sister, that when you pray, even in a state of doing wrong, I think God accounts faith upon us. I'm gonna tell you why. Because even in that state of doing wrong, you acknowledge God's protection. So I feel that having that in me at that time, God was there, but I was shedding him out. You understand? And that's why I was able to grow into who I became now. Because I told my cousin that passed, we would talk, and I would tell him this, sis. He would want to talk about God, and we'd be out there doing stuff, and I say, man, look, bro. I say, I ain't finna act like I'm finna go to church and I'm gonna do the right thing. I know I'm doing the wrong thing. I believe in the Most High. I say, but I ain't finna fake it. I say, now when I do grasp hold to the Most High, I say, I'm gonna be one of the realest worshipers you ever. And I was 15, 16 when we used to have these conversations. You know what I mean? So he was there already. Unfortunately, my cousin, he passed and he ain't here now to see. But I'm exactly what I went into. But in that state of mind, I didn't think that I'd be studying what I'm studying now. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But I had God in me. He, every time I was in a situation, I always prayed. You know what I mean?
No, but okay. I think you're maybe you misunderstood. Maybe I misplained. I'm making up a new word. I misplained
It's all
myself,
right. You got
right?
the right to create your own language. Go ahead.
But it's not it's see, when we're young, the scripture even tell you that's why only those, except for Joseph and Caleb, only those who were 20 and younger were able to pass over. And it's like he let them go to years and let the age. It's not like everybody just died right away. No, it's like let the generations die out, and some of them going to die out sooner than they can. But only those who are 20 and younger, who haven't been influenced, and those who probably they weren't taught properly. The scripture tells you you're not responsible. That's why it tells you you're not responsible to be a man and go to war until the age of 20. After the age of 20, you're not responsible to be a woman and have babies until after the age of 20, because that man have to go and set up and build a house before he can even deal with you. And that's after he's accumulated, and the wealth and the dowry, and have and build up the house before he can even have a woman. So all this thing, when people talk about these child sex and Jesus married Mary at
Nah, yeah,
15
you
and
don't
all
get
that,
no
it's like I
pass for that.
can't. It's like, yo, that is like totally against scripture.
Yeah, that's
you know
different. You don't get no pass for that.
yeah, like there's no pass for that, because if we shun it now today, why are we gonna accept it? Because it's supposed to be a savior, and the way when Christianity teach, it's like, yo, I can't rock with nothing like that. I leave that alone. I'm not there to teach, but I just like, but yeah, I'm enjoying this conversation too. By the way, Kamisha, it's a
Oh
pleasure.
yeah, I love the conversation. Remember, I had dropped a video in the back chat as well, and I want to run it real quick, and I'm gonna stand down and let whoever speak. But I just want to put a nail in the coffin with this atheistic measure. The people that saying they don't believe in God. Because I mean, you can believe what you want to believe, but don't try to push that belief on somebody else, because we ain't trying to push our belief in the Most High on you. So, if you don't believe in God, all right, that's what you say. Me personally, I believe it ain't no such thing as an atheist. I believe you're just ungrateful. You know what I mean? That's what I think. And I think it's going to take the ancestors or the creator himself to make you change your mind, and that ain't going to deal with man. I know every atheist, if they meet a near-death experience, first thing they going to be hollering, oh my God, because it ain't in the nature of
I'm
somebody to
sorry for
be a
cutting you off.
disbeliever.
If you guys can hear me, I have an emergency call. I'll call back in.
All right,
Okay,
sis.
sorry.
Well, thank you. But let me show this real quick, and I'm gonna stand down this video because this is very important, just to put the nail in the coffin dealing with the God
Hi,
part.
I'm Lalit Vasist, and you are watching Engineering Made Easy. Scientists have found proof of God in the code of DNA. But what did they found in the DNA code that made them believe in the existence of God? Keep watching the video to get the answer. As you know that a computer program is a series of binary numbers, that is ones and zeros. This sequence of ones and zeros instructs the computer what to do. In the same way, all the functions that are taking place inside the cell of the body are controlled by an incredibly complex and extremely long code written in the DNA, which is placed inside the nucleus of all the cells of our body. But now the question arises how this complex code of DNA convinced scientists of the presence of God. Let's try to understand it with the help of a simple example. Suppose you are walking on a beach and suddenly you see a message written on the beach sand. The message is, Michael is my best friend. Then what is the possibility that this message was just written by chance, by the random waves? You will say, no, it's not possible. How these waves of the ocean can write this message? This message is an information that must have come from the intelligence. So it is not possible for us to neglect an intelligent mind behind such a simple, meaningful message carrying information. So the point is, information comes from intelligence. According to Dr. Francis Collins, director of the Human Genome Project, one can think of DNA as an instructional script, a software program sitting in the nucleus of the cell. Now, if we see the complexity of the code written in the DNA, it will boggle your mind. The letters of the programming language written in the DNA are A, T, G, and C, just like the letters of computer programming language ones and zeros. As what the computer will do is decided by the program placed inside its memory that may be hundreds to thousands of letters long. In the same way, whole functions of the body are decided by the DNA code having its copy placed inside each cell of the body. This DNA code is nearly 3 billion letters long, and its instructions are written by different sequences and arrangements of the four letters A, T, G, and C. A unique combination of these letters instructs the cell how to carry out extremely complex body functions. These four letters of DNA code A, T, G, C are actually names of four chemicals. These are adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine that respectively stand for A, T, G, and C letters. As 110010101101 is an example of a computer program instruction in the binary language with letters ones and zeros. Similarly, AGAGT, GG, CT, is an example of an instruction in the DNA code written by using four letters A, T, G, and C. Now remember the example of message written on the beach again. If such a simple message written on the beach cannot be written by chance or randomly by sea waves and needs an intelligent mind conveying a piece of information, how is it possible to neglect an infinitely intelligent superintelligence who has written that incredibly long, dense, and complex code of 3 billion letters inside the nucleus of each cell? Who placed that code there? Is it just by chance? Do you know how much complex the DNA code is? The DNA code contains all the information that makes up an organism, all the features that makes you, every quality and trait that you possess, every chemical reaction taking place inside your body, and lot more. This code is transferred to the next generations. That is the reason why a child has many characteristics similar to his or her parents. It's interesting to note that a child shares 99.5% of the DNA with his parents. Everything that is happening inside the cell is instructed by the DNA code written in the language of four letters A, T, G, and C. Not only this, this code has instructions also for auto repairing itself. This 3 billion lettered code is copied to new cells before a cell dies, so the information is not lost after the death of the cell. These all unbelievably complex functions are performed by the DNA code at extremely high speed without you even noticing. This 3 billion letter code is so long that if a person types one word per second for 8 hours a day continuously, it would take him 50 years to type the human genome, that is, the DNA code. And this code is not just about its length. The code has to instruct the cell to complete highly complex tasks. So it's obvious that job to write this program is beyond the limits of a human mind. No program has ever been written by chance. If you are a computer programmer, then you can understand how much intelligence, concentration, creativity, pain, and time it takes to write a simple code of just few hundred words if we want to get a task done by instructing a machine. Can that computer program be written without an intelligent programmer by itself, by chance? No. So how can we think that this incredibly long code of 3 billion letters that is unbelievably complex and the densest storage of information in the universe can be written without any super intelligence behind it? Who is that programmer? That must be no one other than the God itself. Therefore, according to many scientists, God has shown its presence in the DNA code by showing his infinite intelligence. For many researchers, this is the proof of God placed inside every cell of our body. So friends, I hope you liked this video. If you found this video interesting, then please like and share it with your friends. And for more such videos,
Yeah, so yeah, you know what I mean? This ain't something that's just coming out. You know, the scientists agree on these things. And so all this right here is just confirmation of what we already said. And we just encourage our family to study self. And I didn't bring this up, but me personally, and I'm gonna mention this, and like I say, I'm gonna stand down. If you look at the ADN in the word Adam, which is where the word Eden come from, you know, and you deal with the gematria here, right? You get 1, 4, and 14, which equals 19, right? You know, and then when you add, you know, this particular 1 and 9 together, you know, you come to 10 and then you reduce it down to 1, you get the letter A. So if you add a letter A, you know, to the N of the ADN, you know, I was doing my research and it brought me to the concept of the amorphous evolutionary DNA nanotechnology, you know, which is something similar to what they call this in science now. The Elohim would have been demonstrating this when they created man. When they say, let us make man in our image, we can actually use that semblance of it. DNA can even be broke down in this sense, you know, in an acronym that says divine neta altum, if you wanted to say that. You see, you know, divinity of nature's atom, you know, divine nature of all. You know, these are examples that I gave just dealing with the breakdown to make the understanding better. But the adenine, this is very important. When you add all of those up, the numbers, you know, the 1, 4, 5, 14, 19, it comes to the number 7, you know, which brings me back to, you know, the Elohim again, right? But then we go into the aspect of the root dealing with ADH, you know, and this is dealing with 1, 4, and 5, you know, which actually comes into 10. And when you add that, that's the letter Y, you know, and this is pronounced as ID. That word ID across text represents the spirit man, or some people even use the term the spirit mother, you know, so there's no gender in spirit in all actuality. You know, it is neither masculine nor feminine per se. Spirit is beyond gender. You know, spirit is beyond, you know, these limitations we try to place on it. You know, ain't got nothing to do with no LGBT or none of that stuff either. So, yeah, these some powerful things. She was talking about El Shaddai. I can see, you know, a connection with that to this particular word here because it deals with spirit. You know, just my way of looking at it from that aspect. But yeah, family, these are some of the powerful measures here. You know, etymology is powerful. I'm gonna say that again. You know, Adon, Eden, Adon, you know, Adon. I 10. There are so many breakdowns on this right here. So that's where I stop at, family. And I give honors to you for being patient and listening to the measure. This is just brought forth to give our family some insight, to show unity in even different texts, not to make you believe something other than what it is that you stand on. You see? So all is well. All is well. Yeah, yeah.
Also information, good information.
What you think, Kareem?
What you think, Kay?
You think that garbage stand
I
up
mean,
again?
they got a whole bunch of explaining to do.
Oh
And
yeah, go ahead,
I would
sir.
like to see the debate because you got a lot of information, good information.
That ain't even all of it.
I know, I seen some of it when you had it up
Uh-huh.
there. I seen what you working with.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, how can you even put that up there when you say, well, evolution, it just fell out of nowhere. It ain't got nothing to do with creation. Bro, that killed the whole discussion right there. If you really listen to what you're saying, because if evolution, you don't really have to explain it. You don't come on, bro. How can you build an argument or a case on that? Just simply by saying, well, it just happened. I mean, who gonna go for that? That's pseudo. That's real pseudo right there. At least I'm showing you records that collaborate. You know what I mean? I'm showing you things in text that's supposed to be disagreeable. And I'm showing you a consensus in the etymology. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, why Mudawa didn't jump on here? He was talking all that.
Yeah, I'm back, yo.
I'm brainwashed, son. Get on here. Get on here.
Who burned what?
They box bang.
Lex and I'm brainwashed.
That guarantee.
Yeah, he said I was brainwashed.
Yeah, so
Go ahead, brother. You're my.
Kane, can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right, man. Peace and blessings, man, to the panel, to the chat. Brother Kamisha, man, definitely some interesting and great information, man. Appreciate your time for giving that out. I just came on here real quick to explain what I mean by there's no Yahuwah in the biblical text, right? So what I mean by that is that, and I know, like, people probably say, oh, that's Yiddish or whatever, but when we look at the Nikudot, right, when we look at the vowel system, right, or the matriz lecciones, right, nowhere in the text do we see Yahuwah. Now there are three ways that the creator name is pronounced, right? Besides all the prefixes and stuff like that. But yeah, like there is no Yahuwah, and I wish I had the time. I really don't. To open up my books and show y'all what I mean. Because like if you would say Yahuwah, right? Like Yahuwah is saying, how can I put it? It's just basically like that just wouldn't be a name, because that's like speaking like in third person plural. You see what I'm saying? The creator is one. He's not plural. Just like when you read in Genesis chapter 1, that whole chapter, like you said, brother, is dealing with basically like the spiritual realm, or what they would call the absolutic realm. And we see the manifestation partake in chapter 2, but in verse 1, they say, oh, we don't see the creator's name, but the way that the language is written is showing you that it's third person singular. It's not third person plural. So for instance, when you look at verse 26 in Genesis 1, it says it says it says Weyivra Elohim, and he created. The he is Elohim. Wayivra is third person masculine singular. So the root word there is bara, as in the first line of Genesis 1:1. It says bara. There, that is third person masculine singular. So throughout the whole text of Genesis 1, we see that there is only one power working. Now, we know that the Most High uses agencies, man, the elements and what have you, to do his will. That is a fact. But Genesis 1 is demonstrating ultimately that is one that is at work there. So again, and that take me back to the name Yahweh, or some say Yahweh or Yahweh. Some even say Yahuwah. We know that this name is only one. Is one. It's he who exists. He who is, he who shall be, and he who shall come. And so, with that, I just wanted to explain that. Because I didn't want to just be in the comment section and and not really let my voice be heard and clearing what I'm saying. Not saying that you're totally wrong with saying Yahuwah, or anyone for that matter that say Yahuwah. I'm just just want to point out for edification purposes that we don't see that nowhere. Like when you read the Hebrew, we don't see that nowhere in the text that gives that type of accolade to the creator or epithet or whatnot, his name. And one more thing, when we say in Hebrew, right, Shem, right, when you talk about a name, the name isn't like saying Bobby Carroll. Like the name is your actual character. It's who you are, the essence of you. So it's not more so like just saying anything. Like this is your character. That's why when we read in the Gospels, when Yeshua says anything that you ask in my name, he's not saying to couple his name with the creator. He's saying when you come to the creator and you approach the creator, that you come in his name. Perfect is to go with that would be Proverbs 9:27. When it says that he who turn his ears away from my Torah, even your prayer is an abomination. And that's just to go back to Yeshua when he said, you come my name. What did he, what was his character? He embodied the word of the Most High, that spirit that, descended down and was placed upon him. So, with that, I yield, and thank you, brothers and sisters, for the time to, say that. And once again, Commission, I like the information, brother. I'm waiting to hear more at this debate whenever that happens. Shalom, shalom.
Yeah, shalom. And, let me give some clarity to you, brother. When I said Yahuwah, I referred to the Arabic, but when I said Yahweh, I was referring to Most High Hebrew family expressed that, but it always meant he who exists. You see, as a singular dealing with the creator himself. So all I was showing them, is the God code in relation to dealing with that, and also showing even in the Egyptian equivalent, of those measures that a lot of people are not familiar with. Because as I was stating, there was a time when Egypt was on the path they were supposed to be on, because they had a prophet that was sent to them. In all actuality, Enoch was the prophet that was sent to them. I can go into that on a whole nother time. But they deviated. You see, he was their messenger. But I will say this right here in dealing with Hashem, because I actually have a measure on Hashem in the God code as well, and it's connected with the word neshama as well, which deal with the soul of man, which mean basically that heaven, is synonymous with the soul of man when he is demonstrating in his higher spiritual consciousness. That's why they represented symbolic by a flame. If you ever seen a flame, the hottest part of the flame itself is the unseen part. You know what I mean? They have Ruach, Nefesh, and Neshama, you see? And so when you get into the aspect of knowing what the breath is and knowing the soul, because the soul and the breath represent different vibrations, of a certain reality. A lot of people think the spirit and the soul is the same. You'll see that in certain texts. But the only way the spirit and the soul becomes fused is when the spirit becomes the commander. The Ruach begins to command the soul, because the soul represents, our seat, of action, so to speak. The soul represent what will receive reward or punishment. The spirit don't receive reward or punishment. So when the spirit has purified the soul by, that spirit has purified the soul by his presence, God's presence, then it's almost like the soul becomes infused with that spirit. Some people say when they see somebody that's knowledgeable that they're glowing, and that represents somebody who has their soul, purified, cleansed, so to speak. And this represents heaven on earth. That's why our brother Yeshua, Isa, whatever name our people may identify Jesus, what they want to identify him by. And I'm just saying this, just speaking to our people. That's why he said kingdom of heaven is what, the changing of one's mind. It's a state of one's mind, basically. So if you think hellacious thoughts, then you're going to have hellacious conditions. If you think blessed and you think heavenly with negative karma, that's what you're going to get. And that's what he was trying to teach man. Like he said, when he said he came to man, he didn't couple his name with God, like you said. And I used to tell the people that back in the day. A lot of people don't know, and they scared to say this, that there's a difference between the Christ and the man. The man was just the vessel. The Christ represented the true essence of who the man was.
It's the spirit. It's the spirit, correct.
And he didn't want us to worship the flesh. He wanted us to see the spirit. And that's what I used to say.
That's right.
In the earlier state. So it ain't that we don't believe in him. No, we saying what he said. You see what I'm saying? When he prayed, he didn't say, pray to me. He said, say amen at the end of the prayer. But, we are taught traditionally, in the church, they say, well, say in Jesus' name. And then, this is how ones demonstrate. But that's traditional, but not the way he actually said it. He just told you to say it. Our Father who art in heaven. And then when you get done, amen. And so when we get into those measures and we think that somebody is wrong, because this go on just in the church. We ain't talking about somebody having different belief. This is where a lot of the conflict end up coming in at, based on the tradition we talk. Because some people may be Baptist, some people may be Presbyterian, some people may be Catholic, whatever the case may be. But in all actuality, there are rituals, rites, ceremonies, and forms. And if you truly follow God and let him guide you, you'll never go wrong. Because that's how I started learning. When I started separating from what man was trying to tell me, and start reading and studying thoroughly and diligently, that's when God transformed me, meaning my mind state. And I didn't even know he had transformed.
Oh, hey, not to cut you. Yeah, you know what? When you said that brought me to mind to myself, right? Because I was the same way. When I was in them streets, grew up, father, pastor. My mother was a pastor, but by the time I was born, she let the church go. But anyways, I felt that because it's like, in all my doings and dealings, I still have morality. I still had ethics, but, I was just going down that dark path. And this is what I want to say. Even though you was praying knowing that you was doing wrong, and my heart, how I, see it, because I can say the same for me as well. It's the fact that look at where you are today. It's a reason why the Most High kept you, because you had a purpose and your destiny was already, written out. So, and you chose that path, and here you are today, just like all of us.
That's
I just
right.
wanted to say that.
That's right, brother. And that's why I said that to our sister, because I know I ain't the only one done did that. And I know that hit home with a lot of people. A lot of us done prayed in the midst of being in wrong situations. But I will say this right here. I died, you know what I mean, as a young seed. You know what I mean? And so I already died when it comes to the physical aspect. I guess that's why I don't really have a fear of that type of stuff. But that alone let me know that I got a purpose. You know what I mean? And the Most High ain't brought nothing harmful, brother. And when I tell you, bro, that I done really been out there in it, I ain't talking about somebody that was trying to be like somebody. I was one of them guys, so to speak, and I don't brag or boast about that, but I'm saying it's a reason why I was able to rise above that. And some people that I come up with, they ain't here, bro. Be honest with you, I can't look and see none of the people that I come up with right now. All my friends either dead or they in prison, bro, doing football and them. You feel me? So from that standpoint, I know it's the will of God, for me to be, in the state of mind that I am. And this is all I think about, brother. So much so my wife tell me sometimes, like, you got all them books over there, baby. You can't eat them books. And I be like, yes, I can. Food for thought. And she's spiritual.
That's right.
You know what I mean? But that's how she get on me. She came in here a few minutes ago. That's why I went low, because she was like, "You tired to go to bed?" I'm tired of you staying up 4, 5. You need to rest. I be in these books in here. I ain't lying, falling to sleep with them in my hand. She taking pictures. Look at you. You got the book right there on your lap.
Because you ain't gonna believe it.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So yeah, this is my natural high, family. I just bought 5 more books over there. You know what I mean? I just had to buy a shelf over here. I got so much over here. And so the main thing, my studies, is to show the unity, family. And that's why I always been on that from years ago. I already know where we disagree at if you want to get on the aspect of trying to, but I also know where we united at. And that's what I be trying to show our family. I don't care about trying to push the ideology or where I come from. So I teach openly and universally, and hopefully everybody can grab something from it. You know what I mean? And be able to see that we won. We won people. We got different expressions. We can't deny that. It's just like tribes in Africa. Everybody ain't got the same tradition, even when they get into their little rituals that they do. It's different, but one thing about the African, they'll come over here and proudly say they're Africans. You know what I mean? And like I was reaching out to the Africans over there about the Igbo, trying to ask them when I was dealing with the Naga brother. Don't you know Africans came out the woodworks? You know what I mean? Like they was like probably 50 of them on there. You know what I mean? And I was like, man, that's a lot of unity right there. Them people clicking up. And all I asked them was Igbo and Naga the same. And they was laughing at me. They were like, we don't understand what you're trying to say. And I said, I don't believe that. I say, I'm asking this question because if somebody say they say they Igbo and they Nagas. And they was like, well, then they tried to do the unity thing. Well, maybe the brother, believe he is this. And if this is what he believed, then let him believe it. I'm like, I feel y'all, but this man is debating this and saying this like this is the truth. And I'm asking y'all because y'all in the land, so y'all can give me that. They're like, no, these two different groups. One group even enslaved the other. So I'm like, oh, there you go. Straight from the horse's mouth. You know what I mean? But yeah, the unity is what I'm about, family. I like to see our people sitting down, because I die. If we real, we family, I die for a Hebrew, just like I die for a Muslim or a Muslim. If we friends, you know what I mean?
That's what's up. I'm the same way.
Yeah, big time.
Even my mama like that. She's straight biblical. I'm gonna tell you what she told me the other night. She's straight biblical to the core. But if you go to talking about, my way of life and you her friend, it's like, hey, now don't be talking about my son. He demonstrate. You know what I mean? She's like, you know what, baby? She say, I've been paying money to this preacher over here. He been talking about he taking trips and all that right there. She say, I need to start paying money, and put my tithes in your ministry. That's what my mama said. You know what I mean? And so, it's all about love at the end of the day. Love casts out all fear and division, family. That's what all this information boiled down to. Like I said, I don't care, what them brothers believe as far as what they pushing, but I think they should have the same type of tolerance that we have and not be attacking each other, when it comes to what they stand on, or else you just become like another religious cult. You know what I mean? Even though you say
Right, Lex.
You just become a religious cult because you say that's what separated you from religion. You say the war, the conflict, but then you demonstrate the same thing. I mean, make it make sense. You know what I mean? You agree with that, Lex?
No, not at all.
You said that quick.
he always he's
I ain't
difficult.
mad at you, brother. But we'll beat you up in here, man.
He stay difficult.
What's that?
I say, we click up, we'll beat you up in here, man. We're gonna beat
Man,
you. We're gonna beat
Yeah.
you.
I listen to you, brothers and sisters, and my heart goes out to you. You know what I'm saying? And I under I understand that, in life that, we come to certain information that bring us to certain points, but there's always a wall that people hit. You know what I'm saying? And when I hear people talking about religion and the gods and Jesus and all this, um, and trust me, I'm one of people definitely understands that the inner meanings of these things, but I just got to be honest. Um, you're
Yeah.
you're you're still being servants. You know what I'm saying? Like all those beings. If you look at the concepts of these beings, what they call the Elohim, God, the Most High, Jesus, and all that, it's like no one notices that these are foreign powers, and everyone's willing to serve them, and they don't get the game. You see what I'm saying? Like it's like an alien invasion. You know what I mean? We got people waiting. They're actually willing servants. They can't wait for an alien to return to the earth and destroy it and take rulership over it, and they can't wait till it returns. And they don't see the manipulation of humanity in that. And so it's like it's reverse psychology. Y'all are being enslaved by these beings posing as God, in my opinion. Like the Elohim are a bunch of vampires, bro. Just like the Anunnaki, just like the Netaru, just like all of these beings are, one thing they have in common is man is willing to serve them. And you got to ask yourself, first of all, from with my studies and what I know about the creator, or what people call the creator, I like to just refer to it as the source. You know, it is above needing praise. It is above, like the petty judgments of man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's everything. And matter of fact, I see it in each one of you. I don't think there can really be a separation of anything. That's the real oneness. But you have these beings that are manipulating humanity, and you can see it right from the beginning. When these beings step up on the scene, men are sacrificing to them, giving them blood because they're vampires, they're vampiric spirits. Any spirit that asks you for blood is a vampire. That's what vampires and parasites eat.
They eat the life force of other people. And people actually believe that the creator, the source of all things, actually wanted blood, wanted you to kill his animals, wanted people to go to war, and actually wants your servitude and your praise. You know what I'm saying? These are narcissistic human behaviors. So while I understand that getting involved in these books and religion, there are it's encoded with a lot of things that capture the soul, because you can't deceive anyone without the truth. If someone just walk up to you and just tell you some real BS, you're gonna be like, get out of here, that's ridiculous. So what these beings did is they took and they put the knowledge in these books that appeals to the soul, but then they set themselves as governors over it. You see what I'm saying? And so any type of being that's asking you for servitude, praise, sacrifice, telling you that's acting like a narcissistic dictator, claiming that it's that I am all that it is and all of that. The universe doesn't talk like that. It don't need to. You know what I'm saying? And I always tell people, if you run into a kung fu master, you'll see a little old humble man. He can whip your ass. He might not even tell you that he mastered, you know what I'm saying, the arts or nothing, because he knows he can whip your ass. Now, when you got a dude walking around like show enough talking about this and that, you know he ain't the master. And so that's how you know what the universe is. It don't have to tell you nothing. You live within it. You are a part of it. You have your being in it. So these beings that, and you know, I'm writing a book, and one of the chapters I have in the book I'm writing is called The Origin of Worship. Where did that even come from? When did people start looking outside into the stars and saying there's this greater beings and wanting to serve these other beings and all this type of stuff? You got to think about the word worship. If you look it up, even in the Hebrew, literally means to work. And so when you look at the political dynamics of the world, you know, you'll see that humanity has been turned into workers for a certain class of people. Those are the so-called Elohim. Those are the landlords. And I believe that it's human beings in partnership with these foreign entities or whatever they are, wherever they come from, whoever they claim to be. You see what I'm saying? And so when I hear brothers saying, I can't take away a person's experience when they say, yo, man, I started reading the Bible when I found that I was a Moor, I found out I was a Hebrew Israelite, it changed my life. Yeah, but that's, you changed your life. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you give somebody a certain amount of knowledge, yes, it can change their consciousness, but the trick is to convince them that it was still some other power. You know what I mean? Like, I hear brothers say, well, God did, like, I heard you talk, you said, yo, you know, used to be in the streets, and I had these stories all the time. I even had similar stories. And you say, well, it was destiny. God, I know God was with me because I didn't get killed. But I guess it was the destiny for the ones that didn't make it, not to make it too. And the ones who got locked up, God decided not to hold them. You see what I'm saying? Then so that's when it gets
So
crazy.
they were meant to be, I think, instructions and lessons for us. You know what I mean, bro? And
Yeah,
I
I
want
understand.
I
There's
want to say
instructions
this
and
to you.
lessons. There's instructions and lessons. And that's
Right.
what I'm saying. But when you
And
think about the all right, what I'm trying to relate, brother,
I see what you're
is
saying.
what
I see
yeah,
what
but
you're harping on.
I want to go a little more into what I mean though about, like, in the book of Revelation, it says that the whole world was deceived. The whole world, right? So what level, and I'm not saying this about y'all, but I don't believe the average human being has the intelligence to understand the level of deception of some of these beings. You know what I'm saying? It's layer upon layer and layer of deception. And the biggest deception is they convinced humanity that they were the creators,
Well,
that they
brother
was the
Lex,
source.
let me ask you this question though, because see, the context that we was demonstrating earlier, myself, is removing the spookism from the doctrine and showing you that the God is at the essence of your being, as opposed to being some spook outside of the self. So don't
Yeah,
you think that's
I
better
get it.
dealing with the reality as
Yeah,
opposed to,
regardless of what you call him,
right, regardless
it's
of
just
what you say.
yeah, it's the information that he presented.
Right. It's in you. And I want to say this here because this go in line with what you was just saying. And I want you to listen to this just briefly, right? This is a measure from the circle 7 when Yehoshua was revealing to the people they sinful ways, right? And they came to him and they said, teach us to know the Holy One who speaks within the heart, the Allah of the still small voice, right? This is what they asking. And he said, the holy breath cannot be seen with mortal eyes, nor can men see the spirit of the Holy One. But in their image, man was made, and he who looks into the face of man looks into the image of Allah who speaks within, right? It says, and when man honors man, he honors Allah. You know, in other words, man honor man, he honor God. It said, and what man
Yeah,
does for
but you know
man, he
you're not
does for
considered a
God, right?
man, though, right?
Huh?
You're not considered a man to the people who wrote that.
But wait, listen to me real quick before we get to it, because
That's not true.
I'm harping on something that was said. Watch this. It says, if you will serve, you know, the Allah, the God that speaks within the heart, and just serve your nearest of kin, and those who are no kin, the stranger at your gates, the foe who seeks to you harm. It says, assist the poor and help the weak and do harm to none. Covet not what is not yours. Then with your tongue, the Holy One will speak, and he will smile behind your tears and will light your countenance with joy and fill your heart with peace. And the people ask, to whom shall we bring gifts? Where shall we offer sacrifice? And Yehoshua said, our Father Allah seeks not for needless waste of plant, grain, dove, or lamb, or that which you burn on any shrine you throw away. No blessing can attend to one who takes food from the hungry mouths to be destroyed by fire. When you would offer sacrifice unto Allah, God, just take your gift of grain or meat and lay it on the table of the poor. From it, an incense will rise in heaven, which will return to you in blessedness and tear down your idols, and they can hear you not. Turn all your sacrificial altars into fuel for the flames. Make hard your altars and burn your sacrifices with the fire of love. And all the people were entranced, and they would have have Yehoshua as a god. But Yehoshua said, I am your brother, man. Just come show, well, he said, I just come to show you the way to Allah, and you should not worship man. Praise Allah, the Holy One, right? So he
Nope.
just said
That's
what you said.
But that last line is where he just messed up.
He just said the same thing you were saying, though, brother.
No, I know. That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
He said, don't worship him.
Yeah, but then
he said, don't
then
worship him.
He said,
worship
don't
the Most
worship
High. That's all
man.
he said.
He's the last line is the poison.
What, when he say don't worship him, worship the Most High?
He said,
that's
don't
all he
worship
said.
man.
He said, don't worship me.
Allah.
Right, that's right. Worship the supreme being. But see, he's telling you that the God is within man, though.
Right.
You see what I'm
that
saying?
was cool. No,
for
that
example,
was. Hold
I'll
on,
give you
brother. I
example.
wouldn't even disagree with what was
Right.
written there. Like I said, that was some beautiful words and poetry. But what I'm saying is this: Jesus said, "Whoever shall not come and worship before me, I shall slay them." He said, "I will say, bring them before me."
You heard me say that.
No, I said Jesus said that, brother.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you heard me quote that. That's Luke Luke
No,
19:27.
I
Bro.
didn't hear you. You quoted that today?
No, I quote it all the time when I'm messing with people because a lot of people try to say, well, Jesus was peaceful and he wasn't about war. So because I say
But
I
hold
was
on,
gonna get me a
this is
T-shirt
my
made
point.
with
This
Luke
is the
19:27.
this is the double talking that these beings do. So Jesus, while even in the book, while Jesus is talking all this love and peace stuff, and then eventually, but he it always falls back to the bottom line. If I'm going to force you into servitude.
Oh, so
That
that's
don't
how you
that
interpret. That's how
that
you
don't make
interpret
sense
that.
though. I mean, let me ask you a question, right?
Hold on, bro.
If
When you
there's a
say it don't make, hold on, bro. You said it don't make sense. Did
mm-mm.
Jesus in the Bible say those words? Whoever does not wish to worship me, I shall say, bring them before me and slay them or whatever. Is that not a true quote?
What I'm saying is this, right?
Brother, before
If you
you,
have
I
a
mean, dialogue with me first, brother,
yeah, yeah,
before you
yeah,
just,
yeah,
is that
yeah,
a
he did.
true?
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
so when you
So
say
now
it
what I'm
doesn't,
saying is this. What
when
I'm
you say
saying is
it
this, right?
doesn't make sense though.
Come on, bro. It doesn't make
Let him
sense
speak, let him speak.
because if you have a cancer cell, is you just going to let it live or is you going to kill it?
A what?
A cancer cell. If you have a cancer cell in your body, are you going to let it live?
No, I'm gonna transform it. That's what antioxidants do.
Right. So you're killing the disease. You're
All
killing
right,
the disease. So
brother, how
eventually,
are you relating cancer cells to Jesus saying who don't want to worship him, bring them before
brother,
me and
Let him
slay them?
explain. He was about to explain. You cut him off. Let him explain. Let him get into what he's trying to explain. You using that as an example.
thank you. Because
Mm, mm, mm.
why is it because if you if you're given a thing to do and one doesn't go with the cleansing, going against it, you have to kill that off. You ain't about to
Mm-hmm.
just you ain't about to let homosexuals just stay in your neighborhood or be around your children, would you? No, you wouldn't.
No,
Now,
hold
would
on.
we
Yes,
kill
yeah.
them? I mean,
Wait a
no.
minute. Hold on. You asking me that question?
No, I'm just saying, speaking in general.
Well, you can't speak for everyone on when you say a general statement like that. Like
I'm saying,
so.
I'm just saying
Yeah,
though, like,
let's not use that as a statement. Let's use something else.
right? Okay, yeah, yeah.
That
Excuse
would
me,
be.
excuse me. So, but the point of the matter is this, though. Certain things are made for the destruction. Just things have to be killed off. So it don't make sense to say, oh, he preached all this love, but when you come to disrupt, I mean, certain things have to be killed off. Now, it don't have to be spiritually. It could just be discommunication or excommunication.
That's not what it was, though, brother.
Yeah, I like how you use that, but yeah, it wasn't.
Lex, do you agree that it's a time for peace and a time for war,
No,
brother?
hold on, y'all. Let's. I just want to
Hey,
keep us on track.
Let him respond to
So,
him, and then he'll
All right.
respond to you.
the quote was, "Whoever does not want to worship," and it's not. I'm not quoting it right. Bring them before me and slay them. It had nothing to do with disruption,
What
a
what's
cancer
the
cell.
chapter and verse so I can look at that real quick?
The word worship.
1927. Luke.
The word worship means to work for and honor. It's just like when people worship a king or a queen and they bow their will to someone. In other words, it's some gangster shit going on. And this is what I'm trying to tell y'all with these beings. They are deceptive. And you know what's so crazy about it? They tell you they're so slick, they're smarter than you. They're so slick that they tell you what they're doing in the book, it's reverse psychology. They tell you the devil appears as an angel of light, but they never tell you they're talking about themselves. See, if you're dealing with something that's, I don't know, just say dealing on a different level of vibration and frequency than you, it's not like someone just playing 3-card Molly to deceive you. The deception is deep, and this shit is beyond your conscious mind. So if they're coming to you and telling you about a boogeyman, but they are the boogeyman. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like a vampire coming to your house and warning you about a vampire, but he's dressed up like something else, and he's telling you all the things. He seems good because he's gonna tell you, yo, don't ever let a vampire in your house uninvited. Wear this garlic, and he gives you all the tools to protect yourself against him. And so that would seem very, like you would trust that person. Like they came and told me how to protect myself against a vampire and that. But what happens after he does that? You invite him in your house. Because he just told you, he gained your trust. So this is what I'm telling you about this Jesus character. It's the same character that's like, it's the same way a vampire would do you. Give you all the answers and gain your trust, and then turn around and cut your own head off.
Yeah, I didn't read that nowhere in here.
Lex,
No, it ain't in there like that.
Yeah,
It's not.
See what I'm saying? So he just.
Hey, hold on. Let Commission get in because he was waiting for him to respond to you, and then I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, I just want to briefly say this to the brother. Lex, you still affiliated with the lodge?
No, I haven't been active in years, brother.
Okay,
I haven't been active in the lodge in like 10 years.
But do you honor the oath that you took?
Yes, I still honor the oath and took in terms of I will never reveal, you know what I'm saying?
The secrets. So my thing is, if you honor that oath, then it also says honor the penalty or the pain of death in certain aspects, correct?
That's correct.
So what's the difference in that and Jesus saying that he would go out, to deal with those in a certain way that wouldn't serve or worship him? Would
Jesus
you say that was immorality? And I mean, because you honor the oath. How could you honor that and then not have honor in what Jesus said?
No, that's a good question. Jesus is an alien.
Yeah, but I understand. I understand what you're saying.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but put that in context, though.
Yeah.
What you're saying about, these gods or deity, you saying they're doing that, but you honor an oath. You just say you honor it, and you have to honor the oath.
Yeah, make it make sense.
We want to see you put that in context. And lastly, this is what
hold on, brother. I don't understand what you're saying, though. I don't understand how you're saying.
But what I just said. Tell them basically what I asked.
You're saying I honor oath. How? And so
you just said you still honor your oath.
How is that any different?
That's what I'm saying.
Any different from Jesus saying, if you don't worship me, I'm gonna cut your head off?
He didn't say I'm gonna cut your head off.
He didn't say that.
He said, those who didn't want to serve me. He said, go get them and slay them. He didn't say worship, my brother. That was
right. You got to make sure that
Black Beauty, stop.
But you're not saying it right. You got to make sure that you say it right. You misquoting it.
No,
and if you okay. I'm standing down.
And you know that it's the same thing. I told y'all it's about servitude, worship. It's all the same to me. If you don't serve me, I'm gonna cut your head off. No different from John Gotti saying it, anybody else. And what I'm saying is, I thought we had free will. I thought it was about love and all of that.
Hold up.
It always comes back to servitude. That's
hold
what I'm trying
Lex.
to show you.
Hold up, Lex. Let me ask you this question. I hear you, but I wanted to ask you this as well. So in Masonry, you got to believe in the higher power. You can't be an atheist and be a Mason. So how can you honor your oath and it tells you that you have to believe in God?
That's because he
And yet
make up his own religion. He takes a little here and a little there and they put it together.
I ain't trying to ask your
Hold on,
opinion,
let me.
bro. But
Let
when
me.
you
I'm just fucking.
Hold up.
I'm just
You know
fucking
what's
with you.
no, but you know what's crazy about what you just said? That's what they say they do with the Bible. Here a little, there a little. That's how you're supposed to do the doctrine with the Bible. But no, I don't make up a religion. I just live the truth and what's absolute. And I
yeah, but
know
if your oath determined that you have to honor God, though, bro, wouldn't that be in opposition? Because you say you honor your oath.
Yeah, let me read this
And
real
don't
quick.
you use the scripture too? Don't you use some of the scripture too?
hold on, hold
Bro, they
on.
use a
Let
lot
me
of
let me
scripture.
let
Can I
me
read
answer
this?
your question,
Can I
Go
read
Kamisha.
this
ahead,
real
bro.
quick?
Go ahead.
Hold
All
on,
right.
let me just respond to
Believe.
him real quick about
Go ahead, brother.
I told you first of all, I'm not active in the lodge, but I say I do honor my oath, meaning I'm not gonna come out here and tell you what I went through to become a master mason. I'm not
All right.
allowed to tell you the tokens, the passwords, and what I experienced and what went on and all that shit. But I'm not active in the lodge.
Okay.
Second of all, I believe in the divinity of the universe. What I'm telling you is I don't believe in the gods in them books and
Okay.
them aliens who gave y'all that information
Yeah.
to enslave you and make you servants and have you constantly giving your energy to these vampiric spirits in the form of praise, worship, honor, and ready and willing slaves. But go ahead, brother.
Okay. Well, it says right here the belief in the great architect of the universe. This is what Masons have to uphold. It said today Freemasons is in almost every Grand Lodge recognize that an abiding belief in God, great
Mm-hmm.
architect of the universe, is the solid foundation upon which the Masonic edifice rests.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to,
That's
if
not
you
who's
you
the
were a
great
Mason,
architect. Who's
the,
the great architect of the universe, though? It ain't those
no no
those
no 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 no
those
no no.
vampiric
Hey,
spirits that you're
oh,
worshiping.
he's different, huh? What's the difference between him?
The grand
It
architect.
said belief in God. Remember that. That's
Right.
part of your oath.
Hold on, listen, brother. Be clear, JJ.
I'm
It's
just reading what the.
mandatory
No,
too.
but I want you to be clear though about what I'm saying, because y'all think I'm going against God when I'm going against your false gods. I'm
Okay.
telling you that the gods that y'all are worshiping are
Mm,
demons.
okay. So can you
Can you
explain to
can you
me?
prove that?
Can hold on.
Yes,
Hold,
yes. I
okay.
hold up. See, now those are the type of questions I like. Can I prove it? Ask me more questions like that, and I will give you the proof out of your own books and
Okay.
in life.
But before we go there,
You can't use the book. You can't use
uh,
the book.
yeah. Before we
I
go
can't
there,
use the book to show you the demonic instructions that was given to humanity.
this is part of your oath, bro.
Hey,
But
bro,
he do
but
use the book anyways, though. He use it when he want to use it.
Right, because you cannot, rat poison is 99% food, 1% poison. That's why rats eat it. The Bible was like that. They couldn't have captured your soul without giving you information that resonates with your soul. I told you that in the beginning. So yeah, I can weave through the Bible and get some beautiful principles. But at the end of the day, all roads lead to servitude.
All
Cause
right.
ain't because I know the great architect of the universe would never ask me to sacrifice my son.
Okay.
what?
Well, tell us about the dark side.
Masons make blood sacrifice all the time, bro.
Yeah. Let's look that up. Hold up. Here we go. Mason's
I don't
blood.
know, Masons do a lot of stuff. What they got? That's what I'm saying, brother. I'm not. Yeah,
Wait a minute.
I'm not.
Who
I
is?
You
don't
heard him
follow.
say that he
I
got his
don't.
foot in a little bit and he's out.
No, I don't.
Like
I don't.
he not
Hold
fully.
on, y'all don't see me promoting masonry. Like, hey, let me teach y'all about. I'm a mason, and no, I'm not. I'm even. I mean, when once you become a mason, you're gonna be a mason for the rest of your life. Like, but
What
I'm not.
degree what degree Mason you is?
He
There's
probably
only
third degree.
there's only 3 degrees.
He probably third degree.
Which one you
There's
are?
I'm third degree. I'm a master mason.
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
Is that
So
right?
they
Yeah, he ain't,
okay.
but he ain't really
Brother,
unfolded to
don't even do it. You want to
I'm
start
saying
talking
that
about the
in a respectful tone, not
33
to beat you
degrees,
down, not to
32?
beat you down,
No,
not to
I'm
beat
not,
you down.
but
I'm
I'm not
saying that
claiming,
because
I'm not, brother, hold on. You don't even have to say that because I'm not even claiming that masonry gave me any, this has nothing to do with masonry. You know what I'm
okay,
saying? The fact that I became a mason, the masons are under the same type of, ignorance as the rest of the world.
but you say you still honor your oath, bro. So I don't
Right.
know.
Right.
It feel like I'm trying to exercise demons
Brother,
out of
that's
you,
like
bro.
if
When
you
I'm talking,
hold on, brother. If you was in a gang, you still honor the oath. Like if you leave a gang, right? You say, man, I ain't doing this stuff. Now you gonna go to run to the police station and tell about all the murders you know about?
Who
No,
do the Masons?
you just left that alone. Like I'm not, you see
Who,
what I'm saying? But when
who,
you ask me if I honor my oath, I don't come on here and tell people what I experienced in the lodge. That's the oath.
yeah,
Well, if you honor your oath, you ain't leave anything alone.
that's right.
I haven't been to a lodge. I haven't paid a due in 10 years.
Is that why they kick you out? I mean, you left.
I never got
He went to the dark side.
You never get kicked out of lodge, brother.
Oh yeah, you can get excommunicated from a
Well,
lodge.
you can, but you're not for like you. I mean,
They will remove you.
What they do? Will they come kill you? Will they come
Well,
kill you?
if they remove me, I don't know about it. They could have, bro.
Yeah,
My
they'll take
lodge.
your name off the rolls, bro.
Can I?
Okay,
Where did this?
atheism, they'll do it.
Come on.
Go ahead, Jude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where did? Okay.
I think y'all are deflected a little bit in
No,
terms of what I'm saying.
Jeremiah got something to say. He's
I've
trying
been
to say
quiet.
No, that's
something.
cool. But I know I just said that before he went.
Well,
Damn, Black Beauty.
I'm just saying. I've been quiet for about 2 hours. Now let me ask you this: this great architect of the universe. Can you describe? Can you describe how the Masons, you know, uh, I don't know, believe in him or whatever? What is this great architect?
I mean, the great architect is. I mean, the universe is geometry, brother.
That's what.
That's all it's acknowledging that you can see the design and the art. It's the architecture of the universe, whatever the source and mind behind that. But it is not what's in your Bible, though.
Okay, let's see what the Masons say about it. What do you say? The great. Huh?
What
You
do
still
I
there,
say
bro?
about what? What do I say
Well,
about what?
what's the difference between the great architect? Because okay, so the Masons accept all religions, all gods, right?
You have to believe in deity to become a Mason. That's what's said. You have to believe in a deity.
Okay,
So it's not
who's
really,
your
but when
deity?
you, but no
Uh,
one sits around in a Masonic lodge talking about the deity and shit like that, like these type of conversations. Like, so what
yeah.
is the grand architect? And no one really does that, bro. So that's
So
what I'm saying. It's like that's just a requirement that's on,
what's
what I'm saying, the books or whatever. But you got all type of people that become Masons. A motherfucker can just lie. He can be an atheist and say, "Yeah, I believe in deity," and
so
become a Mason. You know what I'm
well?
saying?
So would that be so if you lied, would that be upholding your what do you call it? Your vows, your agreements? If you lied to get in there like that?
No, because the oath is something different, and you don't know what the oath is unless you went through the ritual.
I got all the oaths right here, bro.
Let's hear it, bro. Let's hear a few of them.
I got all of them here. I got all. Hold on, let me take this off here.
Why
So
y'all trying to put me in some Masonic bag and something like,
Hold up.
brother?
I
I'm
got
talking.
all of them
We
right
just
here.
trying to get some understanding.
I got
You the
every
source.
last one right here, family.
No,
It's a
hold on. This is
magnum
what
opus.
I'm. Hold on. This is my point, though.
Hold
That
up. Let me read something to you
all right,
from
let's hear it. Let's hear
Albert
it.
Pike.
Let's hear it. Oh,
This
from
is a
Albert.
no,
prayer.
stop.
This
No,
is a
stop.
prayer. Hold up.
Brother,
This is a prayer.
Albert
Right?
Pike, stop
Hold
it,
up.
bro.
Listen, bro. The
Brother, you
rituals are
said,
basically the same, bro. Listen.
brother.
It says, "O Almighty and Eternal God, the great architect of the universe, there is no number of thy days or of thy mercies. Thou hast sent to us in this world to serve thee and to live according to thy laws, but we wander far from thee into the paths of error and have planted thorns and sorrows round about our dwellings. Our life is but a span in length, and yet very tedious, because of the calamities that enclose us on every side, and the days of our pilgrimage are few and evil if our bodies fail and frail, and passions violent, distempered, and understandings weak to our will, perverse. Look thou upon us, O Father, in the mercy and pity, and let not our weakness make us sin against thee." This is talking about a prayer to God right here.
Yeah,
So
and
you saying
he's a
he
Christian.
said, "Oh God."
He's a
So you know, you saying you believe in the grand architect, and he said up here, "Let
He's a-
us remember that God
he's a
gives us our
Christian,
time,
brother.
and
He was a
not as nature gives us river." It says, "But drop by
damn,
drop,
bro. You ain't
minute
got
by
to keep
minute."
reading the whole goddamn.
Yeah, we want to hear it, man.
And then he said, "You
But
know,
what
he's
does that
supposed
got
to
to do
do that.
with
He's
what?
supposed
What
to
does
do
that
that.
got to do with what
He's
I'm
supposed to do
saying,
that
brother?
because I'm supposed to be revealing these secrets to him." He
That
said.
ain't no secret,
So,
bro. You can buy
he
that at
said,
Barnes
God
Barnes.
breathed into this house of clay that the spirit had passed away. Is that an
This is
alien
why,
that is talking about
man.
here? Is that a
This is
demon
why
God
y'all
that's talking
remain
about in this
slaves,
nation?
brother.
We were asking you a question
I'm
about
trying to
masonry,
free
and you getting
y'all,
mad.
and y'all want to play games with me and
How
deflect
we playing game, bro?
to remain servants.
No,
Bro,
but
let me ask y'all this. Let me just ask you this.
no.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead,
I'm gonna
brother.
tell you
Go
what.
ahead.
I'm gonna
You
put this.
trying to stack the
Yeah.
scriptures and all that,
Right,
but when
right.
we get to talking about your stuff, then you got a
Okay,
problem.
okay.
I'm not defending. No, see, that's what you're trying to
I'm gonna
create
put
that
that down.
narrative.
So
You
he ain't
can
a
talk.
mason no more.
I'm
He
gonna
ain't a
You
put
can
that
mason.
talk
down.
about it all you just want.
He ain't a mason.
Hey,
I
So
don't.
hold up. Let me ask one question.
Yo, y'all
We
are
not asking your secrets.
Hold up,
it's
Nimrod.
childish, bro. Go
No,
ahead,
it's
man.
not. Let me ask you this, Nimrod. So do y'all have to get in a coffin and you know, masturbate in front of your people and tell all about all your sexual
Whoa.
things? Is that one of the rituals?
Bro, that's
Get in the
skull and
coffin.
that's you talking skull and
That's
bones,
what I asked you.
bro.
Okay, I don't.
That's not even blue lodge masonry.
So
That's what I'm.
hey, Judah.
Hold
you
on, brother.
Scottish free rights?
Hold on,
Which one are
brother.
you?
Brother, hold
Judah,
on,
Go
this
ahead.
what he draw for. He draw off Duncan's
brother.
ritual. I know
Okay,
this
let's
for
hear
a
Duncan.
fact. I
God
know
damn,
this for a
brother.
fact.
Hold on. Let me
Okay,
just
go ahead,
I
clarify
Nimrod.
know this
something.
for a fact.
Bring it out, Commission.
Y'all be listening to these white Christians who
These
be
all their
talking that
symbols right here.
Illuminati shit,
Watch
mixing
this.
the skull and bones and Greek fraternities. Those are not free and
Okay,
accepted.
let's go into the oath.
Hold, brother. Hold,
Hold on, commission.
brother.
Let him get him in because
Okay, go ahead, bro.
he's starting to
What
get
are
mad.
y'all?
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
bro.
Man, I'm gonna tell y'all
Go
are
ahead.
possessed by demons, brother. That's why y'all trying to frustrate. You're not gonna frustrate me. I'm just trying to talk to you and show you the difference in your
Okay.
era, bro. You're talking
So
about
We possessed. You
yes.
throwing all kinds of shit at us,
Hold on,
and all we doing is trying to get a better understanding. And you avoiding it. So every
No,
time
I'm
he go to
not.
the books, you got a problem. Now we
No, I
possessed
was just no. I don't
because we
mind
just
going.
trying to hear it.
No, what I'm telling you is you're possessed because you opened yourself up. You invite these spirits into you. Y'all want the so-called Holy Spirit of these beings. They're in you. So I know they're in you.
Which beings? Which ones you talking
But hold
about?
on. But the only reason why I was addressing JJ in terms of what he asked about the coffin stuff, that is not Freemasonry, brother. That's that Illuminati skull and bones talk, which is a whole different thing. That's all I was trying to tell him. He's what, and I know where people get that from. They be watching these Illuminati conspiracy theory videos, and I'm not saying there's truth to that stuff.
I mean, they mix all of it together. I'm just saying, some of them be
No,
mixing stuff together.
Let me prove something to y'all real quick. I'm finna show you something for proof. He ain't gonna be able to deny this. This is what it say in this book, Duncan Ritual, right? Watch this. I'm gonna show you how my proof. I'm gonna go to a primary.
You got something against that book?
I'm gonna
Hold
go
on.
to a
What are you?
primary.
Are you
He
proving?
want me. He don't want
Hold
me to
on,
speak it.
brother
He don't want me to
Let
read.
him read, Lex.
He don't
Brother,
want me to
hold on.
read.
He said it.
He's supposed to do that.
No, brother.
He
God
know what
damn.
he
I
doing.
want, brother.
He
I
know what he
want you to
doing.
read it. I just want to ask you, when you say you're showing proof,
I'm finna
what
show
if
you primary.
what if I denied, or what are you arguing with me about that
You
you're
ain't gonna
about
be
to
able to
show?
deny what I'm finna show. That's what I'm telling you. What I'm finna show now, you ain't finna be able to deny. Now,
Okay.
first, I'm gonna read from this book.
Why would
Let's
I
hear it.
know?
It
Okay, let's
says,
hear it, Lex. Let's hear
he
it.
says, now this is dealing with the obligation. He said, all this I most solemnly, sincerely promise and swear with a firm and steadfast resolution to perform the same without any mental reservation or secret evasion of mind, whatever binding myself under no less penalty than having my throat cut across and my tongue torn out by its roots and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea at the low water marks where the tide ebbs and the flows twice in 24 hours. Should I ever knowingly violate this, my entered apprentice obligation, so help me God and keep me steadfast and due performance of the same. So this is basically saying that you bind yourself under these penalties if you violate this oath. And so I'm finna show the proof that this is authentic that I'm showing you. This is
Hold
what
on, brother. I didn't.
Hold up. I'm gonna let you speak. I'm finna show the proof first, and I'm gonna let you speak. I ain't
But
even finna expound on it.
when did I say it wasn't, or what are you saying?
No, I'm finna show the proof so they can see. I want them to know.
Hold on,
Thank
but
you.
what is? I'm just trying to add. What is your point?
He's trying to make it.
No, he's not. That's what I'm saying. It's a deflection.
No.
It's like because there's no.
This is
Y'all are
proof right here, family.
He's creating a
You
straw
see this
man
website
argument.
right here? You see this website right here? This is Masonic website. Now watch this. This is where you go into the books, right? When you go into these books, they got every book you can think about in Masonry, right? They got all the rites, the ceremonies, rituals, and the forms, and everything. They even got some of Muta Ashby books.
Okay.
Right? Look at all of this here, right? You see all the rules? They got Robert's Rules of Order that govern religious organizations. They got everything up in here, right? They even got the African origins, books, written by different authors, so to speak, right? So these are all their information. Now watch this when they get into showing their rituals.
That's not all their information.
I ain't saying these the books I'm telling you they promote. They
Brother,
even got
you only,
books
but
in
you
here,
only
right?
third degree. You don't know all. You don't even.
Brother,
But you don't.
there
You don't.
is.
You
See
only
this
third
book here?
degree.
Remember the book I
You
was
don't
just
know
reading?
all.
That's the book right there.
Remember
Hold
the book
on,
I
let
was
him
reading
finish.
from?
Hold
Remember
on,
the book
brother.
I was reading from, Duncan Ritual? Hold up, let me show it to you
Brother,
again.
you
Y'all
can't
see it?
enter a Masonic library.
So
Let him finish,
what I'm
and then
showing,
you can go.
what I'm showing you now
No, I'm
is
next. I
these
got something to
books
show
are
too.
sold to their membership.
Mm.
You see, I bought this one out of Barnes and Nobles, but these books are sold to their membership. And so these rituals, regardless of how you do the right ceremonies and form, they still got the information in here. And if you buying that and it ain't the real deal, so to speak, then it's garbage. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. Your book is showing not only this one, but it actually have the rituals to each rite. See that there? That's a revised version of Duncan ritual.
Right.
And Duncan was killed. He was killed for exposing this type of stuff. You know what I mean?
So who was you praying to up in there?
So I'm trying to
when
figure.
they say you praying
Nimrod, who was you praying to?
Who that
right now? Right now, this brother's playing Jeopardy.
No, we asking you who was you praying to when you was in the Masonic
It
Lodge?
had no bearing on what I was saying. I don't know.
We switched it up a little bit, man. We want to know about Freemasonry now. Now, who was you praying to?
Brother, I'm not a Freemason no more. I mean, technically I am, but I just told
He
you.
did. He said he's not a Freemason, but he said that he still holds the. Yeah.
Hold the oath. Okay, so when you actually when you was there, who did you pray to?
I never prayed to anyone.
So did you?
Self.
So you never went to? Hold on. Listen. So you never went to a funeral or anything? They didn't pray to God.
No.
Did they pray to? Okay, let me show you something real quick. Hold up. When commission get done, I got something to show you.
He used to pray to God before, though.
Now he
Well,
made
no,
a fuss by Albert Pike, but look who they got up here.
right there. And he's most racist.
No,
He's a racist Civil
That's who
War.
started the Klan.
Damn right.
Yeah.
And you know where they did it at? Maxwell House. That's where the Maxwell House coffee come from. Big
Yes,
fat.
indeed.
1865, my brother.
Brother, I know Moors who killed people and moved kilos with a
You
fez
think
on.
I don't know that? And listen,
So
you
hold
think
on,
I don't know
brother.
that?
Like,
And
bro,
guess
come
what?
on, man.
They
Have some
wasn't Moors.
The
Can I
They
show you
point I'm
wasn't
trying to
Moors.
point to, that's what I'm saying. Like,
That's because Masons infiltrated the Moorish teachers. I told you to them that many times. There's a lot of people talking about they in the adept
I don't
chamber.
know what
They
it is
practice
about
Masonry.
me, but I know what it is. It's like the mystique I have that when I come around, people just get touchy and anxious.
No, you
and
good.
No, because when you come around, you have negative. You don't never just listen to the conversation, really. You just come in, hear a little certain thing, and then attack. You don't try to build, you know?
And now you're getting a taste of your own medicine. Now you think it's wrong now.
No, y'all are used to.
No, because you always put us all in the same categories. You think that we believe in the same thing, all of us, in which we don't. You don't even access what we agree on and what we don't agree on. You just throw shit out there and then think that we agree and and don't even access anything. Like,
let me share my screen. Let me share my screen.
half of the shit that you were saying, we agree with it. You know what I mean? And you don't even.
Hold on,
How
y'all.
can
Let me
you
share my
say
screen.
that? You're lying.
All right.
Number one.
No, I'm not.
My conversation, y'all have not addressed what I even said, and y'all are used to being in the echo chamber. I believe it or not, I'm the one that's laying down the brick to build.
No, you came on here. You came on here, and you ain't even. You asking questions, but you ain't even coming to the topic of hand. So what is you? You're changing shit. You're not even speaking on what. No, you not.
I came to the topic.
You came on there calling us names and talking stuff, and then changed the topic.
Hold on, I wasn't calling you names.
Okay, what is the topic that we came on here for?
I came in here when I came in. When you see me in the chat, when I came in here, I heard the brothers talking about the gods and even
and coding and codes. But you changed it. You changed it and started talking about what we worship and what we believe in, and we demons and all this other stuff.
Yeah, let me read something for this Masons real quick. See, because when he was in there,
the Elohim is talking to you. But go ahead.
Yeah, you didn't just come in here and build with us. You just came up in here and called us names.
You're possessed, sister.
Okay.
Oh my God!
He don't want.
You're deflecting.
This brother started talking about masonry and
Can
lodge.
Can I read?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Now this is the Masonic funeral ritual. You see.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and this is what Lex was saying when he went to somebody's funeral. Unto thee, O God, Father of all, do we come in this hour with grief and bereavement. Unto thee do we send up the cry of our sorrowing hearts. You see what I'm saying? Hold up.
What's a sovereign heart, brother?
Hold up, brother. This is what y'all be saying.
But I'm saying, if you're going to read the words,
Let them continue. Let them continue.
They go to prayer.
Oh
my
God. You're ignorant and unstudied. You want to read the words, but you don't
see the name callings, the ad hominems, and all the rest of this stuff.
I know.
Come on now, let him read. He's reading.
This what Lex was saying when he was up in there and somebody passed away. Almighty God. I'm gonna leave you alone, bro. I'm gonna leave you alone, man.
Yeah, we not gonna do that. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Lex. Teach us some shit. Lex, teach us demons some shit.
I know how fragile the religious mind is and people that are used to being servants.
So you wasn't religious up in the lodge?
I know what I'm dealing with.
Let me read this again for you.
All I'm trying to tell you, just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You are giving your power over to vampiric spirits. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Okay. We
When
appreciate
you
it.
read, look, let me give you an example. When you read the book, you read about these Elohim, right? That in the beginning God created and the Elohim and all this. Then you go in the book of Enoch and it tell you about these fallen angels, right? And the fallen angels are the angels that actually, if you read the book, that brought civilization and taught man how to plant, how to do this, how to do war, metallurgy. They tell you that they taught man all this stuff. But you can't make the link. And then they tell you that these fallen angels came from where? Where did they come from? Anybody know? Where did they fall from?
Mount Hermons.
No, before they got to Mount Hermon, where were they? In the heavens with God. They're literally his sons.
But that's not what it said, Enoch.
According to the story. Yes, it is. They're his sons. They landed on Mount Hermon. They made the oath on Mount Hermon to do what they was going to do. But where did they come from? When you go to the book of Revelation, it told you they was thrown out of heaven, bro.
Right, but in essence, though.
They do.
Right.
So they come, listen, man. So these beings, God and his angels, they're the ones who come here, right? Or they came from God. Or in wherever God dwells. And then they tell you it was a war in heaven. For real? And so then God, look what God did. He cast Satan and his angels to the earth where you were. He sent them. And then said, woe to man, for Satan comes with great wrath to the earth. God, well, goddamn God, thank you. But y'all can't make the goddamn connection.
But that's not.
This dude right here sound like one of them exorcism movies. Every time
He
say God, he say devil. When you say good, he say evil.
No, because God is the devil. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
See. But this way you misleading the people at, right?
I know that goes against your indoctrination and servitude
No,
programming. But he even tells you in the book that he's the devil.
In the book of Enoch, it doesn't say anything about no angels falling from nowhere. It says that they were watchers for one, and that they was on Mount Hermons. These are watchers. These are not the cherubim or the seraphim. These are watchers for one.
You believe that the serpent was Jesus in the garden?
Do I believe? I believe they're all serpents. They're all serpentine beings. Jesus, what did he do? He shape-shifted in front of his disciples. When you read about God when they describe God, they tell you that he got wings, that he's breathing fire from his nose.
That's called anthropomorphosis.
Exactly.
That's called anthropomorphosis. So that's not given no. According to the Torah, according to the first 5 books,
do the angels have
Let the brother talk, because we really ain't been letting him talk. We've been cutting him off. Let him get it in. But nothing. Just let him get it in a little bit.
So what I was saying is that there is no description of the creator, period, or who you would call the universal God or whatever. There is no description.
Yes, there is.
So no, there isn't. If it's anthropomorphic, that means that this is something that whoever's given the story is relating to you, giving you some kind of idea, but it's not the idea of the creator.
And where did they get the idea from?
It says that the creator is a flaming fire.
Brother, where did he get the idea from? Isn't that a message from God to the person who's writing it? So even if it's anthropomorphic,
that's not that's not a message from God.
So who are the prophets then? That aren't the prophets getting their message from God? Yeah, crickets. So
yes. Wait, time out. No, it ain't no crickets. No, because the message from God is always to do what? It's to do good and turn from evil. That's the
No, it
only
ain't.
true message. That's
Hold
yes,
on,
it
hold
is.
on,
That's
hold
the
on.
only true. That's the
So
only true
now you
message
see what
that's
he just
coming
did.
forth from the book. It's
So
turn. It's turn from evil and do good, man. That's
hold
the
on,
only
brother.
thing.
Brother, you just
Hmm.
see what I mean by the programming. Now you're telling me that all the other stuff that's written, the only thing that the prophets wrote in these books is turn from evil and do good.
I said the message. The message.
I didn't, brother. That's
And
not
then
what I
and then
see. What
and
I'm
then when
saying,
it comes
y'all.
to the children,
This is
and listen,
programming.
when it comes
It's
to
not
the
making
children
no
of Israel,
sense.
no, you don't make no sense because you don't know the Bible like you say
I
you
know it
do.
better than you, sir.
No, you don't. No, you don't. All you know is doctrine. You don't know nothing about the Bible. You never really studied these scriptures.
That's
You
right.
only go by doctrine. You only go off the doctrine. That's the only thing you have to stand on. You don't know this
No,
book, period.
I'm
You
the
don't know this
opposite of
book.
doctrine, sir.
You don't, you know,
If I was going by
all you've
doctrine,
been
I'd be
bringing out
saying
all
what.
night is doctrine, my brother. That's all you've
Okay,
been bringing out all night is doctrine.
in the book, right? Since I
Mm-hmm.
don't know the book, who
Mm-hmm.
caused David to number Israel?
The adversary.
Really?
Yes, because it tells you in one passage that Dawid did the counting, and then the other passage it tells you that Satan numbered the children of Israel.
No, it
What
didn't.
is
You're
Satan?
lying.
Yes,
You're
it
lying.
does. So
You're
anyway,
lying.
so
Hold on.
anyway,
No. Let's pull it
when
up.
it
Hold
comes to
on.
language, we'll go pull it
See what
up.
I'm saying,
So
y'all?
pull it up. You can
Brother,
pull it up. You
in
can pull it up.
one passage, it says
It's,
God caused David, YHWH, to
mm,
number Israel. And in another passage, it said Satan caused David to number Israel. It never said
that's
Satan himself
false.
did it.
No, that's
Okay,
false.
now y'all heard that. Now everybody commission, did you hear that? He said that's see why everybody getting quiet now.
Yeah, we heard it. Pull it
Bro,
up.
All right. So
we hear it. We hear
so
it, bro.
does anybody else want to be honest and not a demon that knows what I'm talking about? Knows in one verse it says that Yahweh caused him to, and then the next verse, Yahweh calls himself Satan.
No, brother, ain't nowhere in the Bible.
No, pull it up.
All right.
You
So
gotta prove that.
All right. So when I show you that, what are you gonna say, Commission?
You ain't gonna show me what God called it.
We gonna add it to our knowledge.
I know that Bible, bro.
All right. So let's.
You ain't gonna show me what God. You gonna interpret what you think is God called. You
See,
ain't
here
gonna
we
show me what
go.
God say He
See,
say.
here we go. All right. Now it comes down. No, it ain't no interpret.
No, you got to show it what He say. I'm the devil, bro. Show it.
No, he was called Yahweh in one verse, and the next verse it said Satan.
Who called him? Himself or somebody
you
called him that?
Don't do
All right,
yourself
I'm gonna
like
give
that.
you the scriptures first.
Pull
Let's
your
go
verse up, bro.
No, I can't. I'm on my phone. Somebody pull up First Chronicles 21:1 first.
You heard it.
First Chronicles 21:1.
JJ, we can't hear you.
See, they put it's encoded in here. But y'all are so indoctrinated you can't see it. Watch this. Anybody pulling that up?
Now let's hear. Hello, can you hear me?
Anybody?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So now look what it says. First Chronicles 21. It says, and Satan stood up against Israel and provoked Dawid to number Israel.
All right. Now go to 2 Samuel 24:1.
You ain't dealt with that one yet, brother.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's pretty plain what it just said. So that's how I dealt
bro,
with it.
That didn't say what you said. That's your interpretation of that.
Now,
that's it. Hold on.
Now watch this.
No, brother, no.
Let him
it says,
let him read. Let him read. Let him read, Lex.
No, wait a minute. I'm the one. This is how.
Wait, no, he's gonna read what you just asked him. Let him read and then go.
Thank you, brother.
Second Samuel 24:1. Now watch this. And again, the anger of Yah was kindled against Israel, and he moved David them to go against them to say, "Go number Israel and Judah."
All right.
And
now stop. Now, in First Chronicles, it said Satan moved David to number Israel, and right there it says Yahweh moved David to number Israel. Which one is it?
No, it says that Satan stood up, but again.
Read it again.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
because
I'm
you
done.
just
I'm done.
you
I'm
no
not gonna even argue about it, yo. Go ahead.
no. Let him read it again so we can get a better understanding. Because I heard what he said.
Yeah, y'all gonna lie to each other.
How are we lying? The scripture, let the scripture speak for itself.
Okay, yeah. Read them again.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
And again, the anger of Yah was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, "Go number Israel and Judah."
All right, who moved David right there?
Says Yah.
Okay, now go back to First Chronicles 21:1. I'm gonna break the code for you tonight, sir.
No, let me break this code. Now look what it say. And Shaitan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel.
All right, so now we got two. If these are two separate entities, we got a problem. Because in one account, the Lord moved David, and in this account, Satan moved him. See,
No, it says no.
We didn't hear that though.
It says Satan. It says
Right, so
Satan stood up. Let me read this last verse 21.
Oh my
okay.
God, bro.
Look, it says, and Shaitan or Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel.
All right. So Satan provoked David. So provoked and moved is synonymous, sir.
No.
If I provoke
no. You trying to make them, but no, it's not.
No, exactly. Because when we read in the book of Job,
all right, I'm done with it.
First and foremost.
No, you ain't done. You gonna get this work. Listen.
Yeah. So first and foremost, when you hear the word Satan, this is only saying one who is an adversary.
Oh, I heard that excuse before.
Or one who turns aside. If the Creator was angry against the children of Israel and moved David, that means that an agent had to come in and provoke David to do what he was told not to do from the beginning with.
Now we're getting into exegesis and doctrine. You're a liar, demon.
It's not no exegesis or no doctrine. That's just plain fact. It tells you. It tells you.
It didn't say what you just said. It said Satan provoked him, and then in the other one it said God moved him to number Israel. Satan and God. So either we got a motherfucking split personality.
What scripture that is, Lex? Again.
This is First Chronicles 21:1.
Commission adept, man. Show that you ma'akaru, man. True of speech, bro.
Commission.
And 2 Samuel 24:1.
Anybody with a brain that is not brainwashed, no, those are clear words. There's nothing deep where we gotta it's clear. You just can't,
it's clear,
brother. You can't handle it. That's why you're coming with all this other shit about
what I can't handle.
Well, you can't handle what's just been revealed to you.
What do you mean? The children of Israel angered the Most High, and he moved David, to go to number the people. And so Satan Satan stood up and provoked.
No,
and
that's
provoked.
That's not. That's
it
not
says
even
right
the
here.
same.
It says right here. It says.
You made that up, bro.
Brother, what am I? How got it? Hold on. You talking about making something up?
Listen, it didn't say that Yahweh. Hold up. Let me tell you what you're trying to.
Commission, you got the scripture? You pulling it up?
Hold on. It would have to
I'm
say.
pulling it up right now.
It would say that God moved David to number Israel, and then he provoked Satan to go do the work. It didn't say that, bro.
I didn't say,
that.
bro. I didn't say anything about no Satan was provoked to do anything. I said that Satan stood up and he provoked David. It's right there, brother. He provoked David.
All right, and God, and in the other scripture said God moved David to do it.
Right, but this is the Satan that stood up and provoked David. That's what it's showing you.
Y'all?
But that's what it's listen though. But that's what it's
talking about.
That's what it's telling you,
brother.
But that's what it's telling you right there.
You can't throw me no bullshit about what I just read.
But that's what it's saying right there. No, with the bullshit is the shit that's coming out your mouth. That is was some bullshit.
All right, brother.
Because we know that Satan does what? He moves to and fro from what? Earth.
See what I'm saying? Now he's giving a goddamn a Christian pastor Sunday school excuse.
How is that Christian pastor? We know that from reading Job. Yeah, when we read First Job, we see or identify who Satan is.
All right.
We see what the how Satan is.
I get
so
it, bro.
It's no exegesis, nothing. That's
not what it says.
Right, bro. You can't put Satan in the Most High in the same nothing.
What you trying to find what you consider
I'm not
contradiction.
Trying to do
hold up.
All the time.
What I'm saying, you trying to find a contradiction, right?
No.
And, hold up, listen. And you feel
you
like the contradiction.
I'm not trying to find a contradiction, sir.
Let him get the commission trying to get an understanding. Okay? And then you can explain to him.
So what I'm trying to ask you, brother, are you trying to blame God for, just say if man mistranslated, or just say if there was a contradiction in the translation? Are you blaming God for that? If that's how you see it?
No, there is no contradiction. It says what it says, and I'm telling you that it's encoded, and God and the devil is the same.
If it's encoded, the code got to be broke down. You know what the word Satan mean, right? It just means adversary.
See, I heard all of this before.
This is the truth. This is the truth.
So
hold on, let me show you. Hold
on, brother. So when it said, hold up, no, you ain't gotta show me nothing.
Because you saying the devil, and it don't say the word devil in there.
You said God and the devil is the same people.
Yeah, it don't say devil.
All right, it's almost 4 hours, y'all. We're going to have to wrap it up.
And this is what happens whenever.
Well, you see that there? It don't say devil up in here.
Commission. When it said Satan stood up.
Yeah, but the word Satan don't mean devil, though, brother.
All right, I'm asking you. When it said Satan stood up.
See that? You don't see devil.
God damn, brother. When it said Satan stood up to provoke David to number Israel, did that just mean it was the adversary, or was it talking about Satan itself?
I'm going to tell you what that means when it says Satan stood up to provoke David to number Israel. We can look at it both ways, because if Satan stood up to provoke David to number Israel, it means that David was a warrior. So in other words, listen, David was a warrior. So when Satan stood up, meaning the adversary that he was facing at that time, you know what I mean? That caused David to number Israel.
Bro. You're lying.
But then God himself.
Listen
to me. Listen.
Brother, you
listen,
lied.
brother. You won't let me. Will you let me say what
you gotta let him finish first.
Come on, brother. It ain't gonna hurt you for me to say it.
Thank you,
brother.
Just let him finish, and then you can.
You're possessed.
Listen, brother.
You have to, even if you feel he's possessed, let him get it out, and then you give him the exorcism. I'm just saying, let him finish, okay?
The devil is a liar.
I believe he is, but he ain't here tonight. But you bringing it out. Come on now, we trying to build and get an understanding. Come on.
Right. When he says Satan stood up against David and provoked him, this is saying that basically his adversary drawed, him to come forth, because he seen the adversary was on the manifest. If he provoked him, this is meaning that he stood up against that opposition. And if God was the one that also pushed him forward, then you can look at this both ways. Satan caused David to get ready for war, or stand in the presence but God was the force behind David, moving him to go against that. So you look at it that way, then you get the context out of it, brother.
Right.
And
In
it
other
don't look like
words,
you trying to make it look.
Can I comment? Can I
See what
speak?
I'm saying?
lie
He
to
talking about lie.
explain.
Yeah, let the
You's
new
a
brother speak,
liar,
please.
Go
bro.
ahead, brother.
Kareem,
You're
go
a
on mute the mic, please.
bro. I'm not even
No,
trying to be funny.
Lex go first. Let him go, and
Right.
then he go, because he do have to respond to what he said. Okay, even though he gonna say lie, but he do have a right to respond, and then we gonna let him.
And then the brother come
And
on.
the new brother, yeah.
This is the common is your program. The brother lied. That's why. Oh, we can look at it both ways, and he's explaining something away instead of taking it for what is. You are lying. That's not what he said. Oh, it's an adversary. Who's the adversary? Satan.
Bro,
He
I
trying to
showed
act
you
like
in the
he trying
book.
to know, brother. Hold on. He
I
trying to
showed
act
you
like
adversary. Ain't no
that
devil.
Let him finish, Commission.
All
when
right.
it said Satan stood up, he trying to act like it was some other dude across the street or something. No, Satan stood up to provoke David. We all know who the hell Satan is, bro. And I know the word means adversary, of course, because that's talking about the characteristics of Satan. But we know who Satan is, right? According to this Bible. It is the adversary to God. That's why one of the meanings of his name means adversary. But you can't take that specific verse and try to make it look like, oh, this is just an adversary. This now you make it a mysterious adversary. It's Satan. And then in the next verse, it said it's God. And you lied and tried to explain it away like a Sunday preacher.
Bro, you misunderstood everything I said. I
And
said
then he
that
said we can
Satan,
see it both
the
ways.
devil,
How is it both ways?
provoked David basically to encamp his men, gather his men for war. And I'm saying that God was the
No, to
strength
number
behind
them.
him. That's
No,
how I
he
see
didn't
it.
provoke. No,
You full of shit. That's
hold
what
on.
the
You just
fuck
trying
you
to
is.
find a way to
Hold
try
on.
to buck, but that's what it
He
said,
said he
what I said.
provoked David to war. You lied.
What I said, you
He
misreading
provoked
it,
him,
brother. You ain't
brother.
reading it right. You
Brother,
say
he
I
said,
lied, but you got a
Okay.
problem
hold on. You just
comprehending what
said,
you read.
see, that's
Kareem,
why
mute the
he's
mic
talking.
for a
Hold on,
second,
hold on.
please.
He said that he
All right.
provoked them to war. No, he
Okay.
provoked them to number the children of Israel. That was what the provoking was, brother. You're lying.
All right, leave it alone. Okay.
Okay, yeah, we gonna move on. Let the
don't move on.
Come on, Lex.
wait. I just let you go. I
But
just
Black
let you
Beauty,
go.
but Black Beauty, I need
What?
you to admit the truth.
All right, hold
Lex,
on.
I'm going to
Okay,
admit.
yeah.
I'm going to
Okay,
admit it.
Satan is the Most High. The Most High is everything. Okay, so
All right.
move along.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let me
all right.
address it.
At
Let me
least
address it, and
you
I'm
partially. Oh God, here comes this guy.
All
yeah,
right.
and I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
the
No.
Most
So here's
High
the
do
thing,
use
right?
Satan.
All the demons
Here's the
are
thing. I'm
coming out
actually
of the
going to
woodwork.
agree with partially what Lex is saying, but
Yeah, I do too.
But I'm going to explain it. He didn't.
Go
Lex
ahead.
is not wrong in what he's saying initially, because the verse clearly says in one case that Satan provoked David, and in the other case it says the Most High moved David. We don't have to run from that. It's easily explained. It's explained. Oh, by the way, piece of the panel. I'm sorry, I didn't even introduce myself. Sorry
Peace,
about that.
peace.
Piece of the panel.
What's your name? Who are you?
Volume.
How you doing?
Volume of the crook. Go ahead, brother.
See, here you go.
Leave him alone.
No matter how much I try to be at peace with this dude, but it's okay.
Yeah, he agree with you, so let him break it down. Help you break it down.
The devil can't fool me.
Hey, I
Right,
agree
so-
with you to a certain extent too. I really do. So
let me
let
just
him go.
explain it real quick. It's no different than when the Bible says that the Most High is the only Savior, right? But we know that He sends men on earth to do the saving, right? So in one case it says the Most High moved David to number Israel. In the other case, when it says and Satan stood up, it's simple. It's because we know that the Most High is in charge of all things. So when the Most High wanted to move David to do that, He didn't do it Himself. He used Satan to do it.
You said
And
that's
that's
a
why.
lie.
And
That's
hold
a
on,
lie.
Lex. I didn't interrupt you.
That's right. It could be agreeable. Come on, man.
It's very simple. Watch this. I'm gonna give you
didn't say that.
two precepts to prove it. In one case, in Psalm 78, verse 49, it says, He, the Most High, cast upon them the fierceness of His anger, His wrath and His indignation and trouble. Watch this. By sending evil angels among them. It literally tells you that it's the Most High who sends the evil angels. And then in another case,
yeah, but it's
hold
telling
on,
you,
bro. Hold on, bro. Why? Hold on, bro.
lying.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, let him
Hold on,
let
bro.
him finish. All you saying is lying. Let this man finish.
And in the other case, we have the classic story we all know, 1 Samuel 16 and 14. After King Saul started going off, what did it say? It says, but the spirit of the Lord, or Yahweh, departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord troubled him. So we have this precedent in the Bible where when the Most High wants to do something that we call quote unquote evil, he actually uses the left-hand side. He sends those spirits to do it. So that's why it says in one case that the Most High provoked David, and in the other case it says that Satan did it, because what it's telling you is the Most High is the one who sent Satan to do it, just like he did with Job. That's
right.
It ain't that deep. That's all.
All right, let's go ahead and end the
That's
show.
a lie.
Nimrod, you come back tomorrow.
Let me
Get
just
your final word.
Okay, we're gonna end it with let Lex finish off, and then we're gonna close it out.
That dude is possessed by a demon. He's a liar. When you look at what he pulled out, it tells you in that verse, referring to that situation, that God sent evil angels. And the evil angels are just extensions of God anyway. But it says that in the verse. And even in the other verse he read. In the verses we just read, it does not say that. So to say because it says in one place God sends the evil angels, it's God. Anyway, but in this verse, it doesn't say that. So that's a lie. That's a Sunday school doctrinal lie to cover up the fact that the book is revealing to you that God is Satan in the same place. And even if you want to say Satan, if God controls Satan, then it's still God is Satan. It still don't even make a difference either way.
It's not.
He's still the person that putting out the goddamn. If he's putting out the goddamn hit, he's the person
hold
that's
on,
still doing it.
hold on. I hear somebody calling out my name, man. I hear somebody calling out my name.
This damn
Ain't nobody say your name.
Nobody
Somebody say demon. That's your name, okay?
I'm talking about Satan, right?
Well, now we know his name.
Now we know his name.
No, we're not talking about you.
No, y'all talking about Satan, right?
That's you, Sonetta?
Okay, so answer the question for him, since he just want to say liar.
I'm sorry, Satan. Y'all know who I am.
Okay, so answer the question. So, are you God and you the Most High and Satan at the same time?
Indeed, so God and the devil are one and the same.
Lex.
God and the devil are one and the same. They're the same person.
No, they're not.
So
No,
that's
they're
why
not.
I accept being called Satan. I don't care because Satan is one of the most powerful forces on the planet.
Hey, Sonetta.
Oh my God.
Sonetta, let me ask you a question, bro.
Hold on, real quick. Let me prove it.
He ain't lying though. He do rule this world. Okay.
Satan can't do nothing without the power of God. Satan and God are one and the same. Satan works for God. God works for Satan. They both one and the same. Why do you think God can never destroy Satan?
He don't choose to.
See, y'all just don't know it yet. Y'all don't understand the Bible. Lex to me is one of the most powerful brothers on here because y'all don't understand. Y'all too busy trying to argue.
All right, man. There you go, man.
Hey, yo, Sonetta.
Yeah. Take you and your little pet on.
Check it out, yo. Why is it that when I be trying to call your show, yo, it keeps sending me straight to voicemail?
Who is this?
Because there's 100 people calling.
No, not that. It always says that this number is It says this number is. It say something crazy.
Are you calling with a block phone number?
I tell you what.
I gotta ask you a question.
I tell you what. All you gotta do is email me, and I'm gonna send you the number to call. Email me.
All right, I be calling the one that be up there 0017 or 19, whatever it is.
Man, he got enough lying ass Hebrews calling in, man.
Hold up, let me ask you a question.
Man, Lex is a hater for some reason.
Let me ask you a question.
Hard, he a hard hater. He used to be one.
No, he's not a hater. He's a demon. He's possessed with a demon.
No, he ain't even a demon because demons don't like volunteers.
Can I ask you a question? Sonetta, what happened to the debate with Nepal and that woman the other day, man? Why you take it down?
Number one, my brother JJ, it was not a debate. They didn't have a debate yet.
What you take it down for? I heard some things. Now I want you to verify. Now, who do you actually think won that discussion?
Nepal kicked her ass, of course. Nepal is the HOK champion. Black Jesus ran off the panel today from little soldiers, man. Them little kids, them young boys was kicking Black Jesus' ass, and he ran.
I wondered what happened. I didn't know if you threw him off or not, man. But
no, I didn't throw him off. He
Why do
ran.
you think Bible thumpers throw away their intellect and intelligence when it comes to
he
like,
wants somebody to join with him, right? Man, come on, Lex.
He got
Ain't nobody about to agree with that garbage you on, Lex.
Right, come on.
We
got two
read
other
the scriptures. In one verse it said Satan, in one verse it said Yahweh, and y'all explaining it away
explained it
when
pretty
the Bible
I explained it very clearly,
telling
bro.
you, no, your explanation is not what the verse said.
That's just you.
No,
not
Lex explanation is not what you want to hear. That's why.
just your opinion. But his explanation was better than the one you gave.
Lex Vortex is too advanced for this panel, man. He's too advanced.
No, he's
too advanced when he calling us names and shit. You gotta have more information besides.
Hold on, is that my brother Yara that just popped on?
Yeah.
I'm
hold
telling
up.
you, y'all are possessed by Yahweh and his angels.
Okay, hold on. Lex, hold on for a second. Now we got.
I think Elder Yara, he the only one that could probably deal with Lex. He's the only one.
You over there trying to shit start.
Yeah, he trying to get y'all to Hold on, let me say something real quick. Now, Sergeant, I got a sister right here named Devania. She would gladly go against Nepal. She speaks Hebrew. She ain't no joke. Now,
well, you know Nepal is the HOK champion right now.
Well, how she win the belt, man?
She just became it today.
The same way Commission won the belt. The same way Commission won.
Anybody battling the Bible believes
he was elected. Okay, I get it.
Championship because they just make no sense.
Look, Lex got somebody on here that agree with him today. He don't feel alone now, guys.
I always agree with Lex. Lex learned a lot from me. Lex learned a lot from me.
Myself. I mean, I don't need no help.
Lex learned from the Hebrews in the hood.
Hey,
Hebrews in the hood.
To be technical, I whooped everybody I went up against,
bro.
Can't nobody fucks with Commission. I don't care what y'all talking about. Y'all need to chill.
Whoa. Hold up. Now we need Jabari and Commission to have a discussion. When we gonna set that up?
Commission is nice, so I give it to Commission.
I fuck with Commission until he starts lying.
No, Commission know his shit. Ain't no front.
No, he don't lie.
Everybody's lying when they don't agree with Lex.
Right.
That's his favorite word.
Hold on, Lex. You don't fuck with me? You don't fuck with JJ?
I mean, you cool, but your shit is pseudo as hell.
That's funny. Okay, so
I think Tahuti done beat you and gave you brain damage. He done beat you up so many times. You like Muhammad Ali, bro.
That's a lie. Now you over here lying.
Right. Now, is there a such thing as a Council of Alexandria in 287 BC, Nimrod?
I don't know.
That's what Tahuti did.
So how you he lost.
No, y'all don't understand debate. Even if that was incorrect, a debate is not decided off one point.
He built his premise off a lie.
It's based off the information.
That's another thing. Y'all don't know how to debate.
Okay.
It's the whole debate and how arguments interact. So I can be wrong on one point in a debate.
Brother.
Hold up, brother. I can be.
We're not a debate. We don't know how to argue, and that's what you like to do.
You can be wrong on a point in a debate. It doesn't mean you lost the debate.
Lex is 100% correct. Lex is right.
If the point is if the point is based on your premise, if your premise is based on the point that you're incorrect on, do you lose the debate?
No, because a premise has more than one point.
No.
Yeah, that's correct. Because I'm quite sure the other person that's debating, he's not right on everything.
Right.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Can a three-legged table stand?
Yes.
Based on what?
Leaning against the wall.
And we
leaning on his own understanding.
So in other words, in order for you to move a debate, if you lose one point of your premise, you have to move the goalpost.
Oh
no, No, like you
Right.
No, you can compensate. Like if
No. There's no compensating.
there is.
Watch this. How do you compensate? How do you compensate for a false premise?
Right.
No, not a false premise.
Okay.
Not a false premise, but a point that may be incorrect.
Then your premise is false.
Yeah. Hold on. Watch this, y'all. Right? Hey, listen. So now he used the letter of
I
Aristeas.
told you, Elder Yara is a bad
Yeah, because
motherfucker.
everything else be destroyed off of your false premise. Anything else you bring out will be destroyed because you already brought out some false information from the beginning.
Yeah, peace, family.
No, it's not. I can lay down a premise, and in my premise, I can say something was 5,000 years, and maybe that's wrong, and maybe it was 10,000, but that's not my whole premise.
But he built his premise off of
You see what I'm saying? Like y'all don't know nothing about debate, man. Y'all gotta go study debate, bro.
Lex, he built his premise off of a forgery, of a forged letter. I mean, off the letter.
No, he didn't. No, he
yes,
didn't.
he did. And then
yes, he did.
Hold on, listen.
That's the point, and this going over your head.
Let me explain to you. The reason why he started with the letter of Aristes, and he acknowledged that it's a false letter, but the whole story of the Septuagint is based off that letter.
It's based off.
So he's saying, okay, this is where we're starting. This is what they're saying. That these 70 elders got together or whatever, and the letter is known to be false.
So you think
he's
the Greeks
putting it out there to say, well, this shit is false in the first place.
No,
so
that ain't
now
how he
let
did
me
it.
tell you, give you the information about it, bro.
Okay,
so
let me
he
speak.
didn't start his bro. I heard
20
you
seconds,
say this
bro.
a million times.
Let's do. We do it 20 seconds. Hold up, bro. We finna end the show anyway. But listen, the brother built his whole. Okay, listen. I'm gonna tell you 4 things he fucked up with. He came with a false letter, right? And then he came. He said there was a council of 287 BC. And when I caught him on that, he said, "Oh, I didn't mean council. I meant a library." 3.
Okay,
and
so he changed it.
Wait a minute. I got more than
Let him finish.
Okay, and then I caught him. So I caught him on the letter. I caught him on the council. I caught him on the library.
You didn't catch him on the letter.
Well, the letter was fake. He tried to put the letter on me. But here's the part. Well, listen, Lex.
Hold on.
Let him finish.
Lex, hold up. Listen.
Let him finish. Because this what you don't understand, Lex. When they have a preliminary and they discuss the reason why they having this debate, this is the reason why he bringing this up.
Right.
Hey,
so
JJ,
listen.
Without the letter, you don't even have a story of how the Septuagint came about.
Okay, but guess what? The Greeks
So
put
you're
listen,
that, bro.
listen. He's trying to say Greeks wrote the goddamn Bible, but even in your fake letter, brother, the Greeks that put this letter are saying Israelites translated the shit.
That's why he's saying it's a fake letter. The whole thing is fake.
No.
That's the point.
No, y'all, you missing the point, bro.
If the letter is fake, then what they wrote in it is fake. That's his point.
No, what they wrote in what the Septuagint match up with the Septuagint match up, bro, with the goddamn.
Did.
Come on, man.
If the letter
I think
is
you
fake,
like to hear yourself talk,
hold
man.
on, JJ. If the letter is fake,
okay,
that's his point. Then what they're saying about these Hebrews translating the Bible. Okay, so we dismiss
they're
that
saying
letter.
the Hebrews translated. The Greeks
All
did.
right.
No, let him say, JJ, let him finish because he ain't even understanding what he trying to say.
No,
I'm gonna wake up the house, man.
The letter is
I'm gonna let him get the last word. So who he got his
the
ass
whole
whooped?
premise about Hebrews translating the Bible, he's saying that shit is fake. And they use that letter to say this Bible was translated by Hebrew. Then he turns around and asks you, show me the document of the Hebrews saying that they translated it into the Greek. And you couldn't do it. That's the premise, sir.
Okay, now can you be quiet?
So then he deduces from that.
Okay, you said he couldn't do it. Let him respond.
Yeah. So did he prove Greeks did it?
Yes, by deduction.
No, he did not. Okay, now let me ask you this.
So
Hold
now
up.
we go.
No. Let me ask you this. Show me where Greeks were learning Hebrew, learning how to write and read Hebrew. Show me that in 287 BC. Go ahead.
The book is not in Hebrew.
They translated it over to.
No, that's what you're missing. He's saying no, there was no translation
Okay, so
over from any
how
Hebrew script.
so how did the
That
Greeks just
no way,
magically?
because that's
So
why
how
you
did the Greeks magically come up with damn the
hold
98%
on.
of the goddamn shit right?
Hold on. This is
Man,
what
get
I'm
up out of
saying.
here,
This is
man.
what you're
No,
missing. You
All
no.
keep
right.
saying, how did the Greeks
Yeah, how did they
translate
do
it
it?
from the there was no translation from a Hebrew is his point. That's why he asked you to show
So how
me
did they get it right? How did they match up with all these other scrolls, bro?
the
Look,
what other
look.
scrolls?
Yeah, okay,
What
what's it?
other
But
scrolls?
All
killed
right,
this,
bro.
The
he
oldest Bible
blew
you
you
have
up
is the
right there.
Septuagint. You don't
As a
have no other Bible. You have fragments of shit.
as a
Oh,
person who studies languages,
go ahead,
may I
sister.
ask him, can you tell me the Paleo Greek, as you have Paleo Hebrew, can you tell me
What's the deal?
where did the Paleo Greek, the first Greek written Greek alphabet, the Paleo Greek, where did the alphabets come from?
From the Phoenician script.
What the Phoenician script? Well, who were the Phoenicians and what area were they
The
living? You see,
Phoenicians are
the problem is
Canaanites.
this is like saying, like
It's
right now,
Canaanite.
Let the
today.
woman. Okay, Lex. Let
She
the woman.
asked me a question and then
But you
I
keep.
answered it
No,
and then
and
she
you
go.
answered. You said the
Answered
Phoenician.
it, and she's about to collaborate on that.
Yeah,
You answered it. Let
you
her
said the
finish.
Phoenician script,
All
right?
right, go ahead.
But today, everybody know the English alphabet. Again, they call it the English alphabet, right? But is it the English alphabet? What we call the English alphabet existed before English. The Italian language, Latin, the Latin language, which came from Greek, and the Greek came from Hebrew. So if you look up
No, not
Paleo,
Hebrew.
if you look up
It's not
if you
Hebrew.
look up
No, yes,
Paleo
Hebrew.
Hebrew,
It's
Paleo
Canaanite.
Hebrew, the
It
alphabets
comes from
are
the Phoenicians.
Paleo Greek, the Paleo Greek alphabet is the exact same letters as Paleo Hebrew, but what they did, they took it and put it in the mirror, and you would see it's just flipped upside down. The Paleo Greek is
What is
the
your point?
Paleo Hebrew. I'm just saying,
We know that the Greek
everybody
comes out
tried
of
to
the
put
Let her make
the
her
Phoenicians.
point. You asking her what is her point and cutting her off. Let her finish.
yeah, but a lot of you try to make the Greek, like the Septuagint, the Greek alphabet, like if. But meanwhile, as a person who's been studying languages, I read and speak multiple languages. As somebody who's done that, you look at languages and how did the Greek language come about? Because they did not have a written language before the Phoenicians, before the Hebrews, before the Aramaics. And when you read in the book of Daniel's, when you're reading Daniel, all these people who were living in Babylon, what language did the Syrians? The Syrians and Babylon wrote the same cuneiform script, the same Aramaic script. So when people try to say, oh, you're copying from the Aramaics, what are you talking about? Aram is the fifth son of Shet. Aram is the fifth son of Shet, where it started from in the scriptures.
Okay.
So you don't try to knock us. And then when we were living with the Arabs, what we were doing, we were speaking Arabs. The scripture told us we are the salt of the earth. Everywhere we went under captivity, we brought civilization to the earth. That's
Oh,
why they
stop
always
it.
took our scriptures from the scriptures.
You
That's
brought
how a lot of these
civilization
nations
to the
got their
earth.
laws. They just refine it like they do today. Today they have it. You can marry a man.
All right.
You can
That's a
marry a woman
different
if you're a woman.
subject,
You can
sis.
marry a tree. You can marry a dog. But without us being under captivity throughout this earth, there would be
All right.
none of these nations would have what they call a law or a judicial system, because that's where the judicial
All
system
right.
came
That's a different
from the
subject, and
scriptures.
that's a lie
Boom.
also.
No, it's not.
That's a lie.
Wait a minute. Then
We
Cruz, let me
take
have
share
me
my screen
inside
real
of the
laws.
quick.
root word
The
of
laws of
judicial.
Hammurabi predate the Torah.
And who is he?
So what are you talking
Did
about?
not
Like,
his
and then
parents
you're
come
on a
off the
different
ship?
subject. This is what I mean. Like, you went into something else. You lied, okay? Because we got laws older than the Torah that predate the Torah. So
No,
people
that
had
only
law.
proves
Yeah.
that
So
that
people
that
had
only
law.
proves
Hold
that
on,
Torah
sir.
was on the
Damn,
earth.
bro.
No,
So
that
we had,
only proves that
The
brother.
Torah
Hold
was
Torah
on,
on
is
bro.
earth
in
before the
Genesis
nation of
chapter
Israel
1.
was born.
Right, and other civilizations had laws older
No,
than
Noah's
that.
sons, Noah's sons, And
Well,
what
where is
proves
that
that
at? Where
when
is
we
that?
prove,
No,
I
where
can
is
and
show
that
that
you.
though?
only
I can show
proves
you the
that only
Torah in chapter
See,
1.
this is what I'm saying, man. You're just getting pseudo. You don't have no Noah's son's book
what do you
with law.
mean?
What?
What do,
Where's the
bruh?
book of the law of Noah's
Did
sons?
did it not say that the children of Noah went astray?
Where is the book of the
Yeah,
laws of
that's what I
Noah's
thought.
son? Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's all
That's what
speculation.
I thought. No, it's not
No, I'm
speculation.
answering your question. You don't
Where
have
is
a.
Hammurabi at? Are
What are
those
the.
not Akkadians? Are those not Akkadians?
Hold
Or
on,
they are
sir.
not Akkadians? Well, there you
Bro,
go.
you
So you can answer that.
religious. I get
Not
it. Listen.
everyone was a
Hold on,
scribe, Lex.
brother.
Lex, not
What are the
everyone was a
laws of
scribe.
the sons of Noah?
Lex, the
Hold
sons, who
on,
were the sons of
Devanya.
Noah?
What
You
are
have
the
Ham. So all
laws
the
of the
Egyptians,
sons
all the
of
things, the
Noah?
Kemet and all of that,
You can't
that's
even
from
recite
them.
them
They
because they
came
don't
off the
exist,
ark.
sir.
So
Bruh, the
I got
Hammurabi law,
Let
the
him go.
Hammurabi, the laws he got came
Just
right
let Elder.
I'm sorry.
no. Let her go ahead and go because she about to bust his head with it real quick.
Hammurabi tells you where he got his laws from.
Go
From
ahead,
his
sis.
God.
Can
And
you
it's
please
not
let the sister
Yahweh.
explain?
So you trying to say Hammurabi got his laws in the
Man,
laws of
can you please let the
Hammurabi?
sister?
No,
Can you
let
please
her
let her go?
go.
Yeah.
Unmute your mic, sis.
Thank you. Peace and blessing. Thank you so much, sister and brother. So to assume that, hey, so when was Hammurabi born? And before Hammurabi, let me ask, before Hammurabi, are you saying no laws existed? Like you have to
No,
believe
I'm
in
not
cave
saying that other
laws,
laws did exist.
and you have to believe as somebody, myself, I teach, I understand when you read the entire chapter of Genesis 1, the same word yom means day, it means epoch, it means
Oh.
era. So when people are looking at like, and day one, that day one literally included 6,000 plus another 1,000 of rest days, his seventh year. So when we get to day two, day three, it's literally saying world one, world two, world three, world four, world five. That's why when we get to world 6, it's talking about it's the only world where it says Ha Adam. All the other days does not have the Ha. It's get the Ha 6 day, the Ha Shesh, right? Yom Shesh, right? Ha Shesh. So you get the 6 day and then you get the Adam. So the Adam that's written in the book when we're tracking genealogy, when I talk to people, I tell them, when you're talking to me about when the world, I can only speak to you about the Adam that's born in this cycle. The Adam that was born in world 5, world 4, day 3, day 2, because it tells you that Adam was born on day 3. But you have to see that, you have to go from chapter 2 to chapter 1 to see that. Because chapter 2, verse 7, I believe it tells you Adam was born, Adam was placed there before the trees and anything were grown. So it's like now that's a clue. How do I get back? Go back to Genesis 1 and it tells you in Genesis 1, the first Adam, however trillions of years, millions of years, wherever you want to put it, when it started, the beginning, that Adam was born what? On the third day. Go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 10, verse 11, and read. That's when the trees started to come about. So if Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 saying the Most High formed Adam, the midst of the ground, meaning there was water and dirt and all the elements combined, if he was formed before the trees and everything, that means Adam was formed on day 3 because day 3 is the longest day when you read Genesis chapter 1. It went on for a while. So Adam, the first Adam, had to have been born in day 3. So when I speak to people, when we talk about Adam, the Adamites, we're talking about the same generation. It's like me talking about the what they call the Israelites. So if anybody who want to say everybody came from Adam, then you might as well tell me that everybody came from Israel, from Jacob. because there's no way. That's why the Most High specifically left a lineage to track. It's a diary, a heritage of a people. If you're writing a diary, you're not going to be writing in your diary about a family and people in Slovenia and Czechoslovakia and France and oh, no, you're writing a diary about your people and what's going on in your community and the events that's going on with your family and with your community. That's what you know, that's what you're dealing with. And until we can understand in this cycle, this sixth man, this 6,000 years that is about to end according to God's calendar, not the Gregorian calendar, it is about to end. That's why we're having diseases and wars, pestilence, and all of this is happening. World War III has started. Nobody knows it. Everything is not going to happen in one shot. It tells you it happens over a progression of time. And we're seeing all the floods, the tornadoes wiping out. Look what's happening in Texas, in Minnesota, in the bayou, in Alabama. All these storms, tornadoes, freak storms, where they have to add superlatives to it now. Mega storm. Oh, we got a mega tornado, mega hurricane, super this. And all these superlatives they have to add to everything now. Dead animals died, plagues. Now we got a jumping worm attacking the United States now. That's plaguing it. You know, we getting locust plague in Vegas. We get all of these things are
What's
happening,
going on,
and we're
man?
not paying attention. But it's written, and as it is written, so it shall be done. I'm not a prophetess. I don't get visions and dreams from the Most High or nothing. But what I do, I study, and I study to hold myself accountable. And I be damn sure I will never. It is not my intention to lead anybody into stray. I will never tell anybody, pick up the Bible and read it, but I will always tell them, listen, this is what I'm getting from the scripture in Hebrew. So when you come out, you and Sarnetta has come out to me like that, and your ilks, your kinds, who come and try to bash people because of their beliefs, but with the same forked tongue, you try to tell people you're building, that you're here to build, and you love your brothers and sisters, but the way, like this, what I love about the scripture, it teaches me. You watch,
I
you
love
study
them
what
enough to
comes out of
tell
their
them the
mouth
truth.
and the deeds, what they do with their hands. And what you guys have been doing when you're texting, when you're typing, when you're putting up your videos, when you're doxing, when you're doing it, this the deeds of your hands. And when you're cussing out the sisters and the brothers online and disrespecting their beliefs, whether because you don't believe in it and you think your understanding is better, your words, your deeds that come out your mouth, that's how I judge you. And anybody who tried to say we can't judge, there is a book called the Book of Judges in the scriptures. So I will continually judge you. Yeah, and if you guys don't judge me, then shame on you, because that's how you have
Take
to know if
that
you're going to deal
Christian
with me or not.
bullshit out of
So
here.
I want to just lay that on you, brothers who are always coming out there, and the deeds, and the more everything is being clocked and wise. So there's nothing you can come out of your mouth and tell me or tell anybody, the wise, the people who are woke and paying attention, and you're gonna try and put yourself up on some kind of high level, like you some kind of master teacher that you got things and you got 1,000 views and whatever. It doesn't matter to the people who are in here for righteousness and who are
Sound
in
like
here
you
for
got a
truth.
personal
It
problem,
don't
Devanya.
matter me. Don't care
That's
what
right,
you got.
sister.
You know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sister Corinne.
That shit
No,
don't
you
matter,
saying some
man.
real,
JoJo,
you saying
but
some real stuff. He cannot
Yeah.
deny that.
I
He
know,
can
yeah,
call
I
it
yeah.
can't
Christian. He
deny
can
what
call it
I can't
what.
deny that goddamn
Come on,
pseudo
man.
ass sermon about Adam in the fucking third day and
She said more than
like
that, and you
all
just
this
focus.
bullshit. And I tell you what, all y'all gotta do right now, Devanya, with all that talk you just said, show the power of God right now. Yeah,
The
can't
power of
fake it.
God is here.
Show
We
it
all
right now.
together
No,
trying to build.
display it. Display
It
that.
is.
No, we
Hold
ain't gotta
on. Let
just.
me display it right here. Let me
See,
display it.
now, when
Hold
I
on.
see,
Bam! That's
display
the
that
power of
power.
God right here on the panel. You see it?
Display, no.
I
Display
just
the power
displayed
of
it right
God.
there.
Where's all
We,
this magical
he got
working
us over
power?
here talking to you, the
Exactly. That's
power of
what
the
I
Most
know.
High.
You can't do it. See, it's
We,
all
I just
talk.
did.
It's all rhetoric.
Hey, I just
God
want to say for the record.
when you look at the prophets and all these people, Jesus said, "You
Oh
shall
man, it's
do
the same old
those
stuff.
who believe on me." People was getting cured by they had the anointing. They touched Paul's handkerchief, cured from the disease. Cast the demon out of me, you goddamn
Lex, you're
charlatans!
deflecting. Talk to me.
Cast it out.
Talk
You
to
can't.
me.
You
You
have
know what
no
I believe
power.
in.
Your God is an idol in your mind.
Lex,
You
you
can
know what
talk
I
all that
believe in.
rhetoric.
Let me get him.
Cast the demon.
Okay, we about to
Let me
look
get
at
him.
this
He's
Hold up.
deflecting.
this
Cast
You
the
know
video.
what
demon out of
Hold
me.
up.
You
believe in.
can't
He's
do it,
deflecting.
can you?
But
If I'm
but
so demon possessed, and I gotta be demon possessed if I'm going against the Most High, and I'm lying and I'm evil and all this, cast the demon out like Jesus told you to.
but brother, I mean, you sit there and talk about
See?
our God.
Exactly.
Okay, exactly. You right,
I
Lex.
don't do this because I
But
hate y'all. I love y'all. I want y'all to stop being servants to
Wow.
vampiric spirits from outer space.
Dude, look at your
okay.
Said
spirit. You
anything
got a
about
demon.
casting out
Whoa.
Ain't
demons.
nobody
Whoa.
about to
They
Nobody
just
cast
said
out.
anything about
it just
casting
came
out
up out
demons.
of you that quick. Dang.
Vampiric
Yeah,
spirits
exactly.
from
Karima,
outer
The
space.
thing
You're
is,
Karima,
waiting
you
on
listen,
see,
some
it worked.
aliens to come back,
listen.
It
Ain't
destroy
worked.
nobody got
the
to.
earth,
Ain't
so
nobody
you
got to
can
display
bow
That's
down and they
anything,
not
can
man.
what
rule
It's
Moses.
called.
over
Look
you.
at you. You're spilling it.
Yeah, exactly.
He exactly what he explaining. You know how to,
That's
he
the
said
power of
that
my
the
God.
where
You're
he
telling
said
me
the
it's true.
vampire trying to get in your house and trying to tell you that look out for the vampire. He
You're
that motherfucker.
You're
Dang.
you're
mad. You're
telling on
mad
yourself.
biased.
Keep
All
talking.
right.
Exactly.
All right,
You
y'all.
that vampire that's trying to tell us to watch out for the vampire, and then here you go.
I love. So you're not waiting for aliens to come back from outer space
No.
and have and destroy the earth and cause war. They're gonna bring all
No.
this destruction, World War
Hey,
No,
Z.
we
They're
with
gonna
love right
poison.
here. This is
Hold on. They're gonna
love right
poison.
here.
See how
can,
y'all see your demons can't take it. They're gonna poison 1/3. They're gonna burn up 1/3 of the earth, poison all the water.
You the only one acting like a demon right now.
Y'all are not realizing that you are praying for an alien invasion on some Independence Day shit,
all
where
right. Let's
these aliens are gonna come out the sky. They're gonna poison everybody, kill
You
everybody.
see
You
Hey,
keep
you see
Lex.
how you
regurgitating
blur the
that
lines
same
again?
Yeah, he said
conversation
the
with
same thing.
all right.
everybody.
Hey,
You
Lex.
probably
Yeah,
had that with
exactly.
everybody.
Hey,
Exactly.
can we end the show with my
Y'all need to go watch
with,
Independence Day,
no,
because that's what y'all are looking for.
we're gonna watch a couple of minutes of me whooping on Tahuti. This is what we finna do.
Oh, come on,
Here we go. We finna end the
you need
show.
to let that go,
No,
bro.
hold on. Be quiet, man. Here you go.
You got
Be
3
quiet.
minutes in this
God
Watch
damn.
this.
to rebuttal him
Watch this.
before you go into your time. You got 3 minutes, brother.
Let's get it. Now, everybody, if y'all,
You ready?
if y'all, yeah, I'm ready.
Time starts.
Now, see, like I said, Tahuti is full of magic and spells and all that. Because let me tell you something. As soon as he opened up and he played that video, he said this was his source, the letter of Aristes. This is his. See, so the brother brings a forged letter to the debate as a source.
Oh,
All right, come on. Here we go.
Outside of that, you have no proof at all that the Greeks wrote anything. You didn't put me in a trick
yeah,
bag, but
it's
I
in
don't believe
Greek.
the source. I told you it was pseudo. Now let's get back to what the Septuagint is, bro. Let's get back to that. And like I say, Tahuti, I need you to show me Greek scholars, Greek scribes, writing the Septuagint and the Bible without any Hebrew help. Because all you did was some goddamn conjecture. That's all you did. That was your argument. That's your source. Everybody remember, when he said that's his source, he said it. A fake letter.
That's all. We're gonna do a review on that tomorrow, man. Because time is running out. But as you can
Yeah,
see, how
brother,
Tahuti.
because you
Hold on,
still don't understand the
come
arguments,
on, Lex.
bro.
You come on. Let me close the show out, man. When I come on your show, I don't even
Why?
get to
For
talk
your
this long.
narcissistic
I don't even.
closeout? That
You talk.
wasn't even a subject,
Wait a
bro.
minute, man. Now, you talk more than me tonight.
Yeah, that's all right. You and Lex will be talking.
Lex, please, hell.
But
Hey,
you's a
JJ, can I get
narcissist,
one last
Tahuti.
question, bro,
Yeah,
before you
yeah,
end?
yeah. Give one Lex for Lex, man. Everybody
Yeah,
back
I
welcome
want to
over
ask
here.
Lex
Yeah.
something very important. So, Lex, you are according to you, you are the last hope for for all humanity, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
No, I mean, no, either you are, that's what I heard you say, right? That everybody need to come up under you, correct?
Yes, I'm really talking to my people, but ultimately it stretches out to humanity. Yes.
All right, we could keep it with your people just to be fair. Okay. So my question is this: I heard you say that you are the anointed from God, not the Bible God, but the real God, as you said. You are the anointed one from God. That's going that if
The
everybody get up under
universe.
you, you'll fix everything. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So here's my question: if you got that type of anointing, why you can't get no followers?
I have people that ride with me. I don't have followers.
All right. So the people that ride with you, what would you say? How many would you say it is? About 10, 20?
I don't know.
Let's
Take a
have
guess.
about 30 in this chat.
Now hold on, JJ. Hold on. This is important.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How many would you say if you had to guess?
But the real reason is
hold on. I asked you the number, bro. How many would you say if you had to guess?
I don't have a number. I never counted because I don't have followers like that.
Okay, no, not followers. Whatever you call them. Would it be more than 50 or less?
More.
All right. More than 100 or less?
I don't know.
All right, so let's go with, let's say 80. Let's round it at 80. So if God chose you out of everybody on the earth, according to you, to be the hope for all humanity, but we'll say just your people, you telling me that anointing from God can't get you more than 80 people, bro?
God damn.
Yeah, it can. But here's the thing. The way you view God, first of all, is off.
No, we're talking about your God.
But
not mine. Your God. Your God that anointed you can't.
Yeah, we're not talking about our God. We're talking about your God. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
The great architect.
Humanity is
I got the prayer for you too.
Listen, brother.
Can you show his works?
Now hold on, y'all. Let him. I want to hear this because he keeps saying he the hope. So I want to know why his God, since our God is so off, why his God can't get him more than 80 people.
All right.
You guys mind if I play the fiddle?
We're talking about, this is called the great work. And first of all, your understanding of what God is off.
It don't matter. I'm talking about your God, bro.
Second of all, humanity is under the spell of the Bible.
Okay.
Right? And under the spell of the Abrahamic religions and these goddamn vampiric spirits, and these spirits are possessing most of the earth. That our people are under serious mind control and subliminal control. Jesus really only had, even in your book, only had 12 disciples. And he was rejected and crucified. So when you go into people who are under mind control and their programming is going to go against what you're saying. So it's a lot of work to break through that programming. Just like here with y'all know deep down in your souls, you know what I'm saying is the absolute truth. But because of the programming and the fact that you have demonic spirit, I shouldn't say demonic, I should say angelic spirits that possess y'all, your mind is blocked and you're under programming.
So hold on. So I'm not gonna hold you up, JJ. I'm gonna let you go.
No, go ahead, family. You get him.
But what your little personal attack about why can't you get 80 followers and all that?
No, it's really not personal. It's really not a personal attack. I'm trying to make a point because what you do is you say that the God of the Bible is the demiurge. He's this evil, wicked God. All of us is under this spell. We waiting for aliens. No, I'm cool with you saying all that. What I'm trying to say though is if you know the real God, you know how you just told us to display His power. If you know the real God, why don't you display His power and get some followers?
That's right.
About us.
The real
show his work
is not a personality.
Whatever it is, bro.
I know, but you have to understand.
Hey, volume of the book. Do you sing, brother?
Yeah, I sing.
I knew that was you. I'm gonna play one of your songs, bro.
Yeah, that's me.
You see what I'm saying?
Go ahead,
it's
all right.
Hey,
family,
like
peace and love.
Okay, Commission. I'm finna play
this. Like saying, I give you all this power.
Salam, Commission.
Peace and love, family. We love you, man.
Peace, Commission.
Hey, Lex, before I go, Lex, I want to say this, brother. I got a friend, his mother was on her deathbed, right? And they told her she didn't have but 6 weeks to live. And so I went and prayed over her, bro. It's 10 years later. She's still alive.
That's right.
So what that tell you about,
brother, we have that power. We have that power. We can pray for each other.
The doctors gave up on her now. They said they couldn't do nothing for her.
Who are you praying to? Who you praying to?
No, I'm not. You don't pray to anyone.
The vampire? Huh?
You're not praying to anyone. The force comes from within you.
Oh, you're not praying to
The force
Adam?
come within you. So
you're
you're not
praying
praying
to
to
Adam.
nobody.
Just
You
like-
praying, but you're praying to nobody but yourself.
Just like when the lady that
She's
had an
praying to
issue of
DNA.
blood, the Bible even tells you, she said within herself, if I can just touch the hem of his garment. You don't even understand the Bible. Why
So
does
are
it
you
tell
the
you she said
sheep?
Touch
within her-
him. You said touch the heel of his garment.
the hem of his garment, but she said you don't even understand the psychology, even the truth that's in the Bible. She said within herself, if I could just touch the heel of the garment, I can be healed. And then it says when she touched the garment, Jesus turned around, this symbol, and said, "Who touched me? Because I felt power leave from me."
Wait, but did the power come from her or him?
Him.
It came from her.
Thank you.
It came from him because she said if I touch him, obviously she's trying to get something from him.
Correct, because you just said, Lex, that he felt the power come from him. You just said that.
Come from him. You damn right. I heard that.
But when he turned around and found her, what did he say to her? Why she was healed?
Her faith.
Her faith.
Exactly.
Y'all are slow.
All right, let's go ahead and
The
end
faith
this.
in what? The faith in what?
All right,
The
we gonna
faith
keep
in
it-
what?
I appreciate that, JJ. Thanks for letting me ask that question, bro.
No, don't leave because
The
you got some.
story is being personified.
You got some music. I want to play one of your songs before you go.
Silly
Okay.
asses.
Yeah, and this is a song I used to like. You got any new music out?
No, I haven't been making none lately.
Okay,
I've
but
been
we're
too
finna end the
busy.
show with this brother right. This brother can sing right here.
I don't know how you recognize me from talking, but okay.
I recognize the voice.
Yeah, hey,
Satan was
that's what I said last
in
time.
charge of music in heaven, wasn't he?
Here it is.
No, that's a Christian doctrine. That's
Right?
not in the Bible nowhere.
Demons can sing their ass because they're deceivers.
Damn, I gotta find it.
Lex is a hater. I don't know why you hate me so much.
I don't hate you, brother. I love you.
Man. Hold on, let me
well,
find
But you're
Because
possessed.
you got a demon.
He love
It's
he
that
love us
demon on
all.
him.
He don't hate
I love
us.
all of y'all.
He
Y'all
just
are dispossessed. You want to be servants. And you
Hold
don't
on,
realize
we want to be loved. Be quiet.
Adam was created to till the ground, to be a worker.
Let me find this brother's song.
Which song you looking for, JJ? I'll tell you where it is.
I'm so grateful. I like that.
gotta
Yeah.
get that.
I
Just-
was in my sin.
You can just go to my page, bro.
Oh, okay, give me your
that
page.
goddamn-
The Tribe of Judah. What is that one? The Tribe of Judah music. I forget what it is. Yeah, the Tribe of Judah music. That's what it is.
Tribe of Judah music. Y'all keep
You
talking
better
till I
cover
find
your
it.
ears.
Oh, Lex, you might be.
You
You
better
might get
cover
saved.
your goddamn
brother.
ears. You gonna
I
get
told
You gotta
you,
share
he
it to
got
the
that
music
demon.
group. Jeremiah,
Music
share it to
transfers.
No, that definitely ain't it.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's my screen still showing. Oh, I'm talking. What's the
You
name?
gonna
You-
be
The
possessed by
Tribe of
goddamn
Judah
Samael.
music.
Okay. Tribe of Judah
Samael's
music.
about to sing this shit.
Well, next we can play your
Yo,
music too.
one day me and Lex gonna be at peace. We used to be. I still got the recording when
Brother,
we had a good
are
convo.
at peace though.
Tribe
Y'all
of
think
Judah
that I
music?
be trying
Yeah.
to do this because I don't like you? I love you, brother. You're deceived.
Oh, it's songs, JJ. I'm
It's
sorry.
always
Oh, there
a
you go.
yin
There you
and
go
the
right there.
yang.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
always good. It's always good for build.
Which one? We gonna get the kingdom? I mean,
No,
all,
whatever one you want, bro. I was just saying.
You had
We
a
gonna get the
demon asking
kingdom.
you to pour blood
Yeah, I like that song.
Yeah.
on a
All right, let's
goddamn
go.
altar.
Okay, let's. We gonna go and end the show. We gonna.
That's you. I've been listening to that for some years now.
He said, "How I recognize his voice? I'm good, man." Here we go.
Is that what is hold on, sister? What is your name, just so I know? Is that
Karima.
Paula?
It's Karima.
Karima?
Yeah, it's Karima.
Karima, you need to come to Nimrod the Master Builder channel with your sassy ass so I can get you right, man. For real,
Everybody
'cause
trying to steal Karima. God damn.
No, I'm not trying to steal Karima. I'm just I think she feels it resonates with her. She just acting out.
Oh, okay.
Come over to the channel, man, and you're gonna be on the dark side. You're gonna take your throne as the empress of this universe, man, and not a servant.
That's right. That's right.
With 80 followers. Okay, now let's go ahead and this is a brother Shasawan. I hope I pronounced that right.
Kazawan.
Kazawan. Yeah. I mean, you had some discussions before too. I remember that. Yes, put your email.
Let me introduce him. Hey, everybody, get ready. Welcome to the show. We're bringing it to you live from Hell's Gates, volume number 1 on the chart.
Hey, you a hater.
Get ready to get a goddamn demon in you named Samael that invaded the planet. Let's go.
introduction, Lex. Let's
Appreciate
get
it,
it, y'all.
Lex. I appreciate that.
Right. Hey, shouts out. Put your email in the private chat. We gonna link up, man. I want you to come on and do some of your teachings. I know you had a one teaching about, I think, virgin birth and different stuff like that. So, I've been checking you out. Hey, here we go, y'all.
Trying to live right in this wicked kingdom. Our time is coming real soon. It's been a
Hello.
but it's coming real soon. It's gonna be okay. So I can't stop. I won't stop. Israel.
You sound like a true Christian.
Everything that you're going through, suffering, trying to stay faithful in the truth. I know it's hard, but don't stop. Don't stop. Israel, don't stop. 'Cause when that day comes, when I'm cheering,
Look at them
Come
spaceships.
from the sky.
Look at them aliens.
That's my shit right here, though.
Oh, come on, Lex, man. Chill
I
out, man.
told y'all Independence Day.
So what,
Hey,
man?
but
Leave
yo,
us alone.
Vi, hold on real quick though. Why haven't you come to my sing-offs, man, on the Vortex? You know I have sing-offs, man.
Because you hate me, bro.
He won't vote for you. Look, come on. Let's
But let me
finish
hold
this.
on real quick. What's up
Well,
with them
let's mess up our
spaceships
damn
though? Hold
song,
up.
man. Go
Where them
ahead, bro.
spaceships coming from, brother?
Well, they're coming out the sky, man. Now chill out.
Oh, Independence Day. All right, go ahead. Let's go.
Kingdom, my enemy's gonna fade.
No.
Oh, damn, my fault. All right, my fault. My fault.
Don't act like y'all didn't see them shits.
They're coming again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, Lex. Don't talk to the song, brother. Stay focused, Lex. Be there.
Niggas gonna be surprised when Thanos show up.
Here you go, Lex. Here you go.
There it go.
Look, that's Lex running right there. Yeah, see Lex running? He's scared.
I am, man. I watched Independence Day and Aliens and shit.
All right, 1 minute left. Is the song almost over, Lex?
Look at that destruction. The promise.
I like this part right here. That brother can sing.
Yeah, that brother can sing.
What? Lex ain't hate.
That's you running right there, Lex.
This shit is evil. That's an
It's
evil
almost
song.
over, Lex. Chill out, man.
Look at that.
We gonna get the kingdom.
That shit is evil as hell.
That is a righteous thing to recompense tribulation to those that trouble you. We gonna get the kingdom.
Yeah.
All right, man. We gonna get the goddamn kingdom.
That song was raw.
I'm inviting you, man. You get your act together. You can get the kingdom with us,
Spaceships
man.
and the bombs are from these aliens. Y'all to see that. Y'all seen everything I told you came to life in his video. He showed you the visuals of the alien invasion.
Hey, brother. Hey, listen.
Hey, listen.
Lex, you believe in aliens?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Well, with that being said, hold up, Lex. With that being said, man, we've been on here for almost 5 hours, man. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Y'all come back, man. We on every day, man. We do something every day. And also stop by Lex Vortex channel, Nimrod the Destroyer.
No, Nimrod, the master builder. Come
Okay,
through
my
and
fault.
get this
The
knowledge,
master
man. I'm
deceiver.
The last hope for y'all. I'm trying to rebuild
last
the
hope.
Tower of Babel. And we
Hey, yo, do you really believe that, Lex? You really think you the last hope for humanity, bro? For real, for real?
I'm the last hope for black
That's
people.
crazy that you
I
got.
know that.
That's like.
But it's okay for
Wow.
him to think that way. It's okay.
It's true because I have all the answers.
You do? Which one?
You give me any problem, I've solved every problem that black people have.
That's what's up.
All right. With that being said, let me. With that being said, man, we out of here, man. Peace and blessings. And I'm gonna hit you up, brother. What's your name again? Chat. I can't pronounce it.
Volume, bro. Just call me
But
Volume.
on the real Volume of the Crook, hit me up on the entertainment side.
Look, now I want to collaborate with you. You see what I'm talking about?
We both gonna hit him up because we got music groups and stuff. We got a Hebrew Hood music group, and we'll love to have your music up in here.
I do sing-offs, and y'all know I got the battle rap coming up on April 30th.
Hey, we got a battle rap group too. Bars, battle rap, yeah.
You know, I got 10 million sold. Well, that ain't true. Not sold. 10, that ain't true. I lied. I meant to say 10 million views.
Wow.
It's a million on each song on that page.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah,
you reaching the man.
Yeah, Lex. Hook up with him. You might get over 80 views.
I get over that now.
Yeah,
I'm just fucking with you. I know you do. I know he do.
Satan processes children in this world, don't he?
Why you want Satan to come hit you up then, bro? Why you want Satan
to pull you in?
All right, there we go. You know what? But because I'm
him
not a
and
hater,
Satan is cool.
Because I'm not a hater. Because I'm not a hater, Lex, I will hit you up, bro. Just stop hating me so bad, bro.
I don't hate you, brother. I love you. But
he explained to you that Satan is not a negative person.
Oh, I know Lex teachings very well. I've been listening to him for years. I know his dark side teachings. But yeah, peace. I ain't gonna hold y'all no more. Peace out, everybody. Thanks for having me.
I love y'all, man. Peace and blessings. We out.
Peace. Shalom.
Blessings, everybody.
Yep.
Thank you very
Hey, stay
much.
tuned Saturday. Elder Yara versus Mudu Amagabe.
And Wednesday. And Wednesday.
What we got Wednesday?
Commission and
West. Yep. All right, family. We out. Love y'all. One.
Hit me up, Karima.